Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brew-Built X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brew-Built Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brew-Built line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brew-Built X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brew-Built Conicals. You can trust Brew-Built with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brew-Built at morebeer.com.
Today's Sunday session is proudly brought to you by More Beer at www.morebeer.com.
Great beer is about drinkability. Doesn't matter the style.
You guys are like walking beer Wikipedia. That's the first time that you've ever accepted me as a person.
Or you have a fermentation in your gut.
I'm jet propelled at all times.
How many guys do you think that you have the privilege to slap?
Somebody who's never tasted a commercial example, and this is how you know everything about this beer? Please, you don't.
I think that's bullshit.
I think it's bullshit too.
Wow. Are you guys going to arm wrestle?
No.
We're going to teabag fight.
Yeah.
You heard of Junkyard Wars?
Can I get another high five, Beavis?
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
Oh, Martinez. How I want to love thee like I loved Pacheco. But you make it so hard on me. You make it so difficult.
Did you actually love Pacheco, or
Oh, yeah.
are you talking shit?
Oh, JP.
Is there a downtown Pacheco? Is there like a downtown?
Yeah, that was my house.
It's about as downtown as it gets, right?
Yeah. No, you know where the Mexican food place was? All 8 of them?
That
was downtown.
That's it. Okay, fine.
I thought that was where all the food trucks were.
Yeah, that's downtown.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
That you meant restaurants? Mexican restaurants? The
Right.
food trucks?
Yeah, well, if the studio would have been downtown, I'm thinking it would have been, we've been able to compare apples and apples kind of thing. Here it's,
Right.
we're in the homeless central.
Well, but it's,
A lot of flies out there. I don't know. Something's dead somewhere.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But the downtown had given me hope. I thought, well, there's the downtown area. It must be,
Downtowny.
Yeah, well, I try. I'm trying to support local businesses yet again. You remember the sign fiasco, the
I don't
door
know
sign?
why you haven't learned your lesson.
Well, I just, I have faith in the homeless, apparently, or people, I mean. I have faith in people. And so, anyhow, we have food every show. I try to give you guys a little food. And
Thanks for that.
I thought what we do is...
shrimp chips aren't food, but...
Right. Well, I'm trying to step it up, So I thought I'd find some places that'll do some local catering. So I went to the sandwich shop, the sandwich shop, and they do a good job. And I went there like 3 hours ago. I said, hey, do you do any catering? You do any, can I do a platter? Oh, yeah, no problem. When do you need it? Just tonight. How about 5:30?
Oh.
No problem.
Then no problem.
Send JP down there 5:30?
Problem.
Oh, we forgot.
Oh, forgot.
Now, let me tell you something. The place was empty when I went in there. I was the only one there.
Yeah.
JP, how many people were there when you went to pick up the sandwiches?
I'll give you a guess. There's 2 owners.
So there were 3 people there when you walked in.
Yeah.
Once you walked in.
Right.
They forgot. Anyway, they ended up making the sandwiches. But I'm just pointing out. But just as I'm about to lose faith in the great city of Martinez, somebody hands me a flyer. And that flyer says that there is live pro wrestling, lucha libre style, at the Boys and Girls Club in Martinez.
Of course there is.
April 13th. And the live shows will happen every month. You can go in Listen to this. Doors open at 6:45. Bell time is at 7.
Oh, wow.
They're not wasting any time.
No.
That's like right over here, isn't it? Like walking distance.
It's right there. For only $10 per person, we can go see some Lucha Libre.
$10. That's kind of pricey, don't you think?
Can we get in on the ring?
I bet you have $10 of fun.
Listen, JP, we're going to this.
Oh.
We have to go.
When is this?
I know people who have gone to those.
It's live Lucha Libre right in Martinez.
Yeah, it's part of your job, JP.
All right.
Yeah.
Material.
You've been to one, Tasty?
I haven't, but I know people who have.
Yeah.
They describe it. It's fun.
I mean,
you get to yell at the guys and shit like that.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yeah.
I
It's
like
encouraged.
Yeah. See, so I haven't lost faith in Martinez yet.
They start with a little cockfighting.
But that's about...
Just when I try to get out, they pull me right back in with Lucha Libre.
That's about all Martinez, I think, is good for.
Well, we'll find out. They might not be very good for that.
Yeah, you guys should go as journalists to check it out.
Right.
We need a report back here.
It's our duty.
You said duty.
We got a great show planned for you today. We're going to be talking to 3 more. Actually, 4. JP, you have to interview me tonight.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait for this.
3 more, including myself, makes 4 AHA candidates for the American Homebrewers Association Governing Committee. There are 2 seats open because both myself and Mr. Fred Bonjour, who we'll be speaking to today, he's not French, by the way. He's American. Fred Bonjour. I should probably say it that way since he's married.
I thought he was leaving.
His
Bonjour.
Right. He hopes
he's coming or going.
He hopes not. My term and Fred's first term, both of our first terms are up come June, so we're running for re-election. Plus, there are an additional several candidates, 5 candidates, I suppose. So we'll be talking to 3 more tonight, plus the long-awaited Crosley interview.
Oh.
Yeah.
Then notice how you sprang it on me, so I don't have any hard-hitting questions for you.
Yeah, I had forgotten that I have to run tonight until now. That should not be a reflection of how prepared I am to be your governing committee representative.
That you forgot. Just like the sandwich guy did. Yeah. See? Martinez, local businesses suck.
See, Martinez loves me. Right. I may not love it, but it does love me.
I can't ask you the hard-hitting questions about are you now going to scale back your lavish vacations?
Right.
Now that the economy's kind of tanking, you know? Been tanking.
Doc will be acting as my attorney. Doc, how would I answer that question?
This is the best time to travel. Your best deals out there.
Best deals out there.
Thank you. You've got a little time. You've got about 30, 40 minutes to think of the hard hitters.
JP. Oh, great.
Yeah.
All right.
So go ahead. So we'll be talking to our AHA candidates. We'll be speaking to Matt Johnson, Martin Brungard, and Fred Bonjour tonight, as well as myself, and we'll tell you all the details. We'll be doing that, our first candidate, in just a few minutes. We've also got Brett Thomas. He's the head brewer at Silver Moon Brewing Company in Bend, Oregon. He's coming on the program tonight to talk with us about barley wine. And, I realize I don't think we've ever covered barley wine in depth. So we're going to be talking about brewing techniques. Tasty brought us in a barley wine from when?
2004.
Nice.
Can't believe you still have a bottle of that.
I have 2 bottles.
And, of course, you've taken good care of that bottle.
It's been refrigerated. Once I was finished with the beer, it was refrigerated for 12 years or whatever.
So one of the things we'll do is talk about how barley wine is affected by age. Obviously, it's one of the styles that can be left around a little bit longer if it's done right. And we'll talk about how to do it right, along with Brett from Silver Moon Brewing. Also, Tasty will help us along. Nate is not in the studio today, but we're hoping to get a call from him later because he had some good tips on brewing a barley wine as well. And I know that Doc will be able to chime right in there. So a lot to cover with your barley wine styles. If you're looking to brew one, this is the show for you. You can get into the chat room, hit the chat button on the homepage. JP's in there right now. He'll help out if anything comes up real quickly. But Bevo's on her way in, and we'll be able to get your questions. Of course, you can call 888-401-BEER. That's 888-401-BEER if you want to ask your own questions, and we'll cover things that way. Let's get through a few announcements before we get to our first AHA GC candidate. Is it me, or is everything done in acronyms now? Has it always been that way?
IJY. It's just you.
It's just me. Has it always been this way? Am I just now noticing that the world is full of acronyms constantly?
IDK.
We're lazy, right?
LOL, dude.
YOLO.
I thought so.
Yeah. I mean, YOLO, why not, right?
Right. I don't know what many of them mean. Anyway, a couple of announcements. I have a small update on the 8th Brewing Network Anniversary Party, BNA 8, happening in Philadelphia. Talked with our partners today. We've got some great partners putting it on. It's going to be I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, I'm not even going out on a limb because most of our parties have been pretty trashy. It's going to be the classiest anniversary party we've ever done.
What does that mean?
I'm going to recommend...
Inside?
Yeah, it means it's got a roof. Right. It's not in a warehouse.
We're not even allowed
I'm going to miss the women squatting, though. That was always fun.
You might miss that. Yeah. There's not a roll-up door to be found anywhere at our...
Wear your best beer shirt, the one with the least holes on it.
I would recommend dressing up. In fact, I don't know that it's going to be mandatory, but I think the Brewing Network, gentlemen.
Oh, no.
We're going to be...
No.
Dirndls.
I'll be in the parking lot.
We're going to be wearing suits. We're going to suit it up, Doc.
I thought we agreed on tuxedos.
Tuxedos is for a different event, which we will not disclose.
Okay.
Okay.
But for BNA 8, you might have to put on, I don't know, something classy, tasty. You know,
I am classy. What are you talking about?
Maybe a smoking
You want me to upgrade
jacket.
that?
Let's get taste. Can I dress you?
I'll put on a new shirt. How about that?
He's going to take a new
I'll get a
Brewing
new
Network
hat.
T-shirt.
Yeah.
He's going to get a new Russian River shirt.
All right, we'll talk. What if I have you a Hop Grenade top hat made? Would you wear a top hat?
I'm not a top hat. Come on.
What if it came with a cane?
Right.
I might need one by then. I'm falling pretty quick here.
It is a few months away still.
It is a ways. Yeah, who knows?
A walker.
I might disagree to everything, then who knows?
So I can't disclose too much, but let me give you some details so that you can begin planning. It's Wednesday, June 26th. I'm just fucking with you. You already knew that. It's Wednesday, June 26th, and the time is going to be, it looks like it's going to be from, there will be a special VIP portion. Not really VIP, just, I should say, extra bang for your buck portion
Get to
that will
laugh
go
at
from
TC
about
longer, yeah.
will go from about 6 to 7:30. The main party will go from 7:30 to about 10:30. So you can plan your night. I know a lot of you are looking at your NHC schedule and trying to figure out what you're going to do. You can go do the daytime events as long as you're ready. If you want to do the VIP extra bonus package, be ready by 6. That's going to include dinner. And if you don't, then just be ready by 7:30. There will also be food available for you, but it'll be more like snacky type stuff, you know, plates going around and things like that.
Hookers?
So now you can plan it. I'm not sure. At least if you buy a VIP ticket, you'll probably get a lap dance. You know?
Good.
Oh, the finishing kind, though, right?
Right.
You were right about the acronyms. VIP, NHC, BNAA, they just never end.
I tell you, it's kind of ridiculous, you know. I'm just noticing how many there are.
Get your IPA.
So that's your update. More to come. If you are a recurring donor in the BN Army, and you should be, not only do you get entered into the More Beer monthly donation giveaway each week, but you're going to get first dibs on tickets. Now, we had a lot of complaints before about how our anniversary tickets sell, and some of our donors were upset that they didn't get first dibs. You will get first dibs this time, and I also will tell you, this party will sell out. It's going to be the best party in Philadelphia on a Wednesday at 7:30. So
I feel it's saying a lot.
There's one at 7 and one at 8. That's blows it out of the water. But the 7:30 slot, we're your spot,
guaranteed.
We checked.
I have heard some of this. It is going to be it's going to be the best party we've ever thrown.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. So you're going to want to become a recurring donor sometime between now and then, because you're going to get a special email which gives you first dibs on tickets. It'll give you 24-hour advance notice to purchase tickets. Everybody else, you're going to be fighting for them with the general public. Lucha Libre style. We're going to have a match. We're going to steel cage match.
We should.
For the remaining 5 tickets.
Royal Rumble.
Yeah. So that's your update. All right. A couple more things I got to get through quick because we got to get to our candidates. The Brewing Network's first instructional DVD, The Pale Ale, How to Brew the Perfect Pale Ale with Mr. Matt Brynildson, is in the store now. And it's a great video. Been getting some nice feedback from it. And I'm really proud of it. It's not a 101 video. I'll tell you that right now. You will not learn how to brew extract beer out of this. It will not cover the basics of the brewing process. It's more of an intermediate to advanced brewing techniques for the American Pale Ale style done. It's basically Matt Brynildson teaching me along with teaching you. And believe you me, if that man can teach me to brew a pale ale, he can teach you. It's a great DVD. You can buy it now in the store. All sorts of other items in the store. iPhone and Android apps are available in the iTunes and Android market. Just search BN Mobile. They are free. If you're using one that doesn't work, you're probably on the old one. So search BN Mobile and download the free version. Watch all this on justin.tv/brewing network. And sign up for Twitter and Facebook for updates like this. Send your show ideas over to Scott the Jew, Scott@thebrewingnetwork.com. No need to complain that we're not covering homebrew topics, as long as you send your ideas over to Scott. He'll get them covered.
Not to feedback, please. I've had to forward 2 to Scott today.
Right.
Not to feedback. We've covered for 8 fucking years. Not to feedback. Goes to Scott.
What does go to feedback?
Nothing.
No.
Feedback. Compliments about me and my handsomeness and my beer and my chickens.
Goes to feedback at thebrewingnetwork.com. Everything else goes over to JP at thebrewingnetwork.com. JP, do we have a Twitter game today?
We do have a Twitter game. I've been kind of prying in everyone's personal life, and I just really want to know what everyone thinks about it, especially with this rash of of complaints about we don't do anything and we just take a bunch of time off. So I want to know what the people actually think it is that we do day to day. So I would like for our listeners to describe a typical work day for Tasty.
Tasty.
Yeah.
So this week it's Tasty.
Right.
Maybe next week.
Maybe not. I don't know.
This could be the end of it.
Yeah.
At least we got fucking Tasty in.
Right.
Right. All right, there you go. So send us what you think a typical day looks like for Tasty over to the Brewing Network. And that should get us going. All right, we should be able to go over to our first AHA candidate today. Let me get him on the Skype line here, the Skype hotline.
Can you even call it a line?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
It's our very own Skype hotline. First up, we're going to be talking to Matt Johnson. He's one of our AHA candidates. You can go to homebrewersassociation.org right now and click on membership, and then you'll scroll down through a couple of menus, and you'll end up eventually at the candidates page, and you can vote for 2 candidates. You only get to vote once, so you might want to wait at least until the end of today's show after you've heard all of the interviews, and that way you can make an educated vote. You've got 2 votes. One for me and one for another candidate. Just so you know how the rules work. It's all written out there on the AHA page. I'm pretty sure it says, number 1, you vote for Justin. Number 2, you could vote for another person.
It's already checked when you get there?
As well. I'm pretty sure it's there. But first, let's go to Matt. Matt, are you with us?
I am here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How you doing, buddy?
I am doing very well today.
Thanks for being on the program.
I really appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. We do want to cover all of the AHA candidates. We spoke to 3 last week. You can download last week's show and listen to those. And we're speaking to 3 today, and then myself. And Matt Johnson is the first for today. Matt, tell us a little bit about yourself. Where are you from?
I live in Nevada, Reno, Nevada. I've lived here most of my life, besides a few journeys across the country for very short periods. Okay. And been homebrewing since about 1996.
You've been brewing a while.
Are you in Reno on purpose?
Right.
Live in Reno on purpose?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. You know what? It's what we love about Reno is that people think it's a real shithole, and we know that it's actually a fantastic place to live.
And it keeps us idiots out that way.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now I'm gonna say this to the voters of America. I'm a desert kid. Matt is a desert kid. I don't come from Reno. I came from the desert, though. You put 2 desert kids on one panel?
Yeah.
That's effectiveness right there. We know how we are resourceful people in the desert.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that.
We're going to eat each other.
We will get things done.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we have to, we'll eat each other.
Didn't know that about you. Really?
All right, Matt. So why would you like to be on the governing committee?
Well, I was up drinking heavily one night, and I came across this announcement on the website. Not really. I've never voted for the committee, and I'm ashamed to admit that.
Okay.
But it struck me when I saw the announcement that I may have some things that I can bring to the table. There's been I think some negative press out there about the AHA recently. I come from a professional nonprofit background, and I feel like there's a lot I can offer to the committee.
Okay. I will tell you, I would agree with you that that's a great background to come from. The AHA, being a nonprofit organization, exists to serve its members and to provide a service. The governing committee exists to advise them on what the members might like to see more of or done better, and the decision-making process. So that you come from a nonprofit background, I think might really help out on the committee.
Yeah. And of course, I'm passionate about homebrewing and slightly obsessed with homebrew. But I think, I could bring maybe a sort of an outside perspective on things and really help look inward into what kind of changes need to be made to continue to grow and support the members.
Okay. And have you been involved in your local homebrew community?
Yeah, that's a great question. In fact, just these past 2 years, I've been heavily involved in a number of ways. The first is that we started our own fairly informal homebrew club here in Reno. There's a couple of others, but we now have a small functioning club. We also are sponsoring the first ever BJCP, the Beer Judge Certification Program, test in the Reno area in, I think, at least 7 years. So we're getting a lot of people excited about homebrew, a lot of people tasting homebrew. And then I've also been engaged with the nonprofit community. I found that I was able to merge my passion for homebrewing and helping raise money. And so what I do now is I donate a lot of custom brewed kegs to like silent auctions. So people will bid on my prize, and then they'll come over and we'll taste some beer, and then I'll brew them a custom-made beer. So, yeah, heavily involved.
Okay, perfect. You need a little bit of that on the committee. I think that a lot of the people that are on there now, and really it's a very effective, a great knowledge base that's on the committee now. They bring forth their homebrew clubs, the things that they desire. You have to be a part of the community, I think, in order to speak for the membership at large at the AHA. So you kind of need that.
Great, yeah.
Do you realize that if you're elected as a first-year member, you have to bring us all homebrew at the meetings and back rubs for a few of us?
Whoa!
Yeah.
As long as I don't have to wear a skimpy outfit, I'm cool with that.
No, that would be disgusting and degrading.
You don't have to, but there's something to be said for someone who tries to impress everyone.
Right.
The first-year guys had to.
Now you can read Matt's profile over on homebrewersassociation.org. We all had to write why we want to run in the committee. So if you want to go over there and give that a read and give yourself an educated decision, is there anything else that you'd like to say to the membership?
I have to share one extremely amazing moment in my life that occurred just yesterday. Since I started homebrewing, my goal has been to make a beer that my wife will actually drink because she hates beer.
Ah.
And secondly, to get her to brew beer with me. Yesterday, my wife spent 5 hours brewing a beer with me. It was a huge success, and I don't know what more I can accomplish in life that's more significant.
That is pretty impressive.
No, a lot of guys can appreciate that, I'm sure. Yeah.
Interestingly, Matt,
a lot of wives don't.
I'm not going to lie. It's a topic that comes up at our annual meeting every year. How do we reach out better to females and female brewers and females that aren't brewers yet? And how do we accommodate them and get them interested in the hobby or keep them interested in the hobby? So I know that you're sort of joking about that story, but it's very relevant in what the AHA is trying to do to get women into brewing as well.
And you know what's funny? What I found the gateway is that she is going through a study group to become a certified beer judge with us. And now she's completely intrigued by different flavors and tastes and no more. She doesn't give me the bitter beer face look anymore. So we've got a couple of women in that group, and we're excited. They're probably going to ace the test, and the rest of us will fail in the end.
Well, we all know that women are smarter anyway, so there we go.
Right.
Wow.
All right, Matt. Well, you can vote for Matt now over on homebrewersassociation.org. You can read more about him. All worthy candidates, I think, we're speaking to. And do you have a bad desert tattoo, Matt? I got to know. Most of us do,
I do not have a bad desert tattoo. That's one mistake I did not make.
One of many desert mistakes I'm sure you've made.
A few, though. Yeah.
All right, Matt Johnson, ladies and gentlemen, you can vote for him right now. Thanks for being with us. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Take care, you too. There you go. Another candidate. We've got two more that we're going to speak to tonight. And then, of course, JP will be conducting the much-anticipated Crosley interview.
I'm prepared.
As we call it around here.
I'm prepared.
You're prepared now?
The hard-hitting questions.
You've got the hard... I'm bleeding all over the place all of a sudden.
Well, it's that time of the month.
I don't know what happened, but I'm looking down, and all of a sudden there's just blood coming out of me.
Got to find a hole somewhere.
Sure it's not the dead hooker under the table?
It could be. Is there a disease that you just start bleeding?
I think it's alcoholism.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got that.
Leprosy. Your arm's going to fall off.
I'm now. Does leprosy still exist?
Oh, those your
only in Martinez.
You're rubbing out cactus.
The paper towels?
No, while you're bleeding is.
Oh, you think it's my calluses?
Yeah. you're
No, I try to keep my hands soft as a.
Do you want this hand sanitizer?
Soft enough.
Soft enough.
We all don't get Hep C?
I do, but I gotta. Not right now because I'm still bleeding. I don't know what this is about. We'll get to the bottom of this. But first, Bevo, do we have our next candidate?
Yes.
Thank you. Martin Brungard is on the line, another one of our AHA candidates. Martin, are you with us?
Indeed I am.
Thanks.
How are you guys?
We're doing great. Thanks for being on the program.
You're welcome.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where are you from?
Well, I grew up in Florida, and now I'm in Indiana. Although I'm speaking to you from beautiful Illinois right now. I'm at a engineering conference here. But started brewing in 1999.
Okay.
Got introduced to the hobby in 1998 and took off from there. Started out with the North Florida Brewers League in Tallahassee. Shout out for some old friends there.
There we go.
And now in Indianapolis, or Carmel, and with the Foam Blowers of Indiana. Here in Indy, the AHA Club of the Year for Indiana. Oh, actually, I guess that's State Fair.
The State Fair Club of the Year, right.
Yeah, so that was a real good accomplishment for the club. And let's see, I've been an AHA member for over 12 years now, and it's been fun.
Attaboy. Now, I'm glad that you mentioned that you've been a member for 12 years, because I think that AHA membership is important, and I think it gives you a little insight into how the AHA has served you as a member, and maybe what you'd like to see it do more of or do better.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Being an AHA member is a big part of making that happen for all of us. So to the listeners out there, if you're not an AHA member, give it a good thought there, because it does pay off for all of us.
Right.
It's not all about just the art and science of brewing. There's politics, law, insurance, that infrastructure. Just witnessed with the sort of debacle of the getting everybody registered for the conference and for the National Homebrew contest. So, we've got a lot of stuff that we need to make sure is up to snuff and, suitable for our hobby.
Absolutely.
So being an AHA member is important.
And with the growth of the hobby right now, I'll tell you what, more members than ever. The growth rate is incredible. So a lot of problems to solve. On top of those things, Martin, tell us a little bit about why you'd like to be on the governing committee specifically.
Well, I began my stuff saying, promoting the art and science of home brewing is part of what AHA claims, but there's a lot more to it. Justin, as you point out, the AHA has doubled its numbers in the past 4 years. We're at 36,000 plus, I guess it is, and that is a real chore. And one of the things that we need to be looking at is, how do we make our National Homebrew competition and conference really keeping in pace with that growing membership. So getting registration fixed is an important step. Figuring out better ways to fairly get people to the convention and to the competition is an important thing. We have to recognize that National Homebrew Competition is the top homebrew contest in the country, and we need to get our members to get their best beers into the contest. And there's a lot of debate, and I know that the competition committee has been working hard at this because I've been harping on it when I go to the convention for I guess the past 2 or 3 years, and and treating our top judges, getting our top judges to these first round competition sites, getting more support to those judges, and making sure that they're taken care of so that they want to come to these things. Make that trip, show up, judge those beers, give really great feedback to our brewers, and keep that aspect growing. But then, more importantly, the conference. When we're looking at 3,400 or something like that number of people at the convention in Philly this year. It's only going to get bigger. I understand that we're now going to go with a professional conference planner, so that's going to make it a whole lot easier on our local clubs and the various venue sites. But we've got to make sure that the interaction and the camaraderie of our conferences keeps up. That we don't lose that. That will be a real shame if we just become a great big Borg and we lose that home brewing feeling. So that's something that we'll need to look at. But then there's other things that we need to evaluate. We've got the AHA provides a real value to members. We've got Zymergy, we've got the annual conference, we've got clearinghouse for club contacts, national homebrew competition, brewers publication, which I'm sort of helping out with myself now, working with JP on the water book and with Colin. But we still have bad laws out there, so AHA's influence as our voice for these legislative issues is an important issue. And I know that the committee or the governing committee has also been looking at insurance issues. So these are all important things that will continue to be on the forefront, and they still provide all our members real value. So I'm hoping to be part of that.
Well, Martin, for the most part, you sound well versed in the things that are important to the organization right now and things that are happening. Thanks for speaking up about it today.
You're welcome.
You can vote for Martin Brungard. Am I saying the last name right, Martin?
That's good enough for me.
Okay, good. I like it when people aren't picky.
Like whatever.
He's like, it's close.
Yeah, whatever.
You can vote for Martin.
Cast those votes.
By going over to homebrewersassociation.org, keep in mind you get to vote for 2 candidates. You only get to cast 1 vote, though. So do it once for 2 candidates, and you can read more about Martin over on homebrewersassociation.org. All right. I thank you for being with us today, Martin, and I wish you luck.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Take care.
Take care.
There you go. Man's got a lot of information about what the AHA faces.
Yeah, and he knew all the benefits. I like it was pretty good.
Yeah.
People should go to our website, and if they don't get it, they should get to join the AHA.
The
AHA for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. You can click the AHA logo. It's kind of at the bottom right of the Brewing Network homepage there, and it helps you support us. Plus, it gets you a membership, and I think, like Martin was kind of pointing out as well, I'll tell you what, it pays for itself just by getting Zymergy magazine. It's it's like $38 for a 1-year membership, and you get 6 issues of Zymergy just out of that. Plus all the other member benefits that you get. I've been using my I never used to use it because I always forget to put it in my pocket, but I've been using my my discount membership card at pubs. They have a pub discount program. You pull out your AHA membership card at many places, you get like $1 off beer. It depends on each place is different. They get to decide what they'd like to give you as a discount. You use yours, Tasty? Well, you don't Tasty.
Yeah, he actually gets money back.
Tasty gets paid to go in. Yeah. I forget where I used mine the other day, though, but I was like, I put it in my wallet this time.
I don't even have one.
You don't have the card?
No, I'm not a member.
Oh, what?
Yeah. That's a lot of money a year for.
How are you going to vote for me? this year.
The same way I voted last time you ran.
Do you think it's illegal for me to buy your membership so that you can vote for me? Am I crossing the line?
Not at all.
No, I think that's it's a sheltered transaction.
It is.
It looks like you're just buying him a gift.
Maybe our next candidate, Fred Bonjour, will make you the same. Maybe he'll offer to buy you he might up it. He might buy you a 3-year membership.
What if I just steal it?
We do have a lot of cards downstairs.
I'll just take one.
Well, that means I pay for it, though.
Yeah,
I pay
but not
for it one way
intentionally.
or
And I think that can hide the intent.
It's less corrupt that way.
Can you just use it and put it back?
Sure.
Right. Who else needs a member? Bevo, should I get your membership as well so you can go on and vote for me?
Sure.
And, what if I lose by one vote and I discover that it was Bevo? Did you realize what would happen to my ego if I found out that I lost by one vote and Bevo took my generosity and voted for somebody else?
Well, I've never needed an AHA membership before because you've always paid for my way to get into certain homebrewers fests that require it.
Right.
Yeah, so why would I get something that...
And what do I get in return? I've never seen a breast. I have never... You're not even... You're wearing a turtleneck today, for heaven's sake.
I'm here on a Monday. That's what you get for
I see.
that.
Okay. Well, I suppose that's fair. Great.
It's a very attractive turtleneck, you douche.
I think it's a mock turtleneck, right?
No, it's real.
Oh, it is? Mm-hmm. On purpose?
A myrtle neck?
Bought it at Target.
No. 2 weeks ago when I was here last time doing work.
I bought it during last week's show.
Figure you should at least be able to look at it.
All right, we do have one more candidate to get to. We're going to do it after the break, though. But we got a few minutes. Should we do feedback while we're...
as well, there's only 3.
While we're hanging out?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we might as well just get it done. Right, Doc?
I think we'll actually be able to finish...
Is that even a question?
...feedback within the theme song.
I wanted to clarify something.
Uh-oh.
You are going to show him?
No, certainly not.
Oh.
Last week you said that one of your angry feedbacks was because everybody is always like, let's leave, let's go home. I should clarify that I don't ever want to leave the chat room. They are perfectly nice to me. I don't want to be in a room full of you dickheads.
Oh, I see. Well, that's good.
That's why you have your own booth.
Yeah, in fairness to us, you're not in a room
It doesn't... It's not real. I'm still in the room with you.
Can you smell us? Really?
It is. I sat in there once, and it's like your climate is different. It's really like you're in a whole other place.
Yeah, it's isolated.
Climate.
Yeah, it's cold.
Indeed.
All right.
We'll have to get her some blinds.
By the way, I found the goat and your mom video Sam was talking about.
Oh, I forgot he told us about that. What do you search to find that?
Goat
and your mom.
It's the video I emailed you.
Oh, I didn't look at it today.
You really should. It's terrible. It's pretty vulgar.
Is it radio friendly?
Well, internet radio. It's our kind of friendly. Yes,
I guess what I mean is since it's a video, does the humor translate without visuals?
Yeah, because it's the song really that you're laughing at. I mean, the word.
The
maybe
video
we'll save
is
it.
Horrible.
And it's called
for
Goat
the
and Your Mother.
The
Goat
song's called Quack Like a Duck.
Oh. But the hook is Goat and Your Mom?
No,
or what?
the band is called Goat and Your Mom.
Yeah. Which is an acronym, by the way.
I can tell by the look on Doc's face that he's very intrigued right now.
We should save it for the meltdown.
So
it's meltdown worthy.
Yeah, we don't want to do it in the middle of AHA candidate interviews.
No, you certainly do not.
No.
It might even be lunch meat.
But there's a lot of good questions that deserve answers in that song.
Okay, let's do feedback real quick so I can get to a break and come back to Fred Bonjour.
You've got mail.
Feedback's brought to you today by White Labs. Yeah, that's right. White Labs Yeast, a longtime sponsor, friends of the Brewing Network, been very good to us over the years. You can go to whitelabs.com and check it out. Go to their tasting room if you're ever in San Diego. It's open to the public, and you can try different beers. Basically, they make one wort, and then they ferment it with several different yeast strains so that you can check out how yeast affects the same beer. It's a really cool place and a nice place to hang out. And since I don't work for them, I'm allowed to say one of their bartenders has really big knockers that she puts out every now and then.
Oh.
Like not all the way out, but like cleavagey out.
Oh, that's good news.
And she's kind of like a pinup girl look. Like she does that whole pinup girl thing.
That's my favorite thing.
You know, like with the bangs and the thing.
Yes.
And anyway, that's just another reason to go to White Labs. Now, that's not endorsed by... That recommendation was a personal recommendation, not endorsed by White Labs or their affiliates.
So can you call ahead?
Or
her nice rack.
Yeah, not endorsed by her nice rack. Okay. Feedback. Let's see. Josh from Omaha, Nebraska writes in, I just wanted to say I love the show. I discovered the Brewing Network back in May after I returned from a deployment in Afghanistan. Actually, first heard about the Brewing Network when Justin was interviewed by Brad Smith on the Beer Smith podcast. I knew I did that podcast for a reason. Anyways, just wanted to say thank you for all the great information and laughs. I've not only signed up as a PFC in the BN Army, but purchased a Blu-ray player through the Amazon link on your homepage. There we go. Nice. Yeah, don't forget to shop through Amazon.
Thanks for the $2.
Yeah, looking forward to great brewing info and general ass hattery. That's Josh from Omaha. You know, I like it when military listeners sign up and don't mind giving the rank that they signed up for. And you know why? Because it takes away the pretentiousness of some other people who are like, really? You guys are going to use military? Were you ever in the military?
You don't know how that's disgraceful. It's disgraceful. It's discrediting our men.
And I'm not trying to discredit any men or women. I'm not trying to discredit the armed forces. I didn't name the BN Army. Our listeners named the BN Army. But anyhow, to me, it's a little bit of street cred when a military dude is like, hey, I'm PFC in your army, too.
It's like your black card.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Right.
Rabble.
Just so we're clear, you still don't have a black card.
Terrence gave me like 3. I keep losing them.
Terrence cannot authorize those.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
He lives in Pinole, though.
Exactly.
Oh, that's true.
Right. All right. Sent from WOPR writes in
Cincinnati.
Yeah, what is that acronym?
No, Whooper.
I don't know. I could go on about the nerds that complain about stuff on the internet, but like in my line of work, fuck them. I'm a chef. The company is called the Brewing Network, not the Home Brewing Network. I brew all the time and get great info from the shows. I've been listening a long time. I'm now a sergeant in the BN Army. Thank you for all the hard work you put in to keeping us happy. Matt from WOPR.
WOPR is a fictionary military supercomputer featured in the movie War Games.
Oh, thank you, Moskowitz. Off the top of his head?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That must be in reference to the complaints we've been getting recently. I have read through the forum a little bit more, and
why?
I don't know. Some people were still displeased. In fact, one person even thought that I was dismissive of the complaints. And you know what I say to that?
You can suck a dick.
Who gives a shit? Yeah.
I like if he goes, like in my line of work, fuck him. I'm a chef.
Yeah, right?
What does that mean?
I don't know. I thought I was in porn.
Chefs just fuck people.
Anyhow, thank you for the good words. Okay, fine. Dave writes in, Brewcasters, I must admit that when I started listening to your show last year, I echoed some of the sentiments from the forum. Taking time off, not talking about beer. By the way, can we clarify one more time that we don't take time off?
No, we don't.
You know, one person even recommended that we don't call our off week an off week. Like we've had an off week since what, 2008 or something.
Yeah.
And all I could think was, see, so I should treat you like you're stupid. That's what you'd rather me do.
Exactly.
I should call it our busy week because that's when we get work done around here.
Catch up.
And then you'll feel better about it because you're stupid.
Right.
You want me to treat you like you're stupid.
It's all marketing. They want to be marketed to.
Yeah, just like the commercials when you watch. I like me some television. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
I like it. But I think, the breaks, every one of them, I go nuts. I turn into a ball of anger because they treat me like I'm stupid. Every ad.
You know, the one that gets me the most is in my craw recently, homemade. Come to fucking Fresh and Easy where we have our homemade soup. Really? You made it at home?
Right.
It's homemade?
Exactly.
For my idiot?
You're treated like you're stupid.
Yeah. Unlimited homemade breadsticks. Yeah, from your fucking kitchen in Seattle, you idiot. It's not homemade at all. Unless you have a homeless guy living there.
Homeless maid.
But he's not homeless.
There's a little house behind the store.
So that's my point. So I'm supposed to change the name of the off week so that people feel better about it, so it's not really an off week.
Well, let's see what his suggestion was first.
He didn't offer any.
Of course not.
Did he, Scott? Did he offer any suggestions? I forget. You on the forum, you had responded to that one. He was like, you were like, really? We'll call it something else now?
Oh, no, I think I just said...
What did he offer?
He said we shouldn't call it. You shouldn't say you do. You take 1 week off a month. And I said, all right, fine. Well, we do 3 shows a month. Then how about that? If you don't want to say we take 1 off week a month, we do 3 shows a month.
We're 3 on every month.
Yeah.
He didn't have any suggestions.
We cram in 3 shows every month.
They know what they don't want. They're not so full of things they do want, but they know what they don't like.
Right. All right.
You can suck
and now we know what Justin doesn't like.
Anyway, let me finish his email, I guess.
Sounds like a Democrat.
He was saying that when he started listening, he echoed some of the sentiments. However, when I started listening to the archives, because the show's badass, I feel as if I could get it now. Or as if I get it now. I started at the beginning, back when Justin pretended to be nice.
I remember that.
He says, you let Doc talk.
I don't.
And Mike McDowell was spoken of as a legend. Now I just talk about Tasty when I'm worried about him dying. I guess I did used to be nice.
My star went out, yeah.
And I realize that you guys have covered everything there is to cover about beer. If you didn't change things up and become more entertaining, the show would have fizzled long ago. Keeping the show upbeat and entertaining, you're keeping it alive for when new beer methods pop up. Sorry for blowing you, but keep up the good work. Best show ever, Dave. P.S. Bevo could be nicer.
I've never been apologized to.
No, I actually can't.
Yeah, I can vouch for that, Dave. Bevo actually is incapable of being nicer.
I really cannot.
If you'll remember back when she started, she was just as bitchy as she is today.
Yep.
She actually can be a little nice when she gets a little buzz going.
Margaritas.
Yeah.
Which we have
She's
downstairs.
Sweet.
A listener sent her. Yeah, we'll do that segment one day.
You need to.
Yeah.
Along with a whiskey.
So come on, you can't be at the top of your nice game.
Right.
You can do better.
Well, Dave was right on
Anybody
most
can
of that
pretend to be nice.
Her slogan is, what would Jesus bitch about?
Right.
Yeah.
It's usually what it is.
I don't need to fake it.
There's no future in your fronting, dude.
All right, I got to get us to a break so we can get to Fred. But I did want to say that Dave was mostly right there. I don't think we've covered everything beer. There's always more to cover.
Some barley wine.
But I'm glad that you appreciate, yes, we've had to change things a little. We've had to stretch it out a little. We've had to branch out. We've had to cover more pro stuff. We've had to dick around a little bit, too, to keep the longevity of the show. I mean, besides, how am I going to afford my private jet, which is on order right now, if I didn't keep the show going all these years?
I keep trying to tell you it's a turboprop. It's not a jet.
I forget.
So are you going to strap wings to that bus?
Yeah, I'm putting wings on it. That's the jet. It's the VN jet.
We won't lift off, but that's wings.
It looks cool.
That would be so Brewing Network, just to pull up at an event. We have these paper mache wings strapped to my 79 bus. Nobody would even, they'd go, oh yeah, those are the Brewing Network guys.
Yeah, they're here.
We are that trashy, I think.
Yeah. I think for suiting up for B&A 8, we should be wearing cutoff jeans and flip-flops and
a suit and tie, and then a jacket and tie. On top of the cutoff jeans and flip-flops?
Why don't we just go shirt cocking?
Yeah.
We could shirt cock. Would you shirt cock?
I would buy a strap on from AdamandEve.com.
What is shirt cock?
Shirt cocking
I'll show you later.
is when you...
Please don't.
It's kind of like a mullet in the sense that there's business in the front, party in the back. Well, with shirt cocking, you wear a full-on shirt and tie up top.
You can wear tails, everything.
Tails, hat, top hat, but no pants or underwear. You're completely bottomless. So you got half of it right.
This is for
our party.
When do you want to?
Our Brewing Network anniversary
that
party.
Sounds cool.
See, you're into it. Bevo's into it too. We can see her wiener.
She can click cock. Can be great.
It's going to be bigger than all of yours.
What are you going to call?
I wouldn't be surprised. It's a different word that we have.
Sorry.
There's a name. There's a name for it, but I
don't want to mix.
We're doing the AHA candidates today in this part of the program. I don't need to go that far.
All right.
At the end of the show, I will tell you what the female version of.
Perfect.
I should have said shirt wienering all this time.
You should have.
I suppose.
Now it's too late. Now let's just say the 7 dirty words over and over and over again.
Right. All right. Let's take a quick break. It's only a couple minutes long. When we come back, we'll talk to Fred Bonjour, the almost last AHA GC candidate. I will be the last. Hang in there. It's The Session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zanishev, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zanishev. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines, so I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 9 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew Free or Die IPA throughout California and Alaska.
And now it's also available on draft at select accounts in the Bay Area.
So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in a can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack can.
A vial of White Labs yeast is the key to your best beer. When you open a vial of White Labs yeast, you're giving your beer its best chance for a perfect fermentation. In addition to their already incredible variety of yeasts, White Labs is proud to announce WLP 90, San Diego's super yeast, now available year-round. WLP 90 is super clean, super fast fermenting, with low esters and has a neutral flavor and aroma profile. It's alcohol tolerant and highly flocculent. For more of the latest White Labs news, click over to whitelabs.com, where you can read reviews of yeast, learn in the lab section, and join the customer club. And if you should find yourself in San Diego, White Labs has a brand new training facility for craft brewers and home brewers alike. Whitelabs.com. Discover yeast, nutrients, enzymes, and more for commercial breweries, home brewers, and homebrew stores. White Labs. It's all in the vial. For nearly 15 years, homebrewers have been served by one place in Michigan where you can buy yourself a serial killer grain mill. Adventures in Homebrewing. Did you try all those great Michigan beers at the National Homebrewers Conference in San Diego or Seattle? Adventures in Homebrewing delivered. Did you see a great false bottom in your buddy's cooler or brew kettle? Adventures in Homebrewing delivered that. And did you see that great custom-built brew stand? Yep, Adventures in Homebrewing delivered. Since 1999, Adventures in Homebrewing in Taylor, Michigan, Ann Arbor, Michigan, and online at homebrewing.org has been serving homebrewers across the globe. Check out their innovative 2.5-gallon keg with metal handles, great homebrew kits, and the fully adjustable Serial Killer Grain Mill. Visit them in Philly for the 2013 National Homebrewers Conference. Not going to make it? Check out all the fun of Adventures in Homebrewing at homebrewing.org. For a limited time, coupon code BNetwork will slam 10% off your order. Bam! Adventures in Homebrewing. Join the adventure at the Great Lakes Home for Homebrewing Supplies. Online at homebrewing.org. And don't forget coupon code BNetwork for a limited time. Join the adventure today.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
The session.
Brewing up our next batch of Radio Gold.
Right now.
Welcome back. Thanks for hanging out with us. It's The Session. I'm your host, Justin Crosley. I haven't done that in a while. Do you think anyone ever forgets who we are? You're supposed to, in radio, you're supposed to remind people of who you are.
Yeah, you got to reset.
I don't think we've said our name. The only name we ever say on here is Tasty.
How are they going to know who they're listening to then?
Right.
They think it's the Tasty Show.
I have to remember to do that.
Clearly, our last guest forgot names. He thought I was John Palmer.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
You're not writing a water book.
No.
You can't even read.
I can't even read. I can't even... What? Yeah, shit.
I'm trying to help. Am I being helpful?
You are doing it.
Do you even know what water is?
Beav, are we good to go on my next caller?
No answer.
Oh.
She doesn't want to answer you. You just have to guess whether or not we're ready to go.
Should I leave a voicemail?
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe the time difference does it sound like Fred's message?
It's an automated one. Just like you've reached blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
blah.
leave a message and then, Scott, see what you can do.
Yeah. Well, you're calling Blobber, that's why.
Maybe it's the time. Maybe the time change has messed him up.
Or dial the right number.
I have a time change story about how nutty my shrink is. I think it's weird that I have a nutty shrink. But
takes one to know. Never mind.
He's just, exactly. He's just real old, I think. He's real.
He's getting a little absent-minded.
And anytime we change our schedule, he screws it up every time. Anyhow, but he screwed it up sort of backwards. He does house calls. He comes to my house now.
Oh.
That's good.
And because we have to do this in getting out my anger and different things, there's a lot of yelling that goes on. I have to yell about stuff.
Oh, he's one of those guys.
And so he doesn't want
Let
me.
it out.
So he doesn't want me at his offices. So he comes to my house.
So at least he's not driving around the car with you or something.
Yeah, right. He comes to the house. I don't know what my neighbors think. Every Wednesday, this old dude shows up and there's a bunch of yelling.
He must hate that guy.
So,
you were never there for me.
Right. So anyhow, he shows up an hour early for my appointment on Wednesday, and I'm not home. I'm working, and Kate's home, and she's never met him. He's my shrink. She doesn't know me. She opens the door, and she just and he stares at her. He's just standing there staring at her.
Like she's expecting him.
And she's like, "Hi," and he's like, "Oh, I'm here for Justin," and she's like, "Oh, yeah, that's in like an hour." And he goes, and he blames on the time change. But isn't that backwards? Like, wouldn't he have shown up an hour late if it was the time change?
Yeah.
So he showed up 2 hours.
Well, maybe he doesn't know what way to go with the change.
Do you think I'm wasting my money?
No,
money?
it's free.
Oh.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
So he doesn't give a shit.
They usually
what time
don't
he
make
shows up.
house calls.
Right.
Have you checked his credentials?
Yeah, I don't even know if he's board certified.
Are you legit?
Yeah, he could just be the guy. He's some like Martian. Some homeless dude.
Following you home on the bus.
Yeah, I'll do it for free. I was working for free earlier anyway. I don't know. But I just thought it made me worry. It made me think, God, I feel like I'm getting better, but do you think I need a new shrink if he can't even figure out the time change?
No, I think if you have gotten a lot better. And if you think that you're getting better, then that means you're doing better than anybody else thinks you're doing. So it must be working.
Great. So I just keep letting him be old and senile?
I would.
Okay.
He's probably testing maybe he's pushing the envelope. He's testing your anger boundaries.
Oh, I see.
Maybe.
Like I was going to flip out because he showed up an hour early?
And you're like, you are not ready yet.
It is possible, actually. I don't like it when people aren't on their schedule.
Yeah.
And they show up early. I'm like, hey, I was just about to jerk off. And now I got you here. Now I got to talk about my mother? This isn't right.
Yeah. So just hang on. Just go in there real quick. I'll be right,
I'll be finished.
I got a few things to finish up.
Get rid of the sexual energy.
You just wait in the car.
All right, we have Fred on line 1.
Oh, what a great transition this is going to be.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of rubbing one out.
Bonjour,
right.
Fred.
Fred Bonjour. He's on the AHA governing committee with me right now. Along with my term, his term is up. We're both running for re-election. Fred, thanks for being with us.
No problem. Glad to be here.
So we did this interview with Fred 3 years ago. You may remember. Of course, many of you voted for him. That's how he ended up on the governing committee. He's been there with me for a few years. And before I let you say anything, Fred, I'm going to go ahead and say that I think Fred's done wonderful on the committee. In my meetings with him, I don't have a lot of input on the other candidates because I haven't worked with them, but I think it's fair for me to say what I've seen from Fred. And his contributions have been very valuable. I think that Fred asks good questions. Often, I don't know, he's not trying to be challenging, but he's thinking outside the box. A little bit of devil's advocate. I think he asks great questions. I think he has a good technical understanding of how not only the AHA works, but also how websites work and when problems come up with the ticketing and things like that. I think Fred's asking the right questions. And on top of all that, the man's just a nice dude. So that's just my personal experience with Fred on the governing committee. And Fred, why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself for those that don't know you. Where are you from?
I'm from Troy, Michigan, and, good friends with Crispy, who also happens to be on the governing committee, and absolutely have loved the last 3 years with it, working with, trying to keep everything on the straight and normal, and as I think most of your listeners know, we haven't always hit it dead on.
Right. Yeah, we've screwed up a little every now and then. It happens.
It happens. I mean, with the growth we've experienced, and we're working, I think we're more in tune with it now than we have been, and just going forward. Gary, told us something that I thought was rather astonishing, and I know we got people already thinking about it real hard, and that is, do you think any of your listeners have had any trouble at all getting registered for the competition this year?
Yeah, it's probably fair to say a few of them have.
Okay. I mean, he let us know that, that we didn't have a problem with volume. We had a problem with the software there. But from a volume point of view, we would have completely filled out the entire competition in 30 minutes.
Yeah, he did mention that, and I thought it was an excellent point, especially for those that were upset about how the software failed because they thought, well, great, now I missed my entry window because the software failed. But in fact, Gary, just like Fred's saying, he said, look, if everything had run perfectly with the volume, we still would have hit our mark in 30 minutes. Can you believe that? That's a lot of people entering the competition.
Phenomenal.
Yeah. So growth is a problem, isn't it, Fred?
It's a big problem. It's probably the biggest problem we face.
It's probably also the best problem we could have because
I wouldn't trade it for the other problem.
Right. So you've seen, and Fred, this actually, even in our first year, was already an issue, and it wasn't so much in that first year the capacity of the conference, although we were able to see that problem coming, but it was already a competition problem in our first year, wasn't it?
It was a competition problem, and I saw where the number was growing to be where it is today, and people go, "Oh, really?" And
yeah,
but that's fine. We work through those, and as long as you look and you be aware. I figured out that if we had back to get to where we were when we first came in, we would have needed like 22 first-round sites, by my estimation.
Yeah.
And that many are just not available.
And Fred, is the problem the available sites or the available judges for sites?
It's more the judges for sites.
Got it.
And towards that end, the BJCP is expanding the number of judges, but not at the rate we're expanding.
Right. They could put a bunch of yokels like me on the judging panel, but that isn't going to help anybody, is it?
Well, putting you on the panel might, but
but we need real
a lot of
BJCP.
other yokels that it wouldn't have. We'd have put you on the panel when you first started. That might have been an issue.
Right. But really what I mean is we really do need more BJCP certified, qualified judges.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'll put this challenge out to your listeners. If anyone would like to start a BJCP class, get a hold of me. Because I've got a format that I think works pretty good at creating, pretty decent judges.
And, Fred's the guy, we talked about this when he ran the first time. He did a better listing of the Jamil shows than the Brewing Network has. He listed them by style on his own site so that people studying for the BJCP could more accurately find the right show for what they were looking for.
Unbelievable that someone else could do something better than we did.
To do what we do better. It's basically what Fred did. Is that resource still available, Fred?
That resource is still available, off of my website.
Yep.
Which is beerdujour.com.
There you go.
And you guys have caught me with it down before, but that's down because I serve it rather low tech. And please don't tell my carrier, but I serve it out of my home.
Ah, okay. So high traffic might, maybe after this phone call, you might get a lot of traffic.
I might get a little surge, but that's okay.
But I bring it up because you do have a history of helping people with the BJCP test, and that's just an example of it. So
that's just an example. If, as far as I'm concerned, if anybody has any issue with home brewing at any level, get hold of me. I will at least steer you to the right resource.
Okay. Now, at least one candidate has said that the AHA GC committee needs some fresh blood, Fred. What do you think about that? Why do you want to run again? Do you think that we're doing a disservice, you and I, running again and not just giving it up for some fresh blood in there?
Well, fresh blood is always interesting to get, and you want to get a certain amount in it. But I think both you and I bring, some very unique aspects to the committee that, is hard to get otherwise. We certainly listen to these other people in what they're saying, and everybody has, I imagine most people have seen the list of complaints that have been published up on the forum and, on Facebook, on the AHA page. Every one of those is considered seriously. Every one, no matter how ridiculous it sounds, It is considered seriously.
Well, that's true. Absolutely.
And we look at them, we need to analyze them before we can commit to a solution. The example is National Homebrew, competition registration this year. What was the problem? Admittedly, without question, we knew we had a problem. Our early indication that, we kind of let sit a little bit was that it was not a volume problem and it was a registration problem. We just let it sit and said, we're looking into it. We want to know what it is before we really, can respond. And now that we have a good understanding of what it is, that will be heavily looked at. The whole registration mechanism for next year is going to be heavily looked at. And you'll probably see something completely new. Don't have any idea what it'll be yet.
Right.
But the real question is, how can we be fair to our 32,000, 34,000 members now?
Yeah, somewhere up there.
Yeah, how many of those, want to enter in the competition? How can we give them all a fair shot at it? What does the competition need to be? And towards that end, to your membership, what do they want it to be? Because when you're on the committee, it isn't what I want. It isn't, it isn't what you want. It's what our constituents want. What do our members want?
Right.
And our job is to, make that happen as much as is reasonable. But change is always slow. We got to look and know why we're stepping where we're going. Kind of like brewing. It's okay to break the rules, but know why you're breaking them.
Right.
Because it's fun.
Yeah, it's fun, but let's not just say, okay, gee, let's make sure that all the judges have first, caveat into the competition. Why? Because they help us out. No, we're not doing that.
Right.
We're looking at what's fair to all members, and I don't know what it'll be. Giving priority to judges because someone offered that up as a suggestion is one of the things that is now on the table and we will look at.
There's a lot of things on the table. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can you ever be fair to all members, though? Like, isn't someone always going to be disgruntled?
It's true. We can't. Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, I was going to say, I agree. You can't. Someone's always going to disagree, with how come, it's this way. Why couldn't I do it?
Right.
But I can honestly say that one thing that was heard real loud and clear this year is that we had a lot of members that were working when we opened the competition and they did not even have a chance to enter.
Right.
And that is something that we are absolutely seriously looking at. What is the solution? Don't know yet.
But we're looking at several options.
We're looking at multiple options as to how we can best and fairly cover that.
This is one of the things I do like about Fred, because I think he's right. You can't just jump to an easy fix, because when you do, you create a whole host of other problems. And kind of like you're pointing out, Scott, you do one fix, you piss off a whole bunch of people in the other sector. And so there is really a great deal of information coming in. And by the way, the governing committee is not necessarily creating that information. Gary has a lot of experts and technical, not just Gary, the whole association, people looking at both the software problem, the numbers problem, the membership problem, and then they present some of that information to us, all of that information to us. And then we take suggestions that are on the forum, we take emails that have been written in from members, and our own suggestions as well, because some people have some expertise in these areas. And throw it all out on the table, and I think it appears sometimes that it works kind of slow to the membership, but I think the reason is because we're throwing so many things on the table to try to find the best one, solve the problem in the best way, piss off the least amount of people. I might be, that's not the AHA stand on it, that's my paraphrasing of it, solve the most problems with pissing off the least amount of people,
That's pretty fairly stated, really.
Yeah. But there's a lot to it. And I think Fred's a qualified candidate to stay in there and keep going for it. Is there anything else, Fred, that you'd like to say to the membership to get their vote?
I'd like to say that you are an excellent candidate as well. I feel that you have brought far more than I ever thought you would have initially.
Story of my life.
Believe me,
Thank you.
You have proven to be a far more valuable resource.
I'm surprised too.
Than I thought you would have been.
I appreciate your candor.
Yes.
And I can't say I voted for you.
Right, that's fine, Fred.
You're so honest, Fred.
Right.
Even though he has 2 votes?
I can't remember if I voted for Fred or
There's
not.
2 votes. I'll tell you, I voted for me with one of them.
Right.
Just in case.
Yeah.
So, Justin, not only did he not vote for you, he's shocked that you're competent.
Right.
That's a
I didn't
left-hander.
say I didn't vote for him. I said I can't say I did.
Right. That's true. That's true. Well, thank you, Fred. I appreciate that. I'm telling you, believe me, it's the story of my entire life. Oh, he's not a total moron. It's my whole life. Anyway, well, thank you, Fred. You can vote for Fred Bonjour right now.
You can vote for Justin right now.
That's true. You go to homebrewsassociation.org. Both of our profiles on there. As we've said the whole time, you get 2 votes. Do it at once. You only get 1 ballot, but you get 2 votes. And Fred is a highly qualified GC candidate. He's very active. He's very responsive. And I can't say he's got my vote, but he's probably got my vote, So, all right, Fred, thanks very much. And listen, if nothing else, whatever happens, I thank you for your time on the GC already. I really do think you've done a good job the past 3 years.
Well, I will definitely see you in Philly.
Okay.
Because I will, without question, be there. And I trust I will also see you in Grand Rapids.
Yes, you will. We'll see you at both,
Great.
Fred. All right, thanks very much.
Okay, later.
There you go. Fred Bonjour, ladies and gentlemen. And, he's a good dude.
Yeah.
I like Fred. And he knows what he's talking about. Here's what we'll do. I got to get to our guest right now. So at the end of the program...
That's bullshit.
I'm going to have had about 5 more of these Drake's 1,500 pale ales in me. I'm sure of it. And then we'll do my candidate interview.
All right.
Well, yeah.
I'm ready right now, though.
Yeah, well, I've got, I think Brett's waiting. Have you communicated with Brett that we're just a couple minutes later? Does he even know?
No, I'm sure he's listening.
Okay. All right, let me ring him up now. We'll get Brett on. I got him waiting. We got to get to it, start talking barley wine. And then at the end of the program, when I'm all slurry, we'll do my interview.
All right.
How many hard-hitting questions do you have for me?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 hard hitters.
Yeah. I can think of another one. If we have more time, I wanted to keep it short and concise like you've done a good job doing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the last 6 interviews. Okay, great. All right. In the meantime, it's time to start talking barley wine. We should have Brett Thomas. He's from Silver Moon Brewing out of Bend, Oregon. Brett, are you with us?
I am. Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for being with us today, man.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
So we're talking barley wine today with Brett, but of course we want to learn a little bit about the Silver Moon Brewing Company and about your brewing history. Listeners, 888-401-BEER if you want to ask questions. Also, Bevo is in the chat room. Just hit the Chat Now button on the homepage, and you can ask questions that way. This is a topic that we haven't really covered before, Brett, so we're happy to have you help us do it.
Thank you.
So tell us a little bit about yourself. How long have you been brewing?
I've been brewing professionally for just over 3.5 years now. Started at Silver Moon, and I'm still there currently.
It's your first professional brewing gig?
Correct.
And were you a home brewer before that?
I was a very dedicated home brewer before that.
How long have you been home brewing?
First batch was in 1997.
How old were you then? 13? 14?
I was about 23, actually.
Okay. What got you into home brewing?
I had a great love of craft beer and had an adventurous roommate at the time who decided to bring home a homebrew kit and decided we were going to make beer and kind of just went on from there.
Where were you living then?
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh, nice. Is that where you're from originally?
Yeah, that's born in New Jersey but raised in Las Vegas.
That's the same thing.
The craft beer scene was not so big in Las Vegas, so brewing your own was definitely the best way to go.
Yeah, it's not so big there now, never mind in 1997.
For sure.
What could you get in 1997, craft beer-wise?
Oh, there was, a steady stream of Sierra Nevada, Anchor, Stone, Rogue. Those are your big players at the time.
Okay. Oh, that's cool that you could still get Stone and Rogue.
Yeah, but it's hard to beat $1 Heinekens. I'm sorry.
Or free if you're just sitting at that blackjack table.
Right, you know.
I do the Sam Adams at the blackjack table.
Yeah.
Or Sierra. Now, oftentimes, you can get Sierra in the casinos for your freebies. And
yeah, I'm told the scene's improving down there.
Yeah. So, when did you get out of there?
Moved up to Oregon here in 2005, 2006.
Right to Bend?
Yes, correct.
So you went to giant, small city in the middle of the desert to peaceful, small city in Oregon, in the middle of Oregon.
Exactly as planned.
Right. Bend is, if you've never been to Bend, it's really a nice place. And it is a small town. Do I have that right, Brett?
Yeah, we're at right about 75,000 people right now. We had a few bodies return to California.
Right. But brewery per capita there is pretty decent because you got Deschutes. Is that a Bend? You got Bend Brewing. You got Silver Moon. Boneyard is there now. That's true. What else is there, Brett? Is there a bunch more?
Oh, there's quite a bunch more. There's Worthy Brewing and Good Life Brewing and Cascade Lakes and breweries just all around the place. Crux just opened up recently, so there's a plethora of choices here for us.
It's like a hippie hiker's beer heaven is what Bend is. Because you can go out, you can do the whole nature thing. It's like 5 minutes away.
Well, I mean, did you hear the other names of the breweries?
Yeah, the Good Life. Yeah, right.
Patchouli is great.
Right, Patchouli Brewing Company.
Yeah, Hike All Day Brewing Company.
I'm looking at your photo on Skype here too, Brett, and you got the whole hippie Bend, Oregon look going.
Yeah, I've still have my winter growth going. Still a little cool here.
Right. So you're a home brewer back in Las Vegas. You start back then, and you move to Bend. There's kind of a long period of time in there. Did you go to brewing school?
Yeah, well, kind of the way it played out for me was when the economy really took a big downturn, I found myself unemployed in my profession at the time, which was purchasing and business management.
Okay.
Just happened to be at the right place at the right time when one of the small local breweries here lost their number 2 brewer and managed to get in there based on my quality of my homebrewed beer.
That was your resume? You just brought them beer?
Well, they were both the guys that opened Silver Moon had run the homebrew shop here in town prior to, so they were pretty familiar with my skill set at that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's still something to be said for that. We talk on the show quite a bit about going to brewing school and getting some professional experience, but as explosive as craft beer is, there is really still that opportunity to keep showing up at your local homebrew shop, get involved there, bring your beer around, go to the club meeting, and one of those guys, somewhere in your circle, is going to open a brew pub or knows somebody who's opening a brewery.
Yeah, it is one of those fields that's kind of easy to get into. I don't want to say easy, but if you want to be a director
or in some other field, you have to go to school. You have to do certain things. But
cocaine,
brewing, and dudes. In brewing, the path.
The access is easier.
That's right.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that as much as we talk about experience, the old-fashioned route that you did, I think, is still available to a lot of people.
Yeah, it's accessible, especially if you're at the right place at the right time. And I did manage to go and get myself a brewing education.
Oh, you did?
I was fortunate enough to receive a Falconer scholarship from the Glenn Falconer Foundation here in the Northwest.
Explain that to our... I know what that is, but explain that to our listeners. So I think it's a great foundation, and they give away a scholarship every year, I think. But tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, for sure. The Glenn Falconer Foundation is named after Glenn Falconer. He was a brewer over in Eugene at the now-defunct Wild Duck Brewing Company. He was a former home brewer, very close to the homebrew club over there in Eugene, and met a untimely death, unfortunately. But his friends and family started a foundation in his name and wanted to use those foundation funds to educate brewers and help them, pay for education that they would never be able to achieve on their own.
Okay. So how do you win it? How did you win it, and what are the criteria that they look at?
Pretty complicated process, actually. There's essay writing and more essay writing.
I'm out.
And just...
you learn how to write first.
Yeah.
And there has to be a few letters written about you, from some people within the industry and...
Way out.
I was surprised that Justin wasn't a complete idiot. That's the letters I get.
Your mileage may vary.
Right. Okay. Go on.
Yeah, and that's pretty much how it took place. I was fortunate enough to be working with some guys at the community college and teaching some homebrewing classes over there. So had some good people over there to write some reference letters for me, and the head brewer that I was working for at the time also wrote a pretty generous letter for me, and I just followed Glenn Falconer's work a little bit too, and we'd actually reproduced a few of his beers, and stuff like that really helped to get that process going for me.
Okay, so they give you a scholarship, and what does that entail? What does it cover, and where do you get to go?
Well, they give away a couple of different scholarships each year now. There's a couple of them for Siebel and also a couple for American Brewers Guild. I received one for American Brewers Guild. Had a wonderful experience there, and great people and a great education.
See, what an industry. What a fantastic way. The guy is a home brewer. He comes up in the world. He makes a couple home brewing connections. He gets a grant to go to brewing school. His whole life is changed. It sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but I'm not. His whole life is changed by the brewing industry. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it is.
That guy went from having to do business management and purchasing,
and no one wants to do that. Let's be honest.
To now he's a brewer at Silver Moon. Do you ever? I mean, I would be pinching myself, Brett.
Once a day at least.
Right. That's pretty nice.
Except yesterday because I was wearing green.
Are you married with kids, Brett?
Nope. Just have a very wonderful, caring girlfriend in my life and a couple of good dogs.
Okay. So he can afford to be a brewer is what I'm getting at.
Right. Yeah.
By the way, I keep waiting for when I ask a brewer that question. They're like, well, my partner, Fred, is, I keep waiting.
He's
to
a
get
rock.
Like, why do we all have to be... Then I'll feel like the jerk. Like, oh, sorry, everyone has to be husband and wife.
They do. It's okay to be gay on the inside.
Right. Anyway.
Pretty quick there.
All right. So, you go... Were you at Silver Moon before you got the scholarship to go to school?
Yeah, I was. I'd actually been, working in the brew house and, making beer, CIP, and all the other good stuff that comes along with the professional brewing gig. Probably was doing that for about, 12 to 16 months before I got that scholarship.
Okay. So then do you go away to American Brewers Guild, or is that online courses?
Little combination of both.
Okay.
The biggest portion of it was distance learning and a lot of cool online stuff, just like we're doing here. And then also some hands-on down in Sacramento, some lab work and learning about filtration, stuff like that.
It seems like you must have had a pretty nice advantage going in the fact that you were already working in a professional brewery. You could probably relate to the materials already.
Yeah, absolutely. It really put a little bit of education behind what I was doing. I understood more about the chemical reactions. I understood the chemistry and the biology and the actual engineering behind what I was doing, and it really cleared a lot of the processes up for me.
Okay. So you're simultaneously going to school, you come back, and then do you become the head brewer right away?
Nope. That was a transition that I just moved into about a year ago. I had a wonderful head brewer there at Silver Moon, a guy that was a very patient teacher and really, for the most part, brought me into the industry and showed me the way things worked. And, he moved on to some other endeavors, and I was fortunate enough to take over the reins.
You killed him, didn't you? He's buried in your backyard.
An untimely death.
Yes.
That's what happened.
He's not gone to purchasing and acquisition.
Yeah. Nobody knows in Bend. You can do whatever you want in Bend.
Yeah, he went for a hike and never came back.
So how long have you been head brewer now?
Been just over a year, probably about 14 months at this point.
Were you nervous about that? I mean, clearly you had training, you'd been in the brewery, but now all of a sudden your mentor's gone, and it's all on your shoulders.
Yeah, there's definitely that aspect of responsibility and really having to own everything that much more. But I'm pretty confident and have I feel I have good leadership skills, and it was a pretty natural fit for me.
Okay. And are you guys? Is it just a production brewery, or are you a brew pub there?
We're this hybrid Bend, Oregon model that so many of these guys here in town have. We do have a pub and tasting room with food and entertainment and all that good stuff, but the majority of our beer is focused on production and going out the back door through distribution.
And how many barrel brew house do you have?
It's a old JV Northwest system, 10-barrel brew house.
Okay. You brewing every day?
Well, it really depends on time of year. There'll be weeks that go by where we'll brew 3 times a week, and have to follow up with 6 or 7 batches the next week. So
got it. Okay. All right, well, why don't we do this? I got to take a quick break, and what we'll do is come back. We'll start talking more about the Silver Moon beer. I want to know about some of the different ones you make, and then we'll dive right into barley wine so that you can teach us how. Just so you know, folks at home, Brett is no slouch when it comes to barley wine. They won a GABF medal, gold, as a matter of fact, in aged beer in 2012, and it was for their train wreck barley wine. So the man knows what he's talking about when it comes to the style. Brett, if you can hang out, we'll take a quick break.
Not going anywhere. Thanks.
All right, beautiful. So here's what we'll do. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll learn more about Silver Moon beer. Plus, of course, we'll talk about barley wine. And I know that Tasty's got some barley wine for us to try a little bit later. 888-401-BEER if you've got questions, or hit the chat button on the homepage, and Bevo will get your questions over to me. Hang in there. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
Listening to the Brewcasters. Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hi, I'm Jason Harris, the proud owner here at Keystone Homebrew Supply. We're thrilled to be entering our 20th year of supplying this great industry, and to show you, the Brewing Network Army, how much we appreciate your support, we're offering you 10% off your first order on our website, KeystoneHomebrew.com. Just use coupon code BNARMY at checkout, and I'll get your order out the same day. My goal at Keystone Homebrew Supply has always been to have a complete supply of everything a brewer could want. When you place your order online or when you come into our store, it's our goal to have everything on your list and more. One aspect of KeystoneHomebrew.com that we're really excited about is the ability to fulfill customers' exact grain bills. Do you hate to wait? Keystone Homebrew Supply can get your precious yeast and hops to you within just one day if you live between Connecticut and Virginia, and within 2 days east of the Mississippi. KeystoneHomebrew.com.
Coupon code DNARMY.
I'm Jason Harris, and I approve this message.
Tin, Getting tired of that same old handcrafted beverages day after day? Are you looking for something with more diversity than your normal beer? Fellow BN Army member Michael Fairbrother, owner of Moonlight Meadery, is reviving an entire beverage category. Mead!
The meads at Moonlight Meadery are all handcrafted from the finest honey on the market and are perfect for any occasion, like weddings, baby showers, or...
Excuse me? Mead is not your average girly drink, mister, and Moonlight Meads can be enjoyed anytime, anywhere. Football games with the guys.
Yeah.
Barbecues with the guys.
Yeah.
Operating power tools with the guys.
Yeah. Actually, sir, that's really dangerous.
Good point, son.
Next time you have something to celebrate or are just looking for a new tasting experience, pick up a bottle of mead from Moonlight Meadery. Now in 21 states, making over 60 varieties of mead from dry, semi-sweet to sweet.
Break out of that craft beer lull. Grab a bottle of Moonlight Mead. Can't find some? Then ask. No, make that demand some.
Yeah!
Hey, my brewing brothers and sisters. This is Jamel Zanishev, and I want to tell you about my favorite heretic beer, Shallow Grave Porter. I love the rich, malty character of this beer. While full and rich, Shallow Grave has an easy drinking finish that isn't too sweet. I've always loved my homebrew porter recipe, so when it's time to brew Heretic Shallow Grave, I started with that in mind. But I tweaked it with all my latest recipe ideas. Just like in homebrewing, I made sure we used only the finest malts that would produce the ideal flavor for this beer. We used select British malts to get the rich chocolate and caramel flavors, and we spared no expense. The result is a beer as dark as a moonless night, with hints of vanilla, coffee, and chocolate, perfect for a cool evening out in the woods. Cheers.
What'd you get? More brewing ingredients?
Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse?
The $6.99 shipping?
Well, yeah, but...
Oh, the in-store classes for beginning brewers.
Yeah, that's cool, but...
The Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome!
No, yes, but...
The cheese-making supplies.
No.
Oh, the wine-making supplies. Oh, the distilling equipment and liquor flavorings.
All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome.
Oh, yeah. Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot.
Oh, yeah.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer. And it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session. Tuned into The Session. Because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
Welcome back to the program. It's The Session. We're talking to Brett Thomas. He's from Silver Moon Brewing up in Bend, Oregon, and we're talking barley wines today. Going to learn a little bit more about Silver Moon right now, although Moscow is already pouring us your barley wine, Brett.
Thank you.
I have predicted to my co-hosts here at the break that I will be drunk at the end of today's program.
It's a pretty solid prediction.
I started a little early. I needed a beer. My house is a little bit sober right now. It's a long story, but drinking at the studio, you draw your own conclusions.
You're drinking at work.
So I had a couple beers before the show, and then it's a barley wine show, and not only do we have Brett's to taste, but we've got Tasties to taste. We've got a listener barley wine. Doc brought in some other homebrew treats.
I got an ice buck at the end.
I mean, I'm just telling you, Brett, it's gonna get ugly.
Fantastic.
And Brett gave us a growler of barley wine here, so
wow,
that's a lot of booze.
Yeah, that's very nice. So tell us, before we dive right into barley wine, which we're going to do, tell us a little bit about the beer that Silver Moon makes in general. How many different styles of beer do you guys brew?
Yeah, we got 4 core brands that we try to maintain, and then typically on a monthly basis, brewing 4 seasonal / pub beers. Core lineup would be Hop Knob IPA, Houndstooth Amber, Bridge Creek Pilsner, and a Snakebite Porter.
Okay. Nice selection there.
Yeah, and a little bit of everything else on top of that. Looking at taps today was, of course, barley wine. There was also Baltic Porter, Maibach, and some other odds and ends.
Some big beers in there.
Yep, just getting over that cool season here and heading towards spring, so it'll be the last of the big beers.
Okay. So is barley wine a pretty popular style for you guys?
Well, I guess that's open to some interpretation. It's a style that the brewery has not brewed a ton of, but when we do brew it, it seems to be pretty well received.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, it seems like a style you don't hear very often. That's like, people come from all over, for our barley wine. But I do find that when you find a good barley wine, it's a go-to beer. You know what I mean? I guess what I mean is there's a lot of bad barley wines out there. So when you find a good one, it seems that people would come back for it.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough style to make, and also pretty tough style to cellar as well, and to get everything right.
So what's your interpretation of a good... I assume you're going American barley wine style. Is that right?
That is correct.
So give me your interpretation. And I ask for this because, sometimes I go to a barley wine festival or a barley wine tasting, and I find a whole lot of triple IPAs. So I'm curious what you think a American barley wine is.
To throw out my pretty much standard commercial example, without being too generic, I'm a Sierra Nevada Bigfoot guy. I'm also a big fan of Anchor's Old Foghorn. I mean, those are go-tos for me as far as commercial barley wines, and really trying to emulate that, and have something as well made as those beers are.
Okay. Now I've sipped this one already, and how old is this barley wine we have? It's not that old, is it?
That barley wine is about 120 days old at this point.
Okay. It's already ready to drink. This beer's, I think, just going to keep getting better. But in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with it right now. It's an American barley wine. It is not a triple IPA. I'm going to start with that. That's our clean slate.
Good. Appreciate that.
And is the problem that people end up with a lot of triple IPAs because and maybe I'm even wrong about that, but because the gravity has to be so high, the beer is so big, the malt is so forward, that you have to add just a ton of hops in order to get any bitterness or balance in there at all?
Yeah, well, I mean, it really has a lot to do with, as far as I'm concerned, the attenuation is probably what plays the biggest factor in that flavor profile. That beer you're drinking right now has well over 100 IBUs in it, at least calculated.
Really? Okay, wow.
But, that bitterness in there kind of offsets that residual sweetness that's in there as well, and you end up with an actually moderately balanced beer.
It is moderately balanced. I think that's a good explanation. There's a lot of residual sweetness, but I guess thank God for the 100 plus IBUs.
Would you have guessed that? 100 IBUs? I would have never thought that high. Doc's nodding. Yes.
Yeah, and I don't know that I would have gotten it.
Doc's nodding.
Doc's
Doc,
saying
yeah.
Radio Pro.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would have gotten it exactly right, but I would have. If it wasn't there, your whole mouth would want to turn inside out with sweetness. Like you would have you almost would have spit it back in the glass.
Yeah, you get the sweetness right at first, and then the bitterness comes and rescues you. Right?
Exactly.
Right at the end.
Any beer that has that much of a malt bill and a gravity, you'd have puckered right up and spit it. You know what I mean?
What's the ABV on this? Did I miss it?
Nope.
ABV on this guy is 9.5.
Okay. I told you. It's going to be a good show.
It's gonna be a good show. Fill up your glass.
Right.
Who's Philip?
So, I guess start us out, Brett. I'm thinking about a barley wine. Obviously, I'm going right for that malt bill. So, tell us a little bit about this one.
Just really very, very simple. Looking at 3 different ingredients in this beer as far as the grist is concerned. Looking at a pale malt, either 2-row or pretty fond of Great Western's Northwest Pale Ale malt up here in these parts. Also, addition of Munich, and then a small addition of some dark crystal malt.
How dark?
Yeah, how dark are that crystal malt?
120. I've brewed it with 120 Thomas Fawcett. Also brewed it with some Baird's 150, 160.
Okay. So it's a relatively simple malt bill, but you're choosing those 3 malts pretty carefully.
Yeah, this beer's been brewed a couple times, and there's been a little bit of variation with the base malt, and then a little bit of variation with the Munich too. But the end result seems to be pretty similar. It really is the gravity and the alcohol that carries the profile of this beer.
So what are you looking for in between those things? I mean, Munich malt is a fantastic and versatile malt, right? You're able to get some gravity in there, but it's got an awesome flavor profile. You're looking for gravity, but what do you want it to taste like malt-wise?
Yeah, a slight bit of that, what I'd refer to as bread crust toastiness. A little bit of nice color from it as well.
You've gotten that. I was going to ask about that too, and that's not just from the crystal malt. That color. That's a combination of all of it.
Yeah, that dark crystal malt's only about 4% of the grist, so just a really small contribution from that dark crystal malt.
So what happens if you overcomplicate that malt bill? You go with 4 or 5 malts, like I think some brewers do.
I think you start getting a beer that can be a little too busy. Maybe you start looking at not getting the attenuation you're looking at, too much residual sweetness from maybe too many different types of caramel malt. Just the way that I always learned recipe formulation, and what I practice today still is the less is more model.
Right. I think that's my preference. When I taste a beer like this, I think you're right. Clearly there's some residual sweetness, but it's not all over the place. I'm not having difficulty picking out the toasted flavors he's talking about, that kind of bread crust flavors. It's all there. It's clear to me, rather than being muddled and everywhere.
Yeah, sometimes if you try to put too many in there, some of the stuff you're never going to taste anyway. You get half a pound and whatever, and it's on the homebrew side, it's not very much.
Yeah,
and it's almost not even worth putting in there.
You'll just taste it in ways you don't want to taste it, which is mud.
Yeah, and this beer is easy to pick out what's in there.
Yeah,
it's nice that way.
Even with just the 3 malts, you can pick out.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was 120. Right off the bat, but it's just a nice clean malt profile.
Okay,
I can taste the Munich in there.
Okay, how do you keep it from not all fermenting out?
Well, that's usually a function of your starting gravity, also function of yeast health. The most recent batch that we had brewed, which is what you're drinking now, actually finished a couple points higher than I was desiring / anticipating. I might have liked to have seen a little bit more attenuation in this beer. That being said, I think I would have had to have aged it a little bit longer to get those flavors to round out.
Okay.
I'm with Justin. It's ready to drink now, but it's just going to get better. The flavors are going to meld better.
They really change too, in my opinion. And we'll taste some of that when we taste Tasties a little bit later. You know, I had some. I think I had some J.W. Lee and some Hardee's on my shelf at home. I forgot to bring it in.
Oh.
Like 1995 stuff. I wanted to taste some of these old ones because I do think that it's not just that the flavors melt together. They literally change. They become some of that. I really like your bread crust description, Brett. That description can really change into figs and prune and grape and some of these other things too. How old was the one that you won gold at GABF with, Brett?
Yeah, that beer that we won GABF with was actually brewed on June 23rd of 2010. So that beer had a good long time to sit in both stainless as well as glass before it got into that competition. And, you know, just like you're talking about with those J.W. Lee's beers, that aged beer category does start to look for some of those oxidative notes that you know, raisin, fig, dark fruit type of character, and that beer finally was starting to exhibit a little bit of that character, and the alcohol note had mellowed out, the hop notes had mellowed out, and was surprisingly great.
Right. I'll tell you what, the alcohol note in this one is pretty mellow already in this version here. But the oxidative, you know, you mentioned them as oxidative notes, and there's a couple things that can happen. A lesser beer, a lesser barley wine, can actually taste oxidized and cardboardy and some of those flavors. But a good barley wine, like I think this one would be, and clearly like the one that you won last year with, those same oxidative notes, like you said, turn into actual real flavors that are not off flavors, and that's good barley wine.
Yeah, that's really what so many of us brewers are looking for with these big high gravity beers. You know, your Russian Imperials and your barley wines. I mean, just that light oxidative note to kind of round out that whole flavor profile and bring everything together.
Is there a trick to it? Is there something simple or some kind of summary? Because sometimes it fails. I don't know if it's too many ingredients or the wrong ingredients. What is the difference between a barley wine that ages well like that and one that doesn't?
You know, I'm sure a lot of it has to do with oxygen pickup during packaging, and you know, I think you want that beer to age gracefully, and just has to be handled very carefully throughout that process. You know, one or two missteps during that handling can lead to that cardboard, you know, wet paper note that you're talking about.
Okay. So that's something we've talked about on the show before is, you know, keeping oxygen out, purging with CO2. But do you have any experience with specific ingredients maybe that don't age as well as others? And those could be even varieties of hops or a certain type of malt that maybe you'd want to avoid with a barley wine. Yeah,
for sure. You know, using good fresh hops when you're making a barley wine, American barley wine in particular, is going to help. The older your hops are, the more you're going to have some oxidative qualities to it. So, you know, being able to use a product from the most recent harvest, or at least some pellets that are, you know, stored pretty well, that's a big component. And, you know, being judicious with your use of some darker malts. I mean, all those darker malts, even your darker caramel malts, are going to, you know, introduce oxidative properties into that beer.
Okay. Well, that's good to know, and hence the very small part of the malt bill, you know, even in yours. Okay.
Correct.
Do you know why it is that the darker malts add more of the oxidative qualities than others?
Well, without getting too technical or having to dig too deep into my brain, just during that malting process, you know, darker the darker the malts are, the more oxidative properties they have to them.
Okay. Doc, you were shaking your head, yes, too.
Yeah, it's the same thing. The more melanoidins that are in there, you got more compounds that can change.
Oh, I see.
Also, the darker malts and more melanoidins that are in there, they actually can fight the oxidative quality, the cardboard, papery, staling stuff.
So they can help a little to a point.
Right.
Okay.
So that your darker beers are going to age better.
Okay. All right. How about hops now? Now, hops being a preservative in a beer, right? So you'd think that adding more hops to a barley wine, there's more than one reason to do it. For one, you got to balance out that malt bill, but also it's a beer that you want to age. Are there, is there a target IBU that you look for? Are there varieties that are better than others? Talk to me about those.
Yeah, I mean, I like to shoot for about 100 IBUs in these American-style barley wines. I found that to be just kind of that sweet spot where you're not getting something that's overly bitter, but you're still getting enough IBUs in there to balance that beer out. The couple times that we've brewed these barley wines, been the Northwest varieties, Galena, Chinook, Centennial, Cascade. At least for flavor for those last two.
Okay.
This batch that we have here that you're getting into actually had Calypso as a bittering hop. I just really liked the IBUs that hop was putting out.
I think I've only had, well, maybe I don't know all of them, but I've only known about, I think, one beer that had Calypso in it, and I loved it. It's a very unique hop.
Steel butter.
Yeah.
Are you getting all these IBUs with just hops, or are you using any of the hop extracts?
No, I've found that the barley wines and hop extracts, at least in our brew house, don't go very well together. I'm not shy about using hop extracts when I'm doing, some really high gravity IPAs and double IPAs and a triple IPA that we did recently. I'm all for throwing those hop extracts, the CO2 extracted hop products in those beers, but it just seems to me that these barley wines tend to respond better to traditional hopping methods.
So do you think it's more possibly because the hop extracts are more stable and you don't get that blending and mellowing over time?
I definitely wouldn't argue that with you. The one reason that we use those products and those double IPAs is to look for a little bit of that stability and package. We look for a more rounded profile to come out of these barley wines.
Well, the reason I asked in the first place was the 100 IBUs and getting that into your wort it's a tough job in itself. And you did mention that, at least it's calculated at 100.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to see this thing run through a gas chromatograph at some point and throw some numbers back. The unique thing about our brew house currently is that we're a leaf brewery for the most part, and being able to get 100 IBUs out of leaf hops on a 10-barrel system requires a little bit of thought.
That's what I was going to ask. I had just assumed, because you needed to get so many IBUs, that you clearly would be pellet hops. But you're not. You're doing whole leaf.
And that's a lot.
Yeah,
the
way the brew house has been set up there for the past 7 or 8 years has been for all leaf brewing. We will be, looking to make a transition to pellet hops here into 2014 when that rolls around. But I've found that a few beers respond just really well to these leaf hops, and barley wine's one, and at the other end of the spectrum, Bohemian Pilsner being another. So pretty interesting.
So I assume that affects your knockout, though, using leaf hops, right? That's probably one of the reasons you're strongly considering pellets, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Amount of you look at wort loss with IPA production, Pilsner production, barley wine production, also cleaning time, CIP time, wear and tear on the heat exchanger. Leaf hops are used by some of the bigger breweries like Deschutes and Sierra Nevada because they have the equipment to do it, but pellet hops are an industry standard for a reason.
Right.
Okay. I got a caller. It looks like we've got our friend Colin Kaminsky from Downtown Joe's Brewery.
Casey.
Oh, Casey Kaminsky. It's not Colin Kaminsky.
Oh.
Different
JP.
Then just forget. No, but he's got a yeast question. It looks like. Casey, what's happening, buddy?
His initials are CK. It has to be the right one, right?
Same acronym.
There's only one JP.
Hey, Casey, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. I just got done brewing, literally. But I see a lot of people that use WLP 99 to do barley wines, and White Labs kind of recommends doing some weird thing where you ferment with a different yeast, then you add WLP 99 and do like some aeration and other stuff. I wanted to know what their recommendation was for fermentation processes, specifically with yeast.
Brett?
Yeah, we're using an American ale strain, and one of those things where I have found that a younger yeast generation in our brew house takes a barley wine a lot better than an older generation. Pitch rate, pretty much as much yeast as we can gather up is what would go into that barley wine. On a commercial scale, looking at about 3 pounds per barrel. Just initial pitch there, not really doing anything to follow up, inline oxygenation as the wort's going into the tank. That's about it, though.
I do 3 pounds per barrel on my homebrew setup all the time. That's my standard.
Yeah, take a week to work that up.
Yeah, it's my standard configuration.
So on the scale of a lot to a little, is that a lot? 3 pounds a barrel?
Yeah, give us another. Yeah, go ahead. Give us another.
Yeah.
Give us something to compare to.
Definitely on the upper end. Typical, IPA for us would be about a pound to pound and a quarter per barrel. So,
okay.
Really, American barley wine would be as much yeast as we can possibly put into it.
Now, do you retire the yeast at that point? Because you're probably pretty tired.
Itself at that point.
It retires itself. Right. It lets you know.
Yeah.
Thanks. I'm out.
I wish I could do that.
Right. Thanks for the call, Casey. All right. We already got into the yeast. I love it.
It's great.
And the hops.
Right.
Now, Brett, this barley wine being young, is there any cellaring you can do, like maybe storing it at more of a cellar temperature to force it to mature?
It's really, really odd with the other barley wine that won that gold medal for us. That barley wine went into a bottle, probably 120 days after brewing, and actually sat cold for that other 24 months of extended aging. I think the warmer the product is, the quicker it's going to get that aging on it. But I liked what the cold aging did for it.
Yeah, well, since you meddled very nicely, I wouldn't change a thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Everybody liked the cold aging you did, apparently, at the GABF anyway.
So is that the plan for this one? Are you just going to duplicate the method?
Well, not so much. This one, is going to go out and already has some kegs out for distribution within the state here. Fortunate enough today to come across 8 freshly emptied Wild Turkey bourbon barrels. So there's going to be another batch of this brewed next week, with the plan being to fill some bourbon barrels.
Nice.
The only, not the only, but the few times I was doing whiskey and bourbon aging on oak and stuff like that, the one that came out the best was with Wild Turkey.
Oh, yeah?
Relatively cheap, and a lot of people try to use their best bourbons to soak the chips in and cubes and whatever.
Right.
Wild Turkey for me is the way to go.
Did you just... Was it accidental? Like you had a low pay month and you were like, well, fuck it, I'm going to try Wild Turkey?
No, that was in my, let's see what this spirits thing is all about. Hey, Wild Turkey sounds awesome.
Okay. And it was the best one, huh?
I liked it. I thought the flavors were really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brett, have you used those types of barrels before?
We have, to echo those sentiments there on a homebrew scale, the best soaked oak cubes that I ever had the pleasure of working with did come out of a bottle of Wild Turkey. So,
okay.
Commercially speaking, I look pretty forward to working with them. We'd used Elijah Craig barrels in the past. That batch that actually medaled at GABF had a good portion of it go into 20-year-old Elijah Craig bourbon barrels.
Wow.
That would be good.
Anything that goes into a 20-year-old barrel.
Yeah, a 20-year-old named Elijah.
It's good.
It's not so...
I screwed that up. Right, thank you. Now, I want to dive into hops a little bit more because I don't know how to choose hops for a barley wine. Bittering hop is one thing. That's okay. But what about the later edition hops? And I think what I mean is it's hard to pick them out of the beer. It's so malt forward. There's the alcohol notes are coming out of there. Some of the hot alcohol. I don't think I know where to begin with picking late edition hops.
Well, yeah, it's one of those things where I think you want to take those more aggressively flavored hop varieties and save those for your IPAs and your double IPAs.
Okay.
Go to your old standbys, your Cascades, Centennial, American Goldings. Those are all hops that go pretty well with these barley wines. From what I've seen, just something that's going to have a reliable hop component, but not be over the top.
Okay. And are you hopping like there's these kind of newer methods of doing IPAs and pale ales where you're putting in just a ton of hops at the very end to make those beers hop forward? Are you doing that with a barley wine, or are you doing something more traditional like a 30-minute addition and a 20-minute addition and things like that?
Yeah, these barley wines, hop additions look like a 90-minute, 60-minute, 30-minute, and a 15-minute addition.
Okay, so you're not even bothering then with like this flame out, this whirlpool, this 1-minute addition at the end.
Correct. Working on the assumption that this beer is going to be aged for X amount of time, that last addition would just kind of be of no use.
Got it. Okay. Well, see, so for you traditional brewers, you can go back to old school. I remember when we started this show. I don't even think that late edition is all that new, but I remember when we started the show, a lot of it was, we do this at 30 minutes and we do this at 20 minutes. And somebody came in, and it might have even been Jamil, and it was like, we're going to do it all at the end. Yeah. And since then, it seems like that's the norm.
Yeah.
Norm. It's the standard.
When you were just describing, 30 minutes, 60 minutes.
It felt old.
I'm thinking old school, just like we used to do it.
But it's not that old, is it? We're talking a few years here.
Yeah, 7-8 years.
That's
probably
how we were doing our IPAs and everything.
Do you think that's just our perception, or did Jay-Z really usher that in? I mean, it's not an outlandish notion.
No. He didn't usher it in, but it just started to get talked about, and I could be wrong even. I always attribute everything to Jay-Z. I think
he did. He had a friend that was kind of experimenting when they told me I wanted to do it, and so he got me that recipe, and we figured out how many hops, and I think I just put a shitload of hops in all
to get the IBUs.
15 minutes.
Yeah.
None before that. Right at the end, it turned out pretty nice.
What happened was he brought it to our attention, and then we started asking pros about it, and everybody was doing it and has been doing it, and certainly Tasty, I know, loves it.
Well, Can You Brew It? When we interviewed the brewers, I mean, it wasn't a big surprise to us that they're doing like what they're called hop bursting,
right?
But that a lot of what they did, they said they learned from homebrewers. And the homebrewers were doing the really late editions pretty early on. Not all were saying that, but I've talked to some who said that's where they got the idea.
I think a lot of commercial brewers just say that just so homebrewers keep buying their beer. It's the perfect market. They're marketing back to homebrewers. That's all.
Well, okay.
Always the positive there, JP.
Then Brett, your IPA, for example, or your pale ale, are you blowing smoke up our ass, or are you doing late edition hops for that?
Oh, giant additions, real late for all that. IPA, pale ale, double IPA. I mean, this barley wine. When we talk about old school, I mean, the hop additions as we were working it out. We were reading Fal Allen's beer style barley wine book from 15 years ago, and that's kind of how we generated the hop bill for that barley wine. So
got it.
Yeah, definitely not hop bursting this thing, but everything else that we do for sure.
Right. Yeah, and Fal Allen's like 100 years old. So
but he looks 89.
He does look. Yeah, Tasty. Tell him I said that.
I'm marking the time here.
When you see him at Boonville,
I'll give him the clip.
Tell him I said
tomorrow.
He's 100 years old, and he'll love it. I'm sure. Never do the show again. Okay, it does. I just found it fascinating that I felt weird asking about 30-minute additions and 20-minute additions. In the beginning of the show, it was really a very normal question to ask, and here I felt. I have no idea. I have no idea what he's doing.
You still do it like that?
Yeah.
Does anybody?
But I do like also, that's good information to just go with the old standbys, the C hops, your Centennials, the ones that are they've been faithful to you, they've been good, they work across the board, because you're not looking for those a ton of those hop characters to stand out.
And they won't be there after a while anyway.
Right. What was your last edition? You said at 15 minutes?
Yeah, last edition, 15 minutes, has been Cascade.
Okay. And even with that, you are looking for some hop aroma. You're looking for some of those characters to come out.
Absolutely. I was really surprised with that aged beer that won, that there was still a tiny little bit of hop character in that beer. I mean, it was distinct and noticeable.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd never really seen a hop character, survive that long in a bottle.
Okay. Tasty, do you predict we're going to have any hop character in your beer that we taste tonight?
I don't know what character, if any. It would be like alcohol character, I think. It'd be like.
I see. Well, that's all right. That's like me. Yeah. That's my character. Alcohol. Okay. Now,
process.
I'm processing. I told you.
I talked to him about the process.
Go ahead, Doc.
But he's still processing.
Yeah, I'm still processing.
I about pulling the wart off, using first runnings only, things like that.
Okay, that's a good question. Is this just in order to get the gravity? Are you just loading up that mash tun as full as you can get it and just taking your first runnings?
Yeah, this train wreck's always a bad day in the brew house as far as
and on the show.
Keeping a brewer locked up in that brew house for about 12 hours. Definitely nothing easy about producing that beer. Mash tun, as full as you can get. For us, that's about 950 pounds.
A lot of bags.
Yeah.
Thinking a typical beer for us is about 650 to 750 pounds. So definitely on the upper end of that scale. The thing that we really found that worked best with this beer was just a really long boil. We're typically, looking at my notes here, starting to boil at 12 p.m. and knocking out at 4 p.m. So looking at a 4-hour boil with this guy.
Wow.
That helps with the caramel color and flavor too. So
absolutely.
I see.
But it's tough to get gravity up that high.
Okay.
Even with the boil, with the first runnings,
you just can't do that much grain to get it that way, just right into the kettle.
No.
You gotta boil it down.
So there's a lot of other cool techniques to do.
Okay.
Do a second mash and use your first runnings as the strike.
I see.
Things like that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Is there a limit to how long a boil can be? Like, what's the longest you've ever heard someone ever done a 9-hour boil? I never heard 4 hours.
I've heard of overnights for something.
Have you really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Brett, you could probably answer better than me. There's a limit in terms of what the character of that wort is going to be because of melanoidin production.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you start denaturing some products in there, and I'm sure you'll get a few off flavor developments going on. And any longer than that. From a commercial viewpoint, trying to see how much wort you can recover from this brew day is usually what it comes down to, and. Typically, knocking out around 8 or 9 barrels for a barley wine, that's a pretty good day in the brew house.
Okay. Think about it as a reduction sauce, Moscow. You ever do a reduction, right?
Yeah. I make a sauce and I reduce it. It's a reduction sauce. Try it.
That's right. I mean, that's really what you end up... Certainly with a barley wine, in a sense, with a long boil, he's doing a reduction already. But yeah, if you let it go for 9 hours overnight... You're making a reduction.
Yeah. So, would a general rule be the longer it goes, the sweeter it's going to be, just like in any form of cooking?
Yes.
Yeah.
As a general rule, but there's a bunch of other things that might happen, like Brett said too, like the denaturing of different enzymes and compounds, that other off flavors too. But as a rule, yeah, because the only thing that's steaming off is not sugar; it's water. Right. You're dehydrating that wort. I'm just pulling this out of my ass, but I think I'm right.
You're concentrating it.
But I think I'm accurate.
And being a commercial brewery, too, you're also looking at the bottom line, and you're putting a lot of energy into that. And boiling longer, it means you're paying more for the gases, making it boil.
Right.
And so it's becoming a much more expensive beer.
Well, Brett doesn't care. It's not his brewery.
There
He's
you
just
go.
the head brewer,
Exactly.
Did we make any money on this?
So I remember where the question I was going to before I got hung up and left to another planet there for a second.
Process.
But process, yeah. No, back to fermentation. And we talk about a big pitch of yeast, but it's not. Well, maybe it is just a large pitch of yeast to get it to attenuate where you want it to. Are there other tricks that you're doing to get this beer to go from that gravity down to where you want it?
Proper oxygenation. Running a little bit more O2 on this type of style than we would on some of the smaller beers.
Okay.
Some additional yeast nutrients as well. We're not doing amylase or changing the enzymatic makeup of the beer. We're not doing any of that. Just a lot of good, healthy yeast, a lot of oxygen, and a lot of yeast nutrient.
Do you do a higher temperature than you might do for this yeast otherwise, or do you still keep it low?
Yeah, running everything at 68 degrees. That's the sweet spot for that American ale yeast, and you get that nice neutral ester and flavor profile, and that's really what we like about it.
Okay. Well, you've done a nice job on this beer.
I'll say.
It's a very nice barley wine.
Thank you very much.
Question from the chat that came through. Sam Gamgee wrote in and wants to know, what about a blonde barley wine? Now, he says, have you ever thought about doing that? I wonder if it's... my question is it possible, and have you ever thought about doing it?
I was actually kind of going down the other train of thought and, just having random processes in my brain, was thinking about black barley wine, kind of like Sierra Nevada had done last year there. But, blonde barley wine would be a tough one to pull off. I think this style benefits from some of those melanoidins. Be real interesting to see somebody try something on the lighter scale, though.
Just use melanoidin malt, right? Can't you just fake it?
Right.
There's also a wheat wine out there, kind of along the same line.
Oh, there you go. I've had one of those.
Those are hard to do, and they don't age well because of the wheat in itself.
Right.
But, so you're going to be drinking them younger, but all the processes are a lot the same.
They don't even not age well. I've had some really bad wheat wines.
Well, you've had a lot of bad barley wines.
Well, that's true. But in a different way. The bad barley wines to me are that they're a triple IPA, and there's with 100% alcohol or whatever the stupid thing is. But the bad wheat wines, that wheat is hard to use. It must be hard to use.
It is, because there's so much of it, too, and you got to be careful not to make a big goo ball.
Okay.
And the gravity's still way up there.
Yeah.
And you got to be careful how you make the recipe up. Otherwise, it won't ever mellow before it starts going bad.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, that's a pretty good outline of a commercial approach to a barley wine, and I think a bunch of good homebrewing tips in there too.
I agree.
Yeah.
There's another question I asked. I sent it's above from Komodo.
Yep, there's a
I
couple
saw
more.
that, but the partial mash question is going to be covered by the. I know what I'm doing over here.
I didn't know if you saw, because I jibber jabbered at you a little bit after or before I.
Oh, I do have a yeast question that came in from the phone. What was your other question, Jay?
It was from Komodo.
I saw that one. I'll do that one. That was it. Okay.
Yeah.
Casey did write back about yeast, though, Brett. And he wants to know which yeast is available to homebrewers that might be closest to the one that you use in the brew house.
Oh, I'd say WLPO1, 1056, something along those lines would work just fine.
Okay. Is yours a proprietary strain that you're using on other beers, or is it just your barley wine yeast?
Nope, it's our house ale yeast strain.
Okay.
I'll just say that we take a lot of lessons from Sierra Nevada when we do our brewing.
Okay, that's fair enough. I like Matt. Or Brett. I like Brett. I like his barley wine, apparently. I can't even get his name right.
Matt's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Whoever he is.
I like Brett. He's kind of forthcoming, but not being completely forthcoming.
Right.
Just, that's what he got. We take a lot of tips from Sierra Nevada.
Yeah. Why don't you go do the same thing?
Yeah, right.
And if they told you, then I just told you to.
Just give me the rest of his growler of barley wine, and let's see how the rest of the show goes.
I just poured you another one.
Is that what you poured me?
Yes.
I thought you were pouring me your brown ale.
Nah.
I can't drink more barley wine.
It is a brown ale. Go ahead.
It's
an easy drinker.
It's just another one. All right, fantastic. Well, Brett, I do appreciate the information. This is good stuff, and I think it's a good start to get homebrewers going on barley wine. You've pretty much given it to us in different segments. I wonder if you could give us the recipe for this beer in one complete segment?
Yeah, I'll definitely cover what you have in hand there with you. Pretty easy to do.
Good enough.
Like we talked about earlier, just simplicity with this recipe is really what does it for you. Northwest Pale Ale malt as your base. I prefer the stuff from Great Western. Addition of Munich malt. Used a couple different varieties there. Used Weyermann and also had used Bonlander from Breeze. And then also the Dark Crystal malt. We've used Thomas Fawcett and also the Bairds on that. I think I prefer the Bairds in this recipe. And Calypso Chinook Centennial Cascade for about 100 IBUs.
That's nice and simple, and that's a gold medal winning GABF recipe right there.
Simple is good, man. That's why we like Scott.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You mean Moscow?
Yeah.
Right.
It's very simple.
Because Doc Scott is complicated.
No. Actually, I felt uncomfortable. I felt like I haven't even started my day properly because he came in and I go, "Hey, Scott." And I'm like, who the fuck is Scott?
He's Doc.
Right.
Right. All right. That's a fantastic recipe and a very good beer. Thanks for sending it to us, Brett. I appreciate it.
Hey, appreciate working with you guys. This has been great.
No sweat. Hey, I come through, because I'm a hippie, I come through Bend every now and then. I'd love to come by and see you guys and try some more of your beer.
Please do so. You'll always have a home here.
Perfect. All right, it's Brett Thomas from Silver Moon Brewing Company in Bend, Oregon. He's a nice young man and doing good things up there. Sent us some nice beer. Do you have an email in case anybody wants to send you more questions, Brett?
Email floppingoscar101@hotmail.com.
There you go. Send a bunch of good questions to Brett. He's going to answer every one of them over the next week. That's all he'll do. He's going to sit around answering your barley wine questions. Thanks, Brett. I appreciate it, man.
You guys have a great night.
You too. Take care.
Later. Yeah, they've won a lot of other medals, too. That's not the only one. They won another GABF Gold, I believe, for a Baltic Porter, and they've won for a lager. So across the board, their beer is great.
It's kicking ass out there. Baltic Porter is another big beer. That's good. Next Baltic Porter show, someone else can be drunk of the week. It's not me.
No?
Mm-hmm. Tasty, what's your favorite giant style of beer? It'd have to be when we do a triple IPA show. You'll be our drunk of the week.
I like to make them. I don't like to drink them. They don't. Even the barley wine's a little bit like
Yeah.
I drink most of my beer out, and then if I drink strong beer, it doesn't work out right.
Right. I do actually really like the barley wine style, but it's a 10-ounce glass, and then you move on.
Right.
Yeah, you do.
Right?
It's not on it. Yeah.
But you can enjoy it that way. It's a sipper.
Yeah.
It's satiating.
Yeah. You get a lot of different flavors, especially once, again, going back to the age part, once it really starts to develop those flavors. A couple sips, you can pick all that stuff out, you talk to your nerdy beer friends, and then you get a pale ale.
Right.
Afterward.
You're better.
That's what you do. All right, here's what we're going to do. Take a quick break. When we come back, we've got more barley wine to cover because we've got Tasty's example to try. We've got a homebrew example that was given to me at the SoCal Homebrew Festival last year, and I've got his recipe. Also, we're going to taste some mead from Michael Fairbrother and Moonlight Meadery. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hey brewers, it's planting season. Have you ever dreamt of walking through your own hop garden? Well, look no further than Woodburn, Oregon, and the Crosby Family Hop Farm. Blake Crosby and his family have been passionately growing hops for 5 generations. And right now, they're taking orders for 2013 rhizomes for all retail and wholesale customers. The Crosbys know how to grow hops and are here to help you establish your family's very own successful hop garden. In fact, when you plant a hop rhizome from the Crosbys, you're using the same plant your favorite professional brewer bought his hops from. Friendly professional service, fast shipment, and quality hops at competitive prices. The Crosby family brings all of this to you. Call 503-982-5166 or visit bcrosbyhops.com and let Blake Crosby and the Crosby Hop Farm help make your hop garden a reality. bcrosbyhops.com. Hops from the Crosby Family Farm to yours.
Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients, and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of their 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Their new Snap-Lock stainless steel cam-lock fittings will make connecting your pump or heat exchanger quick and easy. Or check out their exclusive paintball tank-based draft beer equipment. They even have their own line of precision hydrometers. Go to williamsbrewing.com to browse their vast selection. That's williamsbrewing.com. Orders placed by 4 p.m. Pacific Time weekdays ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way.
When you hear Blickman Engineering, think innovation, passion, quality, and customer service. Blickman gear is designed by brewers to give you a sense of pride in your equipment. At Blickman, they know what makes brewing a pain and build gear that makes it fun. Like the intuitive beer gun, a completely different approach to filling bottles. The Therminator Wort Chiller, a new take on a plate chiller that's sized for flow, performance, and the high groundwater temps homebrewers face every day. The Brewmometer, a brilliant weldless thermometer design with brewing parameters right on the dial. The Autosparge, ultimate simplicity for preventing an overflow or running your mash tun dry. And much more, like the modular top-tier brewing stand, conical fermenters, and their Boilermaker brew pots. With more cutting-edge equipment coming soon, keep up with the latest from Blickman at blickmanengineering.com and stay on the cutting edge. That's it. I've had it. I am never putting hops in my beer again.
What? Why?
It's just too ridiculous. Insane prices, stupid contract, high shipping costs, crappy selection.
Dude, you need Nico Brew.
Nico Brew will rock your f***ing face right the f*** off your f***ing skull. $5 shipping to all 50 states. Plus fantastic international rates get you low prices on Nico Brew's great selection of hops and more. Whether you're a home brewer, a pro brewer, or a homebrew shop owner, Nico Brew can get you the hops you need in increments big and small. Single orders, spot buys, or full contracts. And there's only one place to join the uber special secret elite bare bones club where you'll get the best deals anywhere. Holy f***ing shit! NicoBrew.com. NIKOBREW. Nico Brew, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
BN Army, HopTech has a great discount waiting for you. Do you often find it difficult to find specific specialty ingredients for your home brew recipes? Well, listen to this. HopTech stocks 59 different grains to choose from, 39 varieties of pellet hops, and 8 kinds of whole leaf hops. And HopTech not only carries Y yeast and White Labs yeast for you, but also Fermentus, 04, 5, 6, 23, 33, and T58 Belgian yeast, plus Cooper's, Nottingham, and Windsor yeasts. Got your recipe ready to go? Pick up some great brew gear like new long and short sleeved shirts, games, and more. HopTech's new website is being updated every day with new items. If you don't see it, call the shop. They're open 6 days a week. BN Army and AHA members get a 10% discount, and active military personnel get 15% off. Visit HopTech.com today for great selection, great service, and a great discount. HopTech.com.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session. 888-401-BEER. This is The Session.
all right. Welcome back to the program. I got a lot to do.
Why are you yelling at me? I don't like it when you yell at me.
I feel like I'm yelling.
You look like you're yelling.
We got a lot to do because we got more barley wine to cover.
Yeah, we need a break from that.
Well, I thought, wouldn't it be fun in between of our barley wine tasting, which seems to be doing so well for me. Why don't we switch over to a giant mead tasting in the middle of it? Doesn't that sound like a great idea?
I do. I'd like to take a little bout face.
We got
we'll take a pause.
We got our good friend Michael Fairbrother from Moonlight Meadery on the line. He's going to add to our ABV by talking a little mead with us tonight. Michael, how you doing, brother?
Good, guys. How about yourself?
We're doing great. Thanks for being back on the program.
Cool. I'm happy to be back.
So Michael, once again, has sent us some mead to try. And we like doing this segment because we have terrible vocabulary when it comes to mead.
To most things.
You know, despite Nicole Ernie from Cicerone, despite her best efforts, our beer descriptor and definitely mead descriptor vocabulary still sucks. And so we thought by doing some tastings every now and then with Michael, plus, by the way, we get a little free mead out of it, like because he sends us a bottle, we get to have a few tastes, and we could help our vocabulary and your vocabulary. So, Michael, what did you send us this week?
Sent you Flame, which is a blackcurrant and rhubarb mead, really tart and dry.
Blackcurrant and rhubarb.
Yeah.
Why that combination, Michael?
Because I was looking for something to kind of remind me of a lambic, so really kind of get you right in the back of the jawline and show people that mead doesn't have to be sickly sweet.
Is that an East Coast thing, a rhubarb?
That's a Midwest thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's definitely New England.
It is. That's true. My New England family would have a little rhubarb. Describe to us rhubarb on its own. What kind of flavor characteristics does it have?
Extremely tart. Okay. It looks like a big ass weed that grows very healthy in chicken manure, but it has leaves that are about the size of an elephant ear. It's a green to purple hue type of stalk, almost looks like celery.
Yeah, I thought it always looked like red celery.
Okay. Is it an herb or a vegetable?
I think it's a mineral.
It's a vegetable.
You got me stumped on that one.
Yeah,
it looks like celery, except it's not in a hit.
It looks like celery.
So then it's vegetable.
It's a vegetable. Yeah, it's usually considered a vegetable. That's
okay.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken,
makes good pie.
It's an herbaceous perennial, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh. Yeah, JP. He's a real botanist now.
It sure is purdy, though.
It is. The color of it is amazing.
Yeah.
Deep red.
Like fire.
Kind of looks like a lambic.
It does also look like... this might be the most complex one you've sent us yet, also, Michael.
Thank you.
Yeah, it really has a lot of different flavors going on.
I know
This is the mead that got us invited to the Boston Wine Expo. So this is the kind of the bridge over between, wine and beer and mead to bring us up more into a sophisticated palate.
That's a great crossover for you. There's got to be a huge wine segment that would love to try this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, those people are bored to death. White or red? How about another color?
Michael comes along. He's like an angel with these.
Like, wow, it's red, but another flavor besides fucking grapes.
Right. Did you go? Did that exposition happen already?
Yeah, that would happen. We've had done it now 2 years in a row where we've poured several thousand samples over a course of 2 days.
How'd it go?
Phenomenal. We've been, knocking it pretty hard.
Okay.
Got a lot of converts.
Yeah, it surprises people because they've usually tried a mead that they don't like, and they tell us that we don't like mead when they ask them if they would like to try, and I say, well, that's like telling me you don't like Wonder Bread or don't like bread because you've tried Wonder Bread.
Right.
So I'm trying to find a way to grow the beverage category I'm creating by letting people try it.
Good. That's the way to do it, and. With your product, it's the best way to do that. I would not say that to every mead maker that we've spoken to. I would say, you probably shouldn't go to many tastings. Just your packaging looks great.
Yeah, age that.
But you know what, Michael? Yours is one that needs to be tasted. So I think that's the right move for you.
So, gentlemen, take its taste. Tell me what you think.
So I just did. I wanted to ask JP because I know he spent a little time with this, but I will say this. I think the first thing you're going for, Michael, I picked up already. You wanted that kind of lambic character, that kind of tartness.
Yeah, acidic.
And it's there. It's right there, and it's up front. And then it goes away, and a bunch of other flavors appear.
the honey comes through at the end. And,
little
JP?
Jolly Rancher.
I look at this as an entry-level mead.
Okay.
It's, especially for sour beer fans, people who like that kind of tart tanginess. I never expected this from a mead. I think Michael gave us one of these, or maybe I stole it from him after NHC. And we tried it on the show, and it was like, oh my God, this is a sour beer.
Yeah.
And for me, that's what this is. It's very much entry level into meads because it has that strong honey nose to it, and then it has that like vegetable tannin kind of structure in the middle that is phenomenal.
Yeah,
it really carries that tart through to the end.
Now, it's not as dry as a lambic or a sour beer. When that honey starts to appear afterward, there's some sweetness there. And Michael, help me out with some vocabulary here, because the word I want to use is that when it starts to come up, it's a little bit musty and a little bit perfumey. But I don't know if I'm really describing that well.
No, what I get for a flavor, Justin, is that when I'm smelling it, I get the sour and tart, but then when the flavor comes through, I get the rich rhubarb notes followed by the tartness of the blackcurrant. So it's kind of like a 1-2 punch. You get the tart from the rhubarb, which is a different level than the tartness from the blackcurrant. And when we first made this one, it was so tart I thought my jaw was going to lock up.
Wow.
It got me there right in the sidelines. So I put it through a malolactic fermentation to change out that acid level. And it's been, this is one of our top sellers.
That's that acidity that Doc picked up right away.
Yeah.
I picked up the sourness, and Doc, right away you said acidic.
Acidic.
Yeah.
It's like, for me, it's like eating a handful of dried cranberries.
Yeah.
It's that same kind of tart with that drying tannin.
It is, but not quite so... I don't know if pungent is the word. Not so much like Michael said, his face just so puckered up so much when he first tried it.
Right.
If I'm eating a handful of dried cranberries, that's what my face is going to do.
Right.
Unless it is cut a little bit like this one is.
Right. And that honey in the background, I think that sweetness enables it to kind of be a little more loose.
Yeah.
On the palate. It's not driving tartness.
It doesn't finish tart because the sweetness clears the palate.
Oh, definitely the parotid glands lock up.
Oh, yeah. Which I like.
Picture this one with like a cheese plate, like a triple cream brie. That cheese, the acidity level is going to cut through the fat of the cheese and just give you that nice, clean balance.
Yeah, I'm going to leave right now that you said that. I've got a cheese plate in my very near future, and I'm out of here. I'm taking this with me to a cheese plate. That's a perfect example.
Get the can of cheese with. Let's try it.
Any kind of a cheese, or any sort of a rich, fatty food. A pate would be fantastic, because it will cut through it.
Oh yeah, it's fine by itself, but having it paired with something like that would be phenomenal.
Small amounts of concentrated flavor.
Yeah,
because that's
steak.
what the drink is too.
Real nice steak. I don't know. I like just pairing food that I like with drinks that I like. I don't really.
That's smart.
You know what I mean? But I don't think about it like, well, this wouldn't go well with a salad, or this wouldn't go. What would this not go well with?
Vanilla ice cream.
I think it'd be great with a vanilla ice cream.
Oh yeah, I think it would be too.
Yeah,
it goes great with apple pie too. Think of how the sweet apples and the tartness balance. It's like a cran apple. It just works great.
It's it's like a cherry pie almost.
Yeah,
it kind of has a little bready quality to it, which I think maybe is more like the honey notes coming through.
Right.
The honey is very neutral, Michael, as well. I thought the honey character, you don't really get a sense of honey so much as the currant and the rhubarb. Is that by design?
Yes, it is. I try to make every single meat I make have a different profile to it, so that when you get 60 some odd varieties, and I'm working on 67 now. I'm trying to find something unique and bold that really kind of resets the expectations. I was told tonight by I was at a meeting of the New Hampshire Winery Association, and two of the wineries mentioned to me that we were the largest winery in New Hampshire at this point.
Oh, is that right?
I kind of chuckled. I said, "You got to be kidding me!"
Wow.
It's been 3 years, and we just continue to work really hard at it.
Well, it's showing through in the product. So keep it up, Michael.
Michael, is this a mead that you would recommend aging? I know some people talk about having to age meads out, and how does this go with age?
It gets better with age, so the tartness continues to soften a little bit more with it getting older. The batch you're trying here is probably close to 4 months old, 5 months old at this point. So we've got a very nice refined process of how we ferment the mead, where we're working at 62 degrees, slow fermentation to really kind of build up that estery profile and really help make it be a drink that you can actually enjoy.
How long is your fermentation? You said slow, but typically.
Yeah, we're typically seeing about 3 months start to finish.
There's a little spice to it somewhere in the end, too. And I think it's from the honey. I'm tasting, because you're talking about how subtle the honey is, JP, and I think you're right. But it does come back to you. You know, the first flavor you get is tart, and I think that Michael's right that you get the rhubarb, you get the cherry flavors that come through, all of that.
Yeah.
But the flavor that comes back afterward, which is also wonderful, I don't know, there's just a little bit of spice to it, and it's complex when it comes back to you. At first, you can go, okay, I'm picking out these things. When it comes back around to the back of your palate, it really starts to open up. In fact, I would say, just like a beer, Michael, this has been in my glass now for a couple of minutes. The warmer this gets, the more the whole thing is opening up and starting to give me some of those flavors.
Yeah, we recommend serving them at cellar temperature so you can actually enjoy the flavor.
Yeah,
we love to pick on a major brewery and say that we don't recommend serving it ice cold because we want you to actually enjoy the flavor instead of just numbing the taste buds.
Right. Yeah, I've been teetering the line of being an alcoholic for several years. If I had a keg of this, I'd be over the limit.
No, for sure.
Yeah, I would just, I got to work today. No, I don't. I'm going to drink fire all day.
Yeah, flame.
I'm going to drink flame from now until forever.
I could do it, too. It's like we talk about drinking sour beers all day.
Yeah.
Or this is your final of the night.
Yeah.
This is it.
Yeah, I need 8 of them.
Oh, my God.
It's another fantastic mead. Flame from Moonlight Meadery.
And where can we get this?
Yeah, is this one widely available like the rest, Michael?
This one's available in California and on our website at moonlightmeadery.com. You can visit our online store to purchase.
Okay.
But we just got back this past weekend from the International Mazer Cup, which was held out in Boulder, Colorado. And we took 3 medals this year out of 343 entries.
Wow.
We took 2 silvers and a bronze. So
nice.
I'm very happy to come back. And I took my entire production staff. And one of my yeast specialist, or fermentation specialist, Chris Killinger, he's an active BN Army member and wears his hat proudly everywhere we go.
Nice. Love it. Wait, Michael, I thought your entire production staff was like you, a midget, and a dog.
No, we're now, there's 4 of us.
Okay.
And a cat.
Including the dog and the midget?
You're right. Yeah.
My dog just nailed me in the eyeball with his tongue tonight when we were rolling around playing. So, yeah, I'm looking a little gimpy to this morning.
All right. I think I probably asked you this when we talked to you last time, too, but you're going to NHC in Philadelphia, right?
Absolutely.
We got to get you involved in our event so we can our listeners can taste this stuff too.
Yeah, I'm expecting to bring something pretty special for you guys. Our Utopian number 6, which is our batch 6, the mead that we make in the Sam Adams Utopias barrels.
Yep.
We're now selling at $100 a bottle in our shop.
Wow.
And we can't keep it in stock.
Really?
Yeah, it took a silver medal at the competition this past weekend, and we'll see what we can do to maybe bring down a keg for your event.
Wow!
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Well, I'll tell you what. I know we're going to. We're doing this VIP dinner, and that might be the perfect place to serve a little bit of it because they're going to pair it with all that great food too. So we'll talk about this, Michael.
We're getting about $1,000 a gallon for the product right now.
Hey, we got sponsors to pay for that. I'll take care of it.
Yeah.
You don't worry about that.
Let's focus on the flame, though.
Right.
God, this is going to go over so well.
It's a good one.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
This is one of the ones we're going to be continuing to make quite a bit of. We've got 6 flavors now, and we're in 23 states. Some of the bigger states are just starting to, product's been in their warehouse and they're starting to get it out there. So if we offered up tonight that if you're the first one to tweet and post about finding our products in New Jersey or in Florida, please let us know so we can celebrate and send them out a T-shirt.
Oh, nice. I got a sister in New Jersey, so I'm gonna.
I got a sister in Jersey.
I'm gonna cheat and tell her to respond. Yeah.
Speaking of T-shirts, the winner of tonight's Twitter game.
Yeah.
We'll get a Moonlight Meadery T-shirt.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Michael. I can't thank you enough for sending us some more mead. This is fantastic.
All right, guys. Take care.
We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Michael.
All right. Visit moonlightmeadery.com.
There you go. Talk to you soon. Cheers.
All right. Bye.
If she's a 5 beer, it's a 2 mead, right? That's right.
And I'm sure he's got a link to his store that he mentioned there on that website. So.
Yeah, moonlightmeadery.com. It's the best mead on earth.
That'd be a good first date drink.
Good second date drink.
All right, now I'm 2 barley wines, several Drake's 1500s, a glass of mead into the show. I'm committed right now.
Are you past the halfway point?
Yeah, I could pass for drunk of the week right now.
Yeah.
I'm let's see. Scale of 1 to 10?
You're a 4.
Think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like a 6.
You're not touchy enough to be a 5.
I haven't started touching you yet?
No.
I thought I was. That's my own leg?
Yeah.
See, that makes me a 7. Now I'm going up 1. It's good stuff.
I love this mead. I swear to God.
Yeah. How many breaks have we taken?
8.
3?
2, right?
No, 3.
3.
At least 3.
We just came back in the last 20 minutes?
So we got one more break in us. All right, that means we got to cover some more barley wine right now.
Okay.
Let's ask the chat.
Was Nate going to call back in for this?
Yeah, he's been waiting for us. He's ready.
All right, I'm going to ring him up here on Skype because Nate had some good info on some barley wine. Let's see. Let me ring him up here. Let me bring up the other. You guys have the other barley wine info in front of you?
Well, I just opened the one that you got from the Southern Cal Homebrew Fest.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's from Eric Kish. Let me make sure I got that name right.
You did.
Okay.
Yeah.
You sure?
So,
yes.
Eric Kish, he might be listening. If you want to call in, 888-401-BEER, Eric. He was a little nervous about calling in.
Because...
he just, he didn't know.
He's in the chat.
But, Eric,
his voice
listen,
would crack.
now that I'm the drunkest one on the show, you might as well call in and do it. You're not going to make a fool of yourself.
No, you're going to make a fool of him.
No more than me.
Yeah, right. But he doesn't have to. He sent in his information, so we've got his barley wine to try. And here's what happened. Eric gave me his barley wine last year at the SoCal Homebrew Festival. And believe it or not, it is the one beer. I don't know why. There was something about Eric. He was such a nice dude. He had an honest face. It's the one beer I've ever taken care of properly the entire time. It came home with me. It went into my fridge. I moved, and it stayed in my fridge. It went fridge to cooler to fridge. It's the only listener beer I've ever taken care of for that long. I've taken care of listener beers.
There was a over under whether or not you actually had it still.
I had it the whole time. It's been in my fridge, so it's as good as it's going to be after this period of time. He did want us
through no fault of your own.
Right. He did want us to try it earlier, but we just never got around to it. And I thought, now's the perfect time. We're doing a barley wine show. So we got Tasty's barley wine to try. We got Eric's barley wine to try. And we got Nathan Smith on the line to talk homebrew barley wine with us. Hey, Nate.
How's it going?
It's good. Thanks for doing this Skype thing, man.
That sounds like you're right here next to me.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm looking at your creepy picture on Skype, though. You got a weird little...
Oh, it's creepy.
Yeah, you got a face like you just ate a baby.
Death Metal Nathan.
Maybe I did. I do have barley wine, though. I got this 21st Amendment. They're doing these mini cans of barley wine. I like the mini cans, if you've been paying attention, so kind of digging this.
I had that at 2NA a couple weeks ago. They poured me one of those.
Still haven't had it yet.
It's like the little 10-ounce can, right?
Like the Red Bull.
It's like a little energy drink or something.
2 mini cans?
Yeah. I think you buy them in 4-packs. And yeah, it's a little Red Bull version. It's a good. It's the lower to boom, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
It's good.
By the way, it was Nathan's birthday the other day. I want you to know this.
Happy birthday, Nathan.
Yeah, I'm 1 year away from the big 4-0, so got to make this one count. It's the last one.
Really?
37.
That's 1 year away. Wow, you're an old... Are you still... Can you play in brain oil once you're 40?
I think I'm kicked out.
Yeah, but not on Sugar Mountain.
I think you have to take up drugs, is what happened. You can still play when you're 40.
They're preservatives, so...
Yeah, but that's just cholesterol drugs.
Right. Yeah, not just
blood pressure.
Yeah, not just blood pressure drugs.
They're going to have to change the name to blood pressure brain oil.
Yeah, right.
Shit! Yeah, you're good, too.
Thanks.
Cod's liver
Gotta
oil.
get something other than just hops, I guess.
Right. All right, what do you want to do first? What's open? Tasties or...
We've opened Eric's beer, I believe.
Yes.
All right.
I need a
We
glass.
just need it in some glasses. We'll fix this
Spread the
radio
joy.
sense.
Hang on, I got to
Eric, I'm looking through your information here. What was the bar on date of this beer we're pouring?
Eric's not on the phone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did anybody know Eric's? I'm sorry.
Oh, you can ask him in the chat. He's in the chat.
Is he in the chat?
Yes, he's in the
All right,
chat.
chat him. Okay, that'll take a while.
Chat him up.
Well, let me see. The earliest brew date was 5/27/2010.
Oh, okay.
All right.
That's almost.
What year did you say yours was, Tasty?
2007.
Four. Okay. All right. So we got a little age difference here. Yeah, this one is
Mine's fucking
2010. It was given to me in 2012, and it's been in my fridge since, what was that, April or something when we went to SoCal?
Yeah.
Okay. Guys want to know a little bit about the recipe?
I'd love to hear about it. I think Eric is actually calling in right now.
Oh, he is?
The
Okay.
chat room
I thought he was gonna
the chat room has pressured him into doing so.
Good. All right. Here's where the question that you sent over, JP, comes through. Komodo
Oh, yeah. Okay, great.
had written in earlier about any tips for doing a partial mash. And believe it or not, the barley wine we have in our glass now is a partial mash. It was a mini mash that Eric did. And here's a bit about the recipe. By the way, the recipe has won 1 gold and 2 silver medals.
Wow.
It's also Eric's first foray into any sort of mashing. So he was all extract until this beer. And then he did a mini mash on this one.
You guys want to talk to him? He's on one.
Yeah, let's get him on the line.
Uno.
The medals were won in the Kish Family Brew-Off 2005 and 6.
Eric, what's happening, brother?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey, it's going well. All right. Quick survey. Who's drunker, me or Eric?
Eric.
Probably me.
All right.
And he's huffing nitrous.
Drinking his own barley wine again.
All right.
Barley wine and Four Loko and a bunch of mead and
And Four Loko. Wow, you're going for it.
Monday Night Radio.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
you gotta, I got tomorrow off, so I figured I might as well go for it.
Attaboy. You know what? I'm taking tomorrow off with you. Eric says I can.
No, you're not.
I can't.
Well, that'll be an
Don't
off
take
week.
time off.
Oh, that's right.
You live in Martinez, every day is a day off, sir.
That's right. I'm not taking tomorrow off. I'm working a double day on Wednesday.
There you go.
okay.
You're going to work 4 hours on Wednesday.
Yes.
I got a 10-hour shift, so I think I win.
Yeah, you're fine. All right.
I think someone's tickling Eric.
He is a little kicker.
Yeah. That's what happens when you drink that much, sir.
Right. All right, so let me get this straight, Eric. This is your first attempt at any sort of mashing the beer that's in our glass.
Yeah, I had made a couple of beers beforehand, but they were all just extract recipes I had played with. This is the first thing I was like, you know what, I'm going to screw around. I'm going to play with some malt and see what happens.
Okay. All right, I'm going to read a little bit of the recipe to get us started here. What do we have here? 2 pounds of 2-row, a pound of chocolate malt, a pound of Carapils, a pound of Crystal 120, pound of Crystal 40, pound of roasted barley, pound of flaked oats, pound of honey, 4 pounds of light DME, and 6.5 pounds. We have this listed twice.
No, it's one's dry, one's liquid.
LME
Yeah,
last
what-
one, I think. Yeah.
Oh, LME. I see. 4 pounds of...
The DME was a late edition because I was trying to prevent the color edition, and it's one of those things like Jamil says where I was trying to prevent. I don't know. I was screwing around, and it's one of those. He says, oversimplify, and sometimes shit comes out good, and sometimes you can't ever reproduce it.
Right. Okay.
So it's one of those recipes I've not been able to make simpler. So.
Right. Okay, let me just not screw it up for the listeners then. Let me get it right. It was 4 pounds of light DME and 6.5 pounds of light LME. So there's and this again is a mini mash.
Yeah.
So you steeped those.
I mashed all the grain, and then I sparged it, and then once it was sparged, I added all the DME and the LME.
Got it. I remember my first mini mash.
That
way back
beer
when.
took
Small hands.
forever. I was boiling it on the front at like 10 o'clock at night. It was not a fun day.
Oh, yeah, when you're used to extract brewing you move over to any kind of mashing, it takes your whole life.
Yeah, I was doing it, and I was like, it's like a 2-hour brew day. What the hell is this?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, don't be. Well, it's been a long time since then, so you probably haven't been discouraged. Let me start by saying this. I've tasted the beer, Eric, and I can see why this beer has won some medals. And I think it's aged. I think it's aged well. It's definitely picking up some of those flavors we discussed with Brett.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's slowly starting to get a little bit oxidized, I think, but it's still got what I originally wanted from it, I believe.
It doesn't really have the cardboard notes. It's got sherry notes.
Yes.
It's got raisins, definitely.
It's got some toffee.
Yeah.
It's packaged really well.
Yeah. What it also has, though, I'm going to say, Eric, is it's very sweet. It's a sweet barley wine.
Yeah, I finished at 10.22, so, I mean, it's super, super sweet.
Okay.
And the hops have all dropped out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I brewed it like 3 years ago. Yeah, there aren't any hops anymore.
Okay, but this is good for us to talk about because it's an example of exactly what Brett mentioned. In fact, he was surprised that his 2-year-old barley wine at GABF still had a little bit of hop character to it.
Mm-hmm.
So this is something I think that homebrewers can expect. And in fact, when we taste Tasties, we're probably going to find the same thing.
What we're going to find.
And depending on how
dead mouse in there.
Depending on how long you want to hold on to your barley wine, these are things that you want to think
I
about.
have 3 bottles total.
So I have one of them.
Yeah, you have one. My buddy who did a beer for a brewery called Einer's Folly, he has one, and I think I have one, maybe 2 total left.
Okay. All right. Let me go to Nathan Smith here for a second, because I know that Nathan had some hopping tips for barley wine as a homebrew, and maybe talk to us about the longevity too, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, Eric's doing something really different with his style of barley wine and not doing any late hopping or dry hopping, but it's kind of fun to take it in a different direction and do. It's a really good platform for really aggressive American hops. I think you can put really high alpha hops in an American barley wine, and it gives it this longevity over time, and give it hops like Apollo and Summit and things like that. And as the beer mellows out and ages, you still get some interesting hop character, and those don't entirely drop out at 6, 9, 12, 18 months. It's kind of a cool way to be able to mess around with those hops. And other beers, they might be too aggressive, American Pale Ale or even something moderate gravity, but in American barley wine, you can really, and not just those type of aggressive hops, but multiple hop additions, dry hop additions, a week into fermentation, maybe 2 weeks into fermentation. A little bit like you were saying earlier, though, you can go in too far of a direction and make it more like a triple IPA, so there is a bit of a balancing act that you need to do with these beers, and let them have some residual sweetness that you wouldn't really want in any IPA,
So you get a little room to leave the sweetness, but you're saying dry hop wise, you would spread it out over several doses?
Yeah, exactly. You can do 3-4 dry hops and be really aggressive with a style like American barley wine. Then they taste really interesting young and really hoppy and really forward, but I think by doing that, you actually can build in some interesting complex hop aroma and hop flavor that if you keep the barley wine cold and really age it at not just cellar temperatures, but in the 30 to 40 degree range, you can preserve some of that. And it actually sort of changes over time into something that, you taste a fresh American IPA and you're like, okay, that's Citra, that's Simcoe. These are hops that we can recognize. And in an American barley wine, you can preserve some interesting hop aroma by storing it at very cold temps, and it sort of transforms into something that's greater than the sum of the parts that you gave it.
Okay.
There was a barley wine that I had entered into the World Cup competition, which was judged last Saturday. I was fortunate enough to win a blue ribbon there, and it was kind of cool to talk with the guys in the Best of Show panel. They're asking me, when was this beer brewed? And I said, well, 2 years ago, and they were in disbelief. And it was kind of cool to think back on the technique of that beer. It was the multiple dry hops and cold storage that really gave it it still had hop aroma and hop flavor.
Got it.
It's kind of cool, like 2 years down the road. And you wouldn't be able to do that if the beer wasn't stored cold, that's for sure.
Okay. Well, that's a good point, because we talk about cellar temperatures quite a bit, and then we talk about actually just keeping it in a fridge. So you're saying the best way to preserve the hop character is actually cold,
Absolutely,
refrigerator. Yeah. Okay.
It's kind of like keeping an old Bigfoot around. Like you keep that beer's aggressively bitter and aggressively hop forward when you get it, and it's really nice to drink them young, but you keep a 6-pack or 4-pack of Bigfoot around a year or two later, and it still has some hop aroma and hop flavor, but it's really different than it was when the beer was just a month or two old.
Right. And to me, Bigfoot's a very hop-forward barley wine. It's one that you can taste early and go... In fact, sometimes if you taste it early, it's one of my triple IPA examples. It's bitter, it's hoppy. It's not my favorite barley wine to drink the year it comes out. But you put it on the shelf, or actually, as Nathan's saying, put it in the fridge for a couple years. It's a great barley wine.
I know a guy who likes to drink his barley wines young.
Like he'll right when they come out.
Yeah, he'll homebrew a keg of beer and it'll be gone in 3-4 weeks.
Right.
Barley wine.
See,
he just likes that I guess real sweet, hoppy flavor.
You know what it is? He likes. I don't mean this in a mean way. He really wants his palate to be hit hard and shocked, and a lot of robust flavors.
Yeah.
There are wine drinkers
You're
like that
putting
who
a lot of fancy words for rape.
He wants his palate to be raped.
Yeah.
I'm like that with wine, actually. I want a Bordeaux. I want it to hit me right in the face with all those flavors because I can't pick up the subtleties of wine. I don't know how to do that. And I think that the beer drinkers are kind of the same when they want it to be beat up like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doc, Tasty, anybody, any other? Now, Eric did give us this beer. Of course, it was a long time ago that he wanted the feedback, but he has to. Now he's getting it. Anything else about his barley wine that you want to say?
One is 1022 is not overly sweet for this kind of style at all. So, I mean, if you were telling me it was 1035, yeah, maybe, but even that, sometimes depending on how high you started on the original gravity, but 1022 is respectable.
So it's a little sweet even for its gravity, you're saying?
Yeah, possibly, and maybe if it's going to be around this long, or you're going to try to, I mean, the malt bill's pretty good for it, but maybe to try some of what Nathan was doing was, and trying to get some of the hops to last longer in this kind of thing.
Okay.
I think
one of the things I was thinking about playing with was I actually brewed the recipe all grain, and I have a 17.5% and a 16.5% version, and I was working on dry hopping and oak aging different versions of it to see how a year out it'll play and mess with it down the line.
I was going to ask you if you oak age this. It looks like it would take to that really well based on the kind of you're using a Belgian yeast strain, the Westmalle strain, which is a pretty cool choice, untraditional for this a bit in a way.
I basically I went on the White Labs website, saw the strain that had the characteristics that I wanted to mess with, and that's what I came up with. And it's my go-to strain. It's the house strain here at the house, and it's the one that 90% of my beers have.
Okay, I can pick now that you bring that up, Nathan. That it's got that yeast strain. I can pick up some of those characteristics, some of that Westmalle, which is a compliment, by the way. That's a nice characteristic.
Especially this dark and it's very dark beer.
Yeah,
I mean, this is a porter color.
So, Doc, let's talk about this in terms of the sweetness that we're picking up too. Now that I'm reading a little more of his recipe, and that is that okay. So, brew date was 5/27. On 5/31, so just a few days later, he notes that he had a slowed fermentation and added 11 ounces of pure maple syrup. So he was kind of. In fact, there's a couple additions going on here like that. There's another one on the date 6/7 where he added 21 ounces of maple syrup. So he was kind of feeding the fermentation with a pretty sweet product, right? I mean, maple syrup is essentially it's simple sugar, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's not simple, but it is mostly sugar. Yeah,
I see.
This is really important for the style. I think I do a similar thing with dark candy sugar or syrup. I think it really helps drive attenuation over time. If you had simply added that in the kettle or at pitching time, you may not get what you expect in terms of attenuation, I think.
Yeah, probably more chance of it stalling out.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, slowly talking to the guys at like Patrick Rue and Tyler King from the brewery lately, what I've actually found out is they make that Black Tuesday, and what they do is they actually feed it sugar for a week straight. And so I was slowly starting to just add sugar additions. When the fermentation would slow down, I would pitch, and fermentation slow down, and I'd throw some more sugar into it. Slow fermentation down, throw more sugar at it. And I was just hoping to stress that yeast out and get as much out as possible that I could.
So let me read some more of the numbers, not just for you guys here in the studio, but for the folks at home so that you can see what Eric is talking about, where he was kind of doing this feeding process. So, Brew Date 527 does a mini mash. He has an OG, according to the recipe here, of 1113, all right, 1.113. On 531, he adds 11 ounces of maple syrup, and he takes, and then a day later, on 6-1, he has a hydrometer reading of 1060. All right. 6 days after that, he has a reading of 1036. So now he adds 21 ounces of pure maple syrup, raises his gravity, of course. He gets a hydro reading of 1043. All right. Now on 613... All right, just what do we got there? 6 days later, rack to secondary, and he adds vanilla beans, a half a cup of chopped raisins that, by the way, were soaked in Old Forester bourbon. This is a homebrewer, folks. He is doing this thing. A pound of light brown sugar, a pound of table sugar. And then he pitches a bloomed, I guess, a raised packet of Red Star Premier Cuvée yeast. I don't know what that is.
It's wine yeast.
It's wine yeast.
It's just a wine yeast. The brewer's yeast wouldn't eat any more of the sugar, so I needed something that was going to appreciate where it was and try to get that a little lower.
So all that happens on 6/13. 13 days later, he's got a hydrometer reading of 1022, so it's dropping down. He racks off again, and now on April 13th, 5 ounces of priming sugar, repitches the Cuvée yeast, corks and bottles it.
And if you notice when you open that bottle, not a damn thing happened.
No, it's pretty flat.
Yeah, it's flat.
Yeah.
So
that's when I went to kegging.
Smart move.
Yeah.
Although you didn't need much with this beer. You only needed a couple volumes, right?
Yeah, but I've lost key points on that beer just because it's flat.
Yeah, it's tough to get them to carbonate when you're at that level.
How many points did you lose for carbonation?
Well, it's 5 points overall, isn't it? So, I mean...
Yeah, but it does cut down on the whole impression when they're judging it, too.
But I mean, you can go from a second from a first to a second just on carbonation alone when you're in the top level there.
Right.
Sure.
But carbonation isn't 5 points just for carbonation, is it? I can't remember.
You're the only judge in the room.
I know, but I can't remember. I don't.
I judge people.
I don't remember either.
I judge all the time.
Right.
All I do is judge.
I'm a good judge of
it kind of
legs
sounds,
and asses.
It kind of sounds like a recipe from Bizarro Sam, doesn't it?
Well, okay. I'm going to give you that, and that's why I was making fun of him a little bit that this is a true home brewer. However,
no.
Wait though, Eric. I'm telling you that the choices that you made are playing really well together. It's a very nice beer. It's sweet. That's my only criticism. The rest of it,
that's generally what I get too, though. So I mean,
it's
one of those
together
recipes
fine.
where I went like, these things should go great together, and then I had no idea how to like layer them.
Yeah.
So I just threw it all together and saw how it came out.
Well,
yeah.
It would be different if you had carbonation in it.
Yeah,
but
true.
5 points is for mouthfeel in general.
Which carbonation plays a part of.
It plays a part, but there's also body, warmth, creaminess, astringency. I would have dropped you 2 points for carbonation, so fuck everybody else.
I generally get like a 1 or a 2 on that category. I have like 5 or 6 sheets there.
Doc?
Well, 2 things add to your sweetness here. Is one, you just threw 5 ounces of priming sugar that did nothing.
Okay, good point, yeah.
And
I would definitely go with that.
Yeah, and the fact that you didn't get any carbonation, which actually adds to the sharpness, the carbonic acid.
Yeah.
So that will counteract a lot of the sweetness.
Right.
I only know this because I corked and caged a triple once, and it did nothing. It's just a sickening, sweet, syrupy thing sitting in there.
Okay.
And it's because you threw more sugar in it, and you didn't get any carbonation to counteract that. So the kind of the double whammy.
But
you can't blame a dude for trying, though.
Well, that's what I mean.
You're making the right steps.
When we go back to the recipe and we talk about that he added a little bit of vanilla beans, that he added some chopped raisins, that he soaked in bourbon. These are flavors that could have stuck out like a sore thumb, and none of them are doing that.
Well, I think they all, looking back on this, everything kind of went together all the way up until this, and the only downside was the damn yeast weren't your friends at the end.
Right.
And so you didn't get any carbonation with it.
Why did you choose wine yeast for your carbonation yeast?
It was the only thing that I had found that was going to be able to handle the 15+% alcohol percentage that was already in the beer. So it was just.
What about and I'm asking that. I'm not saying this because I know. I'm asking the guys here. What about champagne yeast? Would that have been the right choice there instead of the regular wine yeast, or is that champagne yeast?
I will be honest and say that I was a new brewer and picked the package that I thought looked the best.
Right.
It was shiny, kind of red.
Eric, you're a dumbass.
It was blue when I liked it.
No, you picked the way I picked. That's why I'm allowed to call you a dumbass. I would have done the same thing.
It's all right. You like my beer. You can call me whatever you want.
I do like this beer. I'm telling you, we really could have opened up a whole list of criticisms with a beer of this age, and we don't have them.
No,
I think it's aged perfectly. It's just sweet.
It just comes down to the finish.
The hops have dropped out. It's not cloyingly sweet.
No,
it's just not balanced. It needs more hops. And of course, they've dropped out.
So if the
beer could now be judged as an old ale.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
So if you had,
I think we actually blended the different version and my buddy's version as an old ale, and we got a 44 on the AHA comp.
That's good.
I can see why.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, if you had, put this in the keg and carbonated it that way.
Yeah.
And up the IBUs at the beginning and or dry hopped it, at this point in life, it would have been over the top. I mean, all the good flavors are all there, and like you said, it's not cloyingly sweet.
And amateur or intermediate brewers out there, I would like to point out that not one thing has been said today about extract being in this beer. Nobody has said, "Oh, if only it was all grain."
No.
I mean, you really can make a fantastic beer mini mash for sure, and oftentimes all extract. But I think this is a really great example of a complex beer that was done mini mash, not even all grain.
Yeah.
So
or even all grain. A lot of times they'll throw extract into it just to get it
boost it,
just to boost it up there because you just can't do it because your mash tun's not big enough.
Right.
I actually did a presentation at the club on a reiteration mash, and that beer was a bitch and a half to actually make.
Oh, you did one of those?
Yeah, it was a 15-pound Munich malt and then like another 20 pounds of grain on the secondary mash, and like a 12-hour brew day, and not a fun day.
You don't seem a fan of long brew days.
Lazy.
No. Give me a 4 or 5 hour day, and I worked at a brewery for like a year, so
okay.
I'm good on just short and done.
Okay. Eric, do you want to stay on the line while we beat the shit out of Tasty's beer?
Sure. Why not?
All right, let's talk about it. Did you guys taste this one yet? I had a little whiff of it. I'm about to take a taste.
I had a taste. I think it's amazing for how old it is. It's
just
great.
smelling it, the hops are still there.
They are still there. And there's still some bitterness there, Tasty.
Yeah, it's pretty balanced.
What do you do in your house? You're like a witch doctor with hops.
The most legendary brewmeister in all the Deutschland.
Yes. How do you keep hops in a beer that long? It's ridiculous.
I have no idea. I don't know. I did this in 2004. In 2004, I don't think I was, the ninja brewer I am now.
Perlick or something.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah, I was just finding my way then. So this beer wasn't without its mishaps. It has even in 2004, I actually kept notes on beers and stuff.
Okay.
Now I just kind of like, I remember that shit.
Sure. Which you do.
Drinking the Jazz Brown, right? It's got all the cue them up. Yep, sir.
Just play them all in a loop.
Oh, I got them all.
Jazz Brown. I have my own.
Definitely bitter on there. And
it's got some bitterness.
No,
but it needs some bitterness.
Well, and little did you know in 2004 that we'd be drinking it here.
I had no idea.
2013.
This is the first and only barley wine I ever made, I think.
Oh, so this was a year before we even existed here in the studio.
That's correct.
It's been aging all that time. We've been up here farting and drinking beer.
All right, you're the only one who tasted it earlier. So what do you
Earlier
think?
when?
Earlier as in when you brewed it.
When you had more bottles of it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So what do you think about how it's aged? Give us your impression.
Yeah, it tastes about like I remember it when it was like 3 and 4 years old.
Really?
Then I
Okay.
just kind of forgot about it because, I don't know, for some reason.
Yeah, and left a couple bottles.
Yeah, I just knew they were in. It's like once in a while I'd like be going through the back looking for something or just cleaning out, making room for things, and I'd see them there. So I kind of knew they were there, and then I'd forget about them for 2 years. And then the show came up, and I thought, I should bring those out.
Yeah. Well, either I'm experiencing the cumulative effect, or there is a little alcohol heat going on
Well,
with
this
this
beer is bigger than all the rest of them.
What is it?
Yeah.
It's about 18, 19%.
Oh, is it really? Yeah. You fucker. Right here at the end. Yeah.
That's tasty.
Even Eric's laughing at you.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. It's not. It's not an offensive alcohol. It's pretty.
No, it's really not. It's more. Again, it sort of comes up afterward. It's in the
burn.
aftertaste.
Yeah.
Just a little burn.
Right.
Well, tell us about the malt bill.
All right, the malt bill in this, and it's a 9.5 gallon batch size because it's all I can mash for grain. But I'm not going to give you the weights. I'll give you the percentages. It's just much easier to comprehend what I'm doing here. Again, that's something I must have made up myself, but I apologize for the oddity. It's about 67% pill malt, 7% Caro Pills, 7% corn sugar, 5% Crystal 90, 5.1% flake buckwheat. I don't know what that does.
You don't even remember.
Hey, buckwheat.
I must have had something. 5% Vienna malt, a little malt character.
What were you new in 2004? It's your first brew?
I don't think I turned in 2004. My biggest resource for brewing questions and troubleshooting was my homebrew supply store, Olin Schultz, the proprietor. He was my mentor. I take my beers to him and we discuss them. I mean, I really hadn't found my way yet, as far as I'm.
Well, and they had so many different grains. Why not put them all into one beer?
I think I remember getting in that sack. We got in one sack of flaked buckwheat.
Oh, really?
I remember that. I was doing doing trials on how to germinate raw buckwheat was when John Plisse and I were trying to do gluten-free nonsense.
And you were like, oh, I know who to give it to. Tasty.
Here's this guy.
He'll brew it.
Well, convince him to put it in his beer.
I see.
That's what they're doing. They're unloading this shit on.
All right, carry on.
Then one more malt, 2.6% Crystal 60. So 2.6 60 and then 5.190. So it's got about 7.5% crystal in it. 7.7% corn sugar, so it's got that in it as well.
Okay.
So that produced a 1.16 OG beer.
Exactly what you wanted.
Big ass. I was shooting for 1.102, so I exceeded my expectations.
Right.
The hydrometer jumped out of the friggin' jar.
I had to give it a.
You had to hold it down.
I had an extra cylinder on top just for the headspace. So it didn't tip over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I estimated 65% efficiency because I was like, it was like porridge. Like the spoon would stand up in the
I see.
in the mash tun. I do remember that kind of shit. Okay, and then of course, typical tasty hop bill here. I'll give you IBUs. Okay, in the mash hop, of course, 37 IBUs of Chinook and 25 IBUs of Northern Brewer. At 90 minutes, 58 IBUs of Chinook and 70 IBUs of Warrior. At 45 minutes, 66 IBUs of Simcoe. So I was hitting Simcoe in 2004.
Wow, look at you.
I was a man ahead of my time. 30 minutes, 31 IBUs of Columbus. And at Flame Out, which I treat as a 1 minute edition. Now, of course, I know not to do that.
Okay. Back then, though.
I didn't. In the day, I didn't know. 14 IBUs of Centennial, 7 IBUs of Cascade, and 8 of Simcoe. And,
wow.
It was subsequently dry hopped with Columbus, Centennial, and Simcoe. All that adds up to, on Rhaegar, about 320 IBUs.
Well,
so,
you
now
were,
we know why.
I think I know why it still had some bitterness in it.
Well, listen, for one, you were not bored. Okay, and this is new homebrewer speak, right? You go for it, and it keeps you interested.
Like I was new then, yeah.
But second of all, you didn't know it, but hop-wise, you were ahead of your time. I mean, this is exactly what Nathan said to do if you wanted to hold up, is to hop the crap out of it.
Yeah.
Am I paraphrasing you right,
yeah,
Nathan?
by the time the beer, conditions and melds and finds its, sweet spot, it's got to have some hops left. Otherwise, it's going to taste, just sweet.
Right.
What do you think this beer's sweet spot was? Is there any way to guess that?
Well, when it was new, it was really a crazy hoppy beer. That this is like 2004. So like double IPA was just getting a lot of steam, and I remember 2004 is when Vinny released the Planet of the Elder recipe.
Does anybody get kind of the Big Red chewing gum like cinnamon flavor out of it at all? Out of this beer?
Oh, you mean it has the taste that goes on and on?
There's a spice to it.
A little bit. Gets right to it.
Well, there's that.
You can take it by a little longer.
There is.
You can try a little longer.
Nah, it's like cinnamon raisin.
Yeah.
Cinnamon raisin bran.
It has the oxidative characters that you want, but there's also...
Very, very limited, though, aren't they, the oxidation? I'm surprised.
It's limited.
Limited.
No, it's not oxidative in a cardboard way. It's
No, that's true.
No, it's like sherry wine, like plums and raisins.
Right. And cinnamon.
And cinnamon. Yeah, like cinnamon raisin bran.
That's it.
So I got to tell you what a disaster this ferment was.
Okay.
It's
It's my favorite jingle. All right.
All right.
Think about it a little longer.
So I brewed this beer like on 10/31 of 04. On 11/30 of 04.
On Halloween?
The gravity had gone down to 1.060 and from a 1.116. I guess I was concerned, so I made a 2-gallon starter of my primary yeast here was 001, White Labs 001. So and a month later, I guess got concerned at my 1060 and did a 2-gallon starter of the WLP 099. And I'm sure I just pitched the solids from that because I didn't want to add any volume to the beer, thereby having to make
it.
Well, unless I made a starter that was at one point, but I'd be diluting it. So I just added the yeast, and so for some reason, I guess I didn't see enough activity. I thought
okay,
hello,
right?
You just got that big load of yeast. Why aren't you doing something? So then I go, okay, I do a little bit, research and stuff. I added 12 drops of Beano per keg.
Wait, you did? How does that help fermentation?
It's an enzyme.
It breaks down the non-fermentable sugars into fermentable sugars and lets them have more to eat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you do that these days?
That's the first one only one I've ever made.
That's the only one.
But you can do it today, yes.
That's actually,
Beano is
you've
available.
discovered Tasty's secret. Every beer has a dash of Beano.
Beano in every, you never fart, but they finish low.
I knew there had to be a trick.
I actually used it in the Doppelbock we're about to taste.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
See?
That's what I need, is a Doppelbock.
We're coming out of the closet.
It's an ice box.
Great. That's exactly what I need tonight.
When's the last time you won Drunk of the Week?
9:15 on a Monday.
Has it been a while? It's been a few years, right?
It's been a while, yeah.
All right, so
lackluster.
Sure enough, a month later it went down to 1034 from 1060. So that Beano was the bomb. I didn't see a lot of fermentation activity.
It worked.
Well, but it worked out great. So
Beano's the key.
Then what did I do? Okay.
Did you take advantage of any women when this was on tap?
No, I don't think so.
No panty droppers?
It wasn't a beer I would take out anywhere.
He's kept it at home and got drunk himself.
Keep in mind, this is pre-BN.
I see, right.
So it wasn't tasty. This was still Mike McDole, the kind, lovable grandfather
I forget
type.
that. I do forget there was a Mike McDole.
Beforehand.
Yeah, this is Mike McDole did this.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so there were no,
Good point.
I'd won my first...
Mike McDole did it to impress chicks, and he's like, check the beer out. It had Emily in it.
And they're like, yeah, who are you?
They're like, who's Emily? And why is she in your beer?
And Mike's like, never mind.
I got that dirty old man thing down pretty good, don't I?
All right.
Anyway, so in here, so the Beano worked like crazy. Then I guess I kegged it in March. So from October brewing and then I kegged it in March, and then
I feel like I'm listening to a disposition
on NPR.
A deposition
on NPR.
I'm listening to a disposition.
Then I dry hopped the beer.
This is how terrible this show.
You got a bad disposition.
Listening to a deposition.
Yeah, that's right, Your Honor. No, I dry hopped the beer twice. I don't know why. I don't like. It's a bad idea, I think, to dry hop a barley wine. It's just
Nathan doesn't think so.
Really? I think you're just adding staling agents. So even like late editions. I think Brett touched on that too. those are things that are not going to go the distance. Well, where do they go? They drop out, sure.
Right.
But, what do they become when they drop out? Well, to me, they become, staling agents. That's why, Vinny wants you to drink his beer real quick. He's basically loading it up with late additions.
Which, in theory, you would be right, except that your beer has maintained some hop character.
Well, that's true. That's
yeah.
Right. Yeah. I don't think that's from the late additions. That's from the primary.
I see. Okay.
A zillion IBUs that.
So that's the 200 and 300 IBUs or whatever.
So if you were to do it today, you wouldn't do the maybe multiple dry hopping that Nathan is referring to.
I wouldn't dry hop until I was ready to put it into a competition. Or
I see.
Say let's take it to the market or something like that.
Well, that's a good point. You can dry hop at any time, can't you? You don't have to do it at the beginning.
Magic, no.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Anytime.
Anyway,
that's an excellent point. You could age it for a year or two in a keg and dry hop at the end.
Is that a good universal rule? Like if you're thinking about entering an old beer in a competition, just dry hop it, infuse a little hops?
I don't know if it's a good universal rule, but I do think it could be a nice tactic.
Could work.
It's trickier.
Now everybody's going to be doing it.
Well, here's what you do, though. We always say this anyway. You taste the beer. If it's missing something and you can add it back with a dry hop, then you would do so. But keep in mind, you're not adding. God damn it! You're not adding bitterness. You're adding maybe a perception of bitterness and some hop character to it.
Right.
But you got to do it by taste.
Yeah,
tasty.
Anyhow, I like.
Well, dry hopping late is, of course, there's danger there, right? Because you're possibly entering oxygen and stuff like that.
Sure.
Be kind of careful. And
you might want it very, very close to your competition date.
Yeah.
Before the oxygen had any time to do anything.
Exactly. It takes a while for it to kick in.
And if you're addering things anyway, it doesn't even matter.
And your deposition.
In this day and age,
if you're addering things to your disposition, record that and play it back next week.
Yeah.
We'll have to get our own definition of that new term you just.
Yes,
I know that's where you're measuring and adding at the same time. That'd be addering.
Thank you, Tasty. See, he knows what I'm talking about.
I understand.
He understands me.
Yeah, that should worry you.
Right.
All right, so continuing the
Is there more?
The deposition.
Yes, go on.
It looks like when I dry hopped it, I moved it into I put it into like cellar temperatures, like 60 or 50 degrees.
I moved for a recess, you remember?
Wait till cross-examine. You guys are killing. Anyway, 3 months later, I filtered it. A month later, I carbonated it.
What were you wearing when you carbonated it?
I don't know.
It's on the notes. I'm sure.
Anyway, it finished at 1021, and it was 17.5.
I object. You can't expect me to think you carbonated at that point.
Yeah. And that you weren't wearing a dress.
Yeah.
Could have been.
We'll put the system on trial.
Well, Tasty, it held up well.
Yes, it did. The first thing I did was smell it, and I smell hops in there still.
It makes me like you less, Tasty, I have to say, because why can you never fail at brewing? Why do I have to do all the failures around here? You have a beer that's older than the Brewing Network, and it's not a failure.
That's right.
I'm getting sick of this.
Mm.
It's good.
Yeah, it's held up really well.
All right, Nathan has Skype messaged me that he had to go, so he's out of here. Eric is still on the line. I turned him down. He's probably talking to himself for the last 10 minutes. Yeah.
I do that, sir.
That's fine. So do we all.
Are we going to move for a recess?
Yeah, I think we're done with barley wine for tonight, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Eric, thanks for sending in your beer.
Thanks for having it on, brother.
Are you going to be at SoCal Fest this year?
I don't know. We kind of got some shitty campsites, so maybe, but we'll see.
Yeah.
If not, I'll bring you some beer. Anyway,
well, come on, Vizia.
Well, we have room at our campsite because Tasty the Douche is going to another festival. So if you need camp space, we're in B. We're in Camp B.
You're in B. We got G this year, so I might have to take your shit up on that.
I heard that's the spot, though.
Why don't you just get a boat and you just drive it straight across?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like 2 miles out from the festival and no power, no water, so.
Gee, that sounds fun. You should be in sales.
Sounds like camping.
Yeah. That sounds.
Hey, I didn't pick the site, sir.
Now I know.
It picked you.
I don't know why I've never been to SoCal Homebrew Fest. It sounds like a blast. You get to hunt for your own food, too?
Fun. I mean, we set like an entire bag of charcoal on fire. It was great.
A bag of charcoal?
That's insane.
Aren't you,
that exciting?
Aren't you supposed to light it?
Yeah, you lit something on fire that was meant to be lit on fire?
You can't be cray-cray.
50 pounds of it at once.
Shit. Next thing you know, you put it on the ground and cooked meat over it.
And you know what else? It was in a fire pit.
Yeah. Safely
It
surrounded,
was totally
cleared
in a fire
5
pit.
feet
Shit,
away.
you got me.
No, residual dry brush 5 feet away. Stacked 2 rocks around in a circle.
Yeah.
We were safe about it, but it was fucking crazy.
And before it went out, we were able to sanitize all of our cookware.
And somebody even walked barefoot across
It
there.
totally was, bro. We used the heat, and it was awesome.
You made your own heat.
All right, Eric, I really do appreciate you giving me the beer. I'm glad I was able to hang on to it. Thanks for coming on the show with us, brother.
Thanks for keeping it, man. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Cheers.
All right, bye.
Eric the Tickle Fetish Man.
There you go. Tickle Eric. I was trying
Tickle
to
Me
think of a
Eric.
good name. Yeah, that's good enough.
Yeah.
All right, God damn it. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to wrap things up, do a little drunk of the week. You know what we should do? We should talk about Adam and Eve for just a second.
I agree.
Could we? Because, I got an itch.
Where's Tasty been when I need him all night? Reminding me to do Adam and Eve.
I'm not following that. I should.
Yeah.
He's been right in front of you.
Let's see. You go to adamandeve.com. Hey, every time you get a boner.
Yes.
That's your reminder.
Yes.
We should plant this in the listener's head.
Yeah.
Okay, here's what happened. It's going to be like Pavlov's dog. Boner. I should have said that wrong like I did.
So did you hear Adam and Eve swing?
Disposition. Boner. Every time you get a boner, I want you to think Adam and Eve. And I want you to go to Adam and Eve. When that happens, I want you to go to adamandeve.com. Go to adamandeve.com.
For boner.
And here's what you get. You get boner. One item.
Ooh. Is it so sensual? How sensual is it?
Well, we haven't gotten to that one.
Oh, okay.
Just any item at like 50% off. Then you get 3 free adult DVDs, and you can choose from genres. You can choose from Asian. Boners. You can choose from boners.
Blowjob.
You can choose from, oral.
Blowies.
Anal.
Fetish.
POV. Chunky.
Ebony.
Cheerleaders.
Latina.
Is Latina on there?
Oh, yeah.
I like Latina. That's nice.
Yep.
Hang on. Let me finish real quick. Sounds like it's coming from outer space.
Boners from outer space.
All sorts of genre. You get 3 free adult DVDs. You get free shipping. And then you get one item so sensual.
How sensual is it?
So sensual you can't even talk about it on...
But it's good for your boner.
You can't talk about it on terrestrial radio.
No.
You can't talk about it on internet radio.
No.
You can't talk about it on YouTube. You can't talk about it on Twitter. You can't talk about it on Facebook.
Depending on your religion, you probably can't talk about it at home.
On the
either.
evening news?
You can't talk about it on the evening news. You can't. You can go to Area 51 and talk about other things before you can talk about the gift so sensual that we can't talk about it.
Well, because aliens gave it to us.
That might be true.
It's alien technology.
I haven't heard that,
hey.
but that might be
Well,
true.
it doesn't mean it's not
They don't
true.
do rectum probes for nothing.
Rectum.
It's sensual.
Damn near killed him.
So, adamandeve.com, and here's all you have to do. You have coupon code. This is the best read I've ever done.
Yeah.
Use coupon code BNARMY. That's BNARMY. Who's driving me home tonight?
Benarmy.
Is that
You
going to
are.
be Doc?
I guess so.
BNARMY. You get the thing, and the other thing, and the 3 things.
It'll happen.
And the free thing, and the extra thing.
Some of this, some of that, and some of the other thing.
It is almost Easter. You can get your wife the rabbit.
You can get a couple of treat things.
I was just saying, how many you get?
Hey,
Bring the rabbit home to your
it's
wife.
not just the thing. You
this
get a couple
Easter.
of treat things. Before you know it, everybody's happy.
Before you know it, you're making a sauce.
Hey, don't forget it. It's only funny if you're Italian to me at this point. I don't even have funny left in me. All right, do all those things. Go to adamandeve.com. A quick break. When we come back, we'll do Drunk of the Week. I wonder who's going to win. And then we'll wrap things up with a little interview, and we'll be out of here. Hang in there. It's the session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
All right,
BN Army, it's trivia time. What's the only homebrew shop with over 1,000 recipe kits, $4.99 shipping on orders over $100, and is also home of the Wolf Shirt? The one and only answer is Austin Homebrew Supply. For over 20 years, they've specialized in creating recipes such as the best-selling Texas Blonde Ale, Apocalypso, Hop Bomb 2.0, and Double Chocolate Stout. And they just recently unveiled their small grain kits that produce 1 gallon of beer. Visit AustinHomebrew.com to browse their extensive catalog of equipment and ingredients. They also have mini clone recipes of your favorite commercial beers. They're the exclusive retailer of BrewVent Yeast Fuel as well, Yeast Nutrient, and the all-new Bodybuilder. Follow Austin Homebrew Supply on Google Plus to participate in video hangouts on popular brewing topics. So visit AustinHomebrew.com today and make sure you sign up for their weekly email with news and specials. Austin Homebrew Supply, AustinHomebrew.com.
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for any beer style. I want a Cicerone. The Cicerone certification program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious, Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
Did you know the Brewing Network's very own Code Writin' Fool's son, Ryan Wolf, has opened a beer mecca in Missouri? The Wolf Brow House of Beer has hundreds of beers from all over the world and is conveniently close to I-70 in St. Peter's. Free tastings Saturdays 4 to 6 p.m. featuring special guests from local breweries. The best build-your-own six-pack around with every style represented. And kegged craft beer available for your kegerator too. There's always something new at the Wolf Brow House of Beer. New and hard to find beer every week. No 2 visits are the same. Just like passing out at the Rat Pad.
Hi, this is Ryan from Wolf Brow House of Beer. Mention the Brewing Network when you stop in for some cool free stuff. Mention JP for a swift kick in the ass.
The Wolf Brow House of Beer. Beer with personal service from a member of the BN Army.
This is Code. Visit my son's shop or I'll yank the BN website down.
www.wolfbrow.com. Here's a bite for beer lovers. Soft caramel made with real craft brew and coated in chocolate. And Hop Drops, hard candies made with real hop oil. Introducing Beer Candy from beercandy.com. Beer Candy's amazing caramels come in 4 mouth-watering flavors. IPA, bitter gold, wrapped in smooth white chocolate. Lager, made with a familiar beer from Boston and coated in milk chocolate. Lambic, soury Belgian goodness full of fresh raspberry and dipped in dark chocolate. And Stout, roasty cocoa chocolate insanity. Hop Drops are made with Fuggles or Cascade hops and are known as the candy that bites you back. Choose from sampler and full sizes of both and make your mouth jump to life. All at beercandy.com. Hop Drops and beer caramels satisfy your sweet tooth as only a beer lover could with Beer Candy. Visit beercandy.com today.
And now, Northern Brewer presents What If Homebrewers Ruled the World?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll follow me, I will lead you into the gallery area. Now, the first piece up for sale today is a Jamil Zainasheff original, a bottle of 1997 vintage Evil Twin.
I say.
A bidding for this one-of-a-kind piece will start at £7,000. And if you'll continue to follow me, ladies and gentlemen, I can show you a rather abstract piece from Bay Area brewer Justin Crossley. It's a German Doppelbock entitled Justin's Giant Bock. The brewer's notes here indicate that this beer had excellent mouthfeel.
That's just a crazy dream. Or is it? With Northern Brewer, a thirsty nation can craft its own ale and lager for the greater good of mankind. Northern Brewer, the home of superior customer service and the finest selection of home brewing goods for the future.
pour it out of your own kegerator.
I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
Radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
you're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer,
Radio shouldn't suck.
It's 9:30. What are we doing here?
Well, we start at 6.
I know.
Sometimes when
It's
we
been
do
like 8 hours.
Sometimes when we do a Monday show, you guys compare it to a Sunday show, and you think that there's an extra hour in there, but there's not.
It's that daylight savings time.
I'm going to post in the forum and complain about it, about you counting the hours, JP. It's going to sound like this. When JP counts the hours, it sounds like he doesn't really want to be there. And I'm not sure I like that.
Well, guess
what?
what?
It's just like any place else he goes. He gets tired and bored of it, and he starts to whine. He wants to go
like
home.
the rest of his life.
I bet, except at Disneyland.
JP, this is your life. I'm tired and bored of it.
I want to go home.
But it's your life.
That's how people see me, apparently.
It's your life there, buddy.
All right.
That's good beer, Doc.
Mosk, you might have to do a bunch of call screening. The Drunk of the Weeks are calling in. I picked up one. I didn't talk to him or anything.
Because you couldn't.
What am I going to do? There's another one calling right now, and pick up 2. Doc, do you want to cover stuck fermentation on these real quick?
Yeah. So what we're drinking is my Ice Bock. Started out as the Doppelbock. 1092. One of the problems was at the beginning I didn't get several bouts of oxygen to it. Only got the first one. You got to remember, this is at the end of my 3-day party at my house.
Right.
And the last day was brew day.
But this applies to barley wine as well.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
So what I wish I would have done, usually I'll oxygenate when I pitch, get up in the morning, especially with a lager, pit and oxygenate again, because it's usually not fermenting yet, and then maybe again lunchtime. And I didn't get that done, so I really only got one good oxygenation, and the first time I kind of figured something was going to happen. So it got down pretty fast, down in the 1050 range, and then it got into the started stalling out about 1042, 1037, and then it just was not going anywhere at that. And
that doesn't happen if you do the 2 aerations.
Not as much, because you're really getting the yeast going. I used a big starter too.
I just mean you can really notice the difference if you only do one or you do the next morning.
Especially in a lager. With a lager, you'll get more time to give it extra oxygen.
Okay.
The oxygen is going to fizz out of the whole wort anyway over time.
Yeah.
It doesn't all stay in there. It's not even there for the yeast availability.
It comes out of solution.
Right, it comes out, so you can do it again. But once you start seeing fermentation, you don't want to do it anymore.
Okay.
Except I just wasn't quite there to do it. And so I knew I kind of figured it happened. So about 10:37, it was starting to stall out. I knew I didn't want this beer at 10:37. So I went to the Beano because I
all right.
Oh, yeah.
See, tasty?
Oh, you got to break, because it's got a lot of melanoidins, and it's got a lot of, it was mashed at a high temperature, everything. And so I wanted to break some of that down. And then...
How much Beano do you add?
What you do?
How do you know? I mean, just dump a can in there?
It's an enzyme. It'll just keep eating anyway.
I see.
So it's not that big a deal. You have to put it in it. You can get it now in capsule form where it's powder.
Okay.
And you put it right in there. They don't make the liquid anymore.
They don't?
No.
It was 12 drops when I did.
Yeah, and then I looked. They don't make the liquid anymore. And the good thing is you don't have the little hard cap. You're gonna crush them. So these come actually.
And you can open them up and then.
Yeah, you open it up and put them in there.
Why don't you just put the liquid in?
They don't make the damn liquid no more. So anyway, and it's a glucosidase. It's not really amylase, which is more of what the pro brewers use.
Oh, okay.
But it kind of works the same way. It breaks up some of the more complicated sugars so they can eat some more of it. So it's good to get it. It's good if it can't eat one thing, it's going to eat something else.
Right.
So it's going to chew it down a little farther. But I also needed to rouse the yeast up again. So I raised I was fermenting about 48 degrees. moved it up to about 54.
Did that excite the fermentation?
Yeah, it did. And then I use I have an oxygen cane with it's got the the stainless steel with the oxygen stone at the end.
Casey's going to have an oxygen cane soon.
Yeah. But I pushed CO2 through it and put it down to the bottom of put it down to the bottom of the conical and stirred things up to get things back into solution.
Okay.
And that really helped, and it got it down to about 1023.
So this is all even after you said you did a nice big pitch.
Even after a nice big pitch and everything else.
Okay.
And I kind of figured I would have issues with it, one from it being a high mash temperature, not oxygenating enough, things like that. So kept on doing that, and it got down to about in the 1023 range.
That's great.
So that the Doppel part of it started out at about 9% ish, a little more. Then I iced it last week. Took about probably, I'm guessing 15%, maybe 20. So it's a little stronger now.
Okay. So this is the ice bock in my glass.
This is the ice bock, and it came out very clear. I didn't filter at all.
I've found that freezing clears the beer.
Yeah.
I guess the solids get locked up in the ice.
Yeah, I think it does, and plus it going through the ice is a nice filter in itself.
Cool.
But I think it tastes pretty good.
It's a great beer, and it's not harsh or hot alcohol like I thought it might be.
No.
In fact, it tastes very much like the Doppelbock, but cleaner.
Uh-huh. It does. It's kind of makes it softer.
Yeah.
And it's only was brewed in November.
Right.
And it's been pretty cold the whole time, so I'm not sure how long I'm going to keep it around. Actually, I've got 10 gallons of it ish, so I've got a 5-gallon rum barrel it's going into.
Right.
For the next step.
Wow. Nice.
So we'll see how that one goes.
So let me go through the multiple thought processes of this program. First, I thought it'd be nice to drink a few beers before the show.
Yeah.
Then it was a barley wine topic.
Well, that's fine.
Then we thought we'd throw a little mead tasting in the middle there.
What's that about?
Well, at that point we were pushing it, but we're professionals.
Well, yeah, we had to break up our palate a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah.
Then we went back to barley wine, not just one, but two different barley wines to try. One larger than the other. We started with a 15%. We moved up to an 18%.
But did you notice he didn't tell you till the end?
That's true. Yeah.
Well, that might have been
They want to taint
stupid,
your...
but we still could have moved on. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Then Doc's thought process kicks in, and he goes, "Hey, I know. I'll bring my ice bock in."
Well, then that's retarded.
Well, it was only because I needed to talk about the stuck fermentation.
Well, and it did work there.
We don't have any other shows after this.
Well, listen, I am willing to sacrifice my sobriety to stay on topic and get more tips out there for homebrewers.
Yes.
Because I am dedicated to homebrewers.
Homie.
Yes. All right. Shall we go to the phones and see if anyone's drunker than me?
I would love to do
I
this.
would. Yeah, you get that little sparkle in your eye now.
I still have to interview you.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I'm going to get so many votes after tonight.
Why, you got a little floaty when you just answered.
So many votes.
So many votes.
There's going to be more votes than we even know what to do with. Casey Kaminsky is calling in for Drunk of the Week. Casey, what's happening?
Hey, not much.
Oh, well, then why'd you call?
Well, I called because I'm really drunk after brewing a batch, and I figured I'd give it a try again.
All right, there's only going to be. I'm not going to be very good at these Drunk of the Week interviews because I think I'm in the running for myself. So, Casey, are you drunker than me? You've heard me before.
I'd say I am, but you had meat and stuff, so I don't know for sure. But I'm shorter than you, and I weigh less. So, if I blew into an alcohol meter thingamajigger, I'd probably blow a little bit higher.
Are you drunk enough to blow JP?
That'd make him
I think he's funny and all, but I'm not really.
I have a small wiener if it helps.
Okay. Well, in that case, I mean,
it'll be easy.
You're so gay, dude.
It'll be over before you know it.
What a gay guy you are.
It'll be over before you know it.
It will be over before you know it.
All right. Well, I'm not drunk enough to blow him either, so that was a terrible question. Scale of 1 to 10, Casey.
How drunk would you have to be to blow JP?
Correct. That is the question.
I don't think that would ever happen.
Well, then you lose.
I call bullshit.
I'm sorry, JP. I mean, you're hilarious as hell, but
Well, I'm
just
saying that
not,
you could get drunk enough that you probably wouldn't have any say-so in it. So it probably would happen.
If it was tasty, though. I mean, if it was tasty, it'd be like a 4.
I see. Tasty gets blown out of 4.
Well, there you go. He doesn't have any blows left, I guess.
But that's just because Casey doesn't even know if Tasty can get it up anymore. He won.
That's a safe bet.
All right.
There's drugs for that.
A scale of 1 to 10, how drunk are you, Casey?
I'm a 7. Last time I called, I was a 10, but I'm a 7 now.
Yeah, that was the past. Stop living in it.
You've moved down to a 7. All right. I'm going to give myself also a 7, but I will allow the staff to chime in and adjust my number up or down.
Are you giving it a 7 on Casey's scale or your scale?
I'm on my scale.
I'd say a 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to adjust my number?
Yeah, I'm giving you a 6.
Yeah, I've been around you when you're drunk. You're not.
Okay, then Casey, you are in the running for Drunk of the Week.
And everyone else is
Can I
fired.
ask one thing of you, Justin?
Yeah.
If I order something and I add 5 stickers on there, I'm sick of giving customers, like writing down the Brewing Network for customers.
Yeah.
If I order a hat and 5 stickers, can you not include the stickers and just send a bunch of business cards? Because I get requests for what I'm listening to all the time, and I'm sick of writing it down.
No, just in the notes in your order.
Just send an email straight to JP. Forget about your. You don't have to order. You don't have to order to do this. I feel bad you spent.
Oh no, I'm going to do it anyway because I want one of those badass hats.
Yeah, let me. It's called marketing. We should. Yeah, we're going to try. We actually want to make a profit in our store at one point. So yes, in the notes of your order, if you would like to order, just don't. You don't have to order a bunch of shit. Just put in the notes, hey, JP, give me some stickers. Even though I wouldn't blow you.
No,
cards.
No, you want
cards.
business cards.
Whatever. He knows what I'm talking about.
I'm giving you a 4.
Like, every time I work, and I get multiple people asking what I'm listening to, and I have to write it down all the time. And it would just be easier to just fucking have cards right there and just hand them to
Casey's at the Brewmeister up in Folsom. Give him cards, stickers, whatever he wants.
All right.
Can you get him with his name on it?
Wait. Whatever I want. Does that mean JP will give me a blowjob? I mean,
no,
I'm like a 2 if that's going to happen.
No, I'm not.
I'd be at like a 2.
I'm not drunk enough. Sorry, dude.
That would never.
That would never happen.
All right, Casey, I got to go to more calls. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not the only one who won't blow me.
All right, let's go to Theo Brew. Theo. What's up, buddy?
Hey.
How are you?
That was very manly.
So I'm a little drunk.
What are you wearing?
He sounds very manly today, doesn't he?
He does sound manly. That's why I was asking what he's wearing.
Yeah.
I'm calling because I want to interview Jay for Drunk of the Week.
Oh, shit, we have to do my AJ interview even after the Drunk of the Week calls. All right, go ahead.
When I said that 2 minutes ago?
Yes.
Right.
Theo, go ahead. Do my...
You're back to it 7.
6.5.
So Jay, I mean, I feel like I have some experience in Drunk of the Week.
Yeah. You can do my interview.
So Jay, when you're drunk, how do your friends know it?
I start to touch them in weird ways, and I'm actually happy.
You're actually happy.
Yeah, like it's not fake happy like you guys here. It's real happy.
So you would say you're happy talking to me?
Yeah, like this is the first time I've ever been happy that you called in. For example.
Truly happy.
That's pretty convincing.
Yeah, as an example.
Secondly, when you are with the AHA, how drunk will you be at the meetings?
Oh, at the GC meetings?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Well...
I'm sorry, this is not time for your candidate interview.
Right.
Yeah, it's a pre-interview.
This is the week / interview. This is both. At the same time.
Well.
My lawyer has instructed me not to answer the aforementioned question.
Just because I'm a Jew does not make me an attorney, just so you know.
No, but you know some.
Well, no, here, I'll give you the real answer. You know, the meeting happens at 8 a.m. I only see 8 a.m. once a year. It's at the governing committee meeting. And I haven't had time to wake up and drink. So now that they've shortened the meeting to just a half day, I'm not drunk at all. So my first year, I was drunk for half the day.
You're not drunk going into it?
No.
Like you wake up hammered?
From the night before?
Yeah.
No, I take waking up very seriously. So I'm so sober. So there you go.
Good answer.
Yeah, go on, Theo.
So can you give me a little bit of a resume and maybe
Sure.
if your ideal beer you would have right now?
Okay, fine. By the way, Theo's good at this. Maybe he should interview all of our DOTWs. Acronym.
Yes.
Okay.
Terrible.
I had 3 Drake's 1500s before the show. Then that's
a good start. Good start.
Then I had a 4th as the show was beginning, as in during the opening theme.
Right. Beginning of the show.
Right.
Right.
I had the whole thing during that theme. Then I had a
Doc's Brown.
Then we got into a couple glasses of barley wine, and then a mead, and then some more barley wine, and now I have another 1500, a Doppelbock.
Icebuck.
Whatever.
Ice Doppelbock.
Ice Doppel thing.
Yeah.
Ice Doppelbock.
There you go. That's my resume. Well, that's as boring as the listeners, isn't it?
It is. So, other than the Ice Doppelbock mishap you had, you are known to having a good radio voice even when you're drunk.
Okay.
So how can you convince me, like, without talking eloquently, that you're drunk? Because you talk eloquently even when you're drunk.
Theo takes this way too seriously.
I'm going to blow JP right now on the air.
Sold.
Done. Sold.
And that was eloquent.
Yeah.
We don't have to watch, do we?
No.
Yes.
JP, put your pants up.
Yes.
I feel like I already watched it in my mind.
I feel like I've already won.
I'm going to eloquently blow JP right now. First I'll read him a poem.
Get him in the mood.
Give me the poem. No.
Yeah.
Give me the poem and you win.
No, I don't know the poem. All right, Theo, this was a good interview.
It up right now.
Now that you've interviewed me, how would you rate me for Drunk of the Week?
Oh man, I'm with the rest of the studio. That you're about a 6.
Okay.
I've seen you drunker on the BN there.
All right, I'm giving myself a 6. I'm keeping it there. Theo, good interview. You are not in the running for Drunk of the Week, but you are a great DOTW interviewer.
I'm close, but not quite in the running tonight.
Say goodbye, Theo.
Thanks, brother.
Bye, Theo.
Good night.
All right, let's go to Snowcapped. He's gone. Let's go to Steve-O.
Steve-O.
Uh-oh.
Steve-O.
Steve-O. Steve-O.
Steve-O.
What's up, dog?
Hey, Steve-O.
Hello?
Hello.
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 Hey, Steve-O, what's happening, man?
Hello.
Is this Justin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Hang on, let me put on my bedroom voice for Steve-O.
Hey, Steve-O.
Hey, Steve-O, if I keep talking like this, can I have my bike back?
What's going on? Look at this.
I picture Steve-O like laying on the floor in the bathroom with the phone up to his head.
With a boner up to his head?
No, the phone.
Oh.
Duct tape to his head. Boner tape.
He's on the ground with a boner, duct tape to his head.
Stroke it up to your voice.
Oh, God.
He might be that guy that like he's one of your friends that always took shit too far.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, oh, fuck that dude in the ass. Really? Did you just say that?
You were like, no, we didn't mean it.
I'm gonna tackle that mailbox.
Watch me go grab his penis. Huh?
Wait.
I dare you to.
All right, Steve-O, you sound drunk.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm always drunk when I call, dude. You've never even heard me sober.
That's right.
I guess you make a good point.
He's VOH.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey. This is how I used to talk to my friends in Whittier, too. That's all we'd be like, hey. Oh, shit. Hey. No, hey. Shit. Shit, eh? Oh, wait, hey, no. Hey.
Hey, oh,
no.
Hey,
no.
Man.
Shit.
Oh, man.
Oh, son.
You had me for a second.
Oh, who?
Man, my grandma was telling me that one.
Anything else, Steve-O?
I think he's hanging out with Eric Kish. And they're just laughing together like a bunch of Looney Tunes.
Eric's tickling him?
Yeah. He's like, it's my turn now.
You guys are having a tickle party.
Tickle party. It's a tickle party.
Like I said, I don't have a computer, so when I get on hold, I can't hear the rest of the show.
Oh.
When did you say that?
I can only hear it on my phone, and so when I go on hold,
yeah,
I can't hear shit that happens after that, dude.
I'm pretty sure Steve-O's like a doctor. He's like a white doctor. This accent, this whole Whittier thing.
I'll put it on your I'll put it on your cock.
Hey. See, it is like a...
There's some fluid in it. I need to drain it.
I'll operate on your cock, essay.
With my scalpel.
You get it back, it won't be the same, man.
Right. Steve-O, are you drunker than me?
I'm fucking faded, dog. I had a barley wine tonight. I tried to get it festive with the night. I tried to be all festive. I knew it was a barley wine night, so I had a Boulder Beer Company Penguin. What's it called? Killer Penguin?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's Killer Penguin.
I don't know either. Yeah. I don't know. I had one of those.
Hey, what's that thing I bought, man? I bought it the other day. What was it?
I don't buy shit, dog. I steal everything.
I think he's asking his pile of bottles. What was you?
Which one of you was it?
Okay, I don't in my hand right now. I'm drinking a Mo-Better Bretta from Lost Abbey right now, dude. Just to try to fucking... Oh, my God, dude.
Did you smoke some weed tonight, too, Steve-O?
No, I don't smoke weed, boo. I don't smoke weed, boo.
Okay, I am adding points to his drunk list for calling me boo.
I caught that.
Because Steve-O's usually, it's always dog.
I have to say
but when he gets drunk enough, it's boo.
Boo, what's up, boo?
What's up, boo? You handsome.
You handsome, boo.
Hey, my wife already came out right now. She's sick, and she already told me to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, well, she's pissed off you're calling somebody else boo.
Yeah.
You're having too much fun.
I'm your boo, motherfucker.
Well, I'm gonna say while I got you on the line, Steve-O, I'm gonna put this out here.
Don't put me on blast again like you did last time.
I think it's between me and Steve-O. I know Casey gave himself a 7.
Yeah, but I think Casey's a big fat liar.
I think it's between me and Steve-O.
Yeah.
So I think it's us two in the running.
Yeah.
For drunk of the week.
No more calls, huh?
Come on, Justin. You never sound drunk, bro.
If you guys don't think I sound drunk tonight, you're not listening.
Hey,
Moscow.
Justin. If you could actually function and do an actual radio show.
This has been the worst show on the only the last hour.
Wait until you hear it next week when you got to hear yourself again. When Moscow plays it for you, you're going to cringe.
Oh, I won't listen. I'll never listen.
First of all, Justin doesn't listen. Second of all, it's not that bad.
It's really not that bad.
Oh, dear.
Southern California Homebrew Festival.
Steve-O, shut up.
Get me there with
He can't.
What's wrong with this? He just talks and talks.
Hey, boo. Shut up, man.
That's what those people do.
What? What?
Drunks.
Who you calling?
Oh, drunks.
Yeah.
He meant drunk, Steve-O.
Yeah, I meant drunk.
I'm going to shut the fuck up and let you talk.
I'm done now.
Hey.
Oh, my God.
Now I'm like JP. No, forget it. I say it to my face.
Yeah. Say it to his face.
Say it to my face, Steve-O.
Yeah, come on, pussy.
Hey.
What are you wearing?
All right, Steve-O, you're in the running, man. It's you or me. We're going to vote now, all right?
All right, Harley.
Cheers, brother.
Who's this?
Yeah, I'm taking Casey off. Casey was drunk, but
He was fine.
He's no Steve-O.
I'm going to circle. I'm circling the two names that are important right now.
With a heart? You're drawing a heart.
It's true, a heart around me and Steve-O. Wait, let me put an arrow through it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
you're up to
sexy,
7.
man.
I think I have to do another live read.
No.
Who wants to do Beersmith?
Beersmith.
Oh, that's on you?
I don't want to do
No, you should do it.
All right, I'll do it.
You'll be good.
Give me the talking
You just got to do it off the top of your head.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Are you kidding me?
You can do it. I'll help you.
All right.
Go ahead. I'll show you how easy this is.
Beersmith 2 is in the store right now, if everybody doesn't know that already. And if you're not using Beersmith, let me tell you, you are not brewing proper beer. I mean, you might be, but it's more...
You got to make it sound convincing, though.
Oh.
Beersmith.com.
Beersmith.com.
Focus on the main points.
It focuses on the main points of your brewing.
No, you.
Which is the... I'm getting there.
All right, we're going to move. Moscow, you try. You give it a shot. All right, just focus on the main points. Beersmith.
Brad updates it frequently.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's always up to date. It'll help you nail your recipes. It's the most comprehensive software that's out.
His name is Neil, by the way.
That was terrible? I thought that was pretty good.
It's terrible.
Please.
Unless that's what I sound like. And then it was.
It definitely wasn't.
I don't have any copy.
It wasn't
Didn't
terrible,
flow
but
really well,
wasn't
did
pretty
it?
good either.
You want to try it, Doc?
Sure.
All right. Let me give you the key points. There's just a couple of Beersmith.com. You got to give the web address.
Good.
You got to give the free 21-day trial. And you got to talk about how it's the best brewing software out there. Ready, go.
All right. Hey, Beersmith.com, everybody. It's one of the best computer programs out there for your brewing. It's a good place to archive all your recipes.
Oh, that's
21-day trial run. Give it a try. Brad updates it all the time. He's got a blog. He updates you with email.
Yep.
He's on it all the time. It's only going to make you a better brewer.
Right.
So you might as well just go to it.
Throw in a vocabulary word like it's robust.
It's robust.
Right.
It will handle everything. It's updated.
Is it
constantly.
synergistic?
Beersmith, home brewing software. Go
synergistic.
There.
Synergistic for your lifestyle.
Yeah, synergistic.
There you go. See, now I only have to do half of it. All right, Beersmith.com. Go check it out. Free 21-day trial. Brad is a badass, and it's a very good piece of software. We all use it when we're brewing. I'm going to be brewing in a couple weeks, and I'm going to make Doc teach me how to use it so that I can also use it. I will also get a free 21-day trial because I don't like asking for free stuff. But you can get it for free for 21 days. You don't have to take our word for it. If you don't like it, no harm done. But I guarantee you will like it. Go to beersmith.com.
I will also be using it when I brew in a couple of days.
Oh, that's right. We have JP and I have a big brewing announcement on next week's show.
Yes.
About what?
Stay tuned.
About brewing. Yeah.
Okay.
Twitter game.
Interview.
I don't want to do the interview.
You want to play the new song?
New song's good.
Goat versus your mom.
We can do that. And we got to do the Twitter game.
The video is pretty hilarious, so you got to watch the video as well.
All right, do the Twitter game.
All right, so Twitter game. I wanted to find out what an average day for Tasty is. Sean Coates says cookie for breakfast. Check on robots that perform all of his work. 7 hours of surfing the web for mentions of Janet Brown.
You're going to Janice Brown, right?
Secret Lab says, I get it. Trick question. Jason Sauer says, wake up at 10 a.m., make green brownies, eat the entire pan of brownies, take a bong hit, think of Bebo's boobs. Our good friend Andy Wood says, wake up at sundown, exits coffin, stares in the mirror, repeating, you're one good-looking bastard, heads to toilet, the end. Chris Brady says, wake and bake, bathe in hop extract, perform one-man show for hop plants, pop a Viagra, find a girl with daddy issues, mount, repeat.
That one.
Our good friend Fierce Beard says, 1, wake up. 2, tell that bitch to get off my jock. 3, find a new bitch to get on my jock. Repeat.
Everybody wins.
And then Blooby Bleeby says, puts makeup on, corset and fishnet stockings, fills clips and hits the streets. 2 hours later, it's done. Homebrews. I don't know what that means.
That was terrible.
But that's,
It was in blobber speak.
Right.
Okay.
That's it.
The one I said I liked.
Girl with daddy issues?
Girl with daddy issues.
Yeah. Read it again. Just for my
wake
own.
and bake, bathe in hop extract, perform one-man show for hop plants, pop the Viagra, find girl with daddy issues, mount, repeat.
Winner. Come on. Anyone going to argue with that? It's perfect.
Can you text that to me?
Right. So you can put it on text from last night.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, fuck, I need to find my bullshit, don't I?
Should I really play this song?
I think it's a funny song. It's a funny song.
It's under your hand.
I really enjoy it.
Let me ask you this.
Right.
We have AHA candidates on today's program, which, by the way, you haven't done the interview.
Right.
They might listen to the program just for their AHA candidate interviews.
If they are still listening by now, they won't mind the song.
But we haven't been that bad by now.
No.
Vulgarity.
Not vulgarity-wise.
Maybe
no.
we should save it till next week.
Okay, how about that?
I'm going to do that.
That's fine.
Because this will be one of those things where I wake up tomorrow, and by the way, this happens quite often, and I go, oh, fuck, did we put that on the show? We probably shouldn't have done that.
Okay,
so,
but we have to put it on the beginning of the next show.
Great.
I have to start it like that.
All right, my AHA interview?
Your AHA interview. Okay, first of all, should we have music? An intro? No, we don't need it. I just want to produce
I got nothing.
A good intro for you.
I got nothing.
All
but
right.
I don't want to... let's level the playing field. I don't want
to... introduce yourself.
Hello, my name's Justin Crossley. I'm from Martinez, California.
Whittier, but that's...
Originally from Meriden, Connecticut, then Whittier, then Hesperia.
There we go.
Is that the desert?
A lot of shitty towns, now that I think
about it.
And lose a snotty attitude.
Kind of lets me into a lot of
I never thought
insight
of it that
on
way,
you.
But, a lot of, anyway, so listen, I've been on the governing committee for 3 years now. I've enjoyed my time there. I think I've done a lot of things to do things. I'm introducing myself.
I know, and I want to ask a follow-up question.
Can I finish introducing myself?
Yeah, don't call on me until you're done. I'm just putting my hand up.
Oh, it's a press conference?
Well, I don't know.
I have to call on everybody?
No. Okay, fine. Just go.
So, and anyway, now I'm up for re-election, and, I had to soul search a little bit. How much time do we have?
Not very much.
I had to soul search a little about whether or not I should run again. And I ended up thinking, you know what? You know who the man for this job is?
Who's that?
Somebody else. But I'm the guy who's willing to do it. I'm ready for this. I will take it on. I know it because I've done it a little. I mean, I've been to most of the meetings. I've been to some of the meetings.
Oh, man.
There were some meetings that I attended, and I think I'm the guy for the job.
All right. Well, let me see. Which question should I pull out of my pants? Here we go. What are your plans to combat the carbon footprint of the AHA?
Well, I'm glad you asked that.
Thank you.
Because I've been thinking about it a lot since I started. The first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to kill Drew Beecham. I mean, every time he breathes out, every time he exhales, CO2.
That's true. That's a good point.
And let's be honest, the guy does nothing but exhale.
He does. Well, he inhales.
Right.
So that's a positive. It's a net positive, I think, right?
Yeah, but I mean, we can do without him.
Well, that's probably true.
So the first thing I'm going to do to offset to help with our carbon footprint is I'm going to get rid of Drew Beecham.
Okay. Fair enough.
The second thing I'm going to do, I'm going to plant a broccoli plant for every member of the GC in my own backyard. So that's how many people are on the board? Anybody know? Anybody?
Dozen?
It would take a member.
At least two.
It'd take a member to let us know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like 12.
So you're going to plant 12 broccoli plants?
Yep.
Okay.
Next question.
Fair enough.
Well, address the corporate jet.
How will you increase the presence of the BN in magazines such as Zimmergy?
I'm glad you asked.
Thank you.
Well, the first thing I'm going to do, they've been asking for a logo for 3 years. The whole time I've been on the GC.
Right.
If I'm elected for the next term, in my first year, I will reply to that email with a logo that will go in Zymergy magazine.
So you're saying if you get a second term, you will do something that was left over from your first term?
That's correct.
You sound like you should be a president.
That's correct.
When you get reelected, Mr. Crosby, will you finally get your tattoo fixed?
I'm glad you asked.
Thank you.
It is upside down.
Are there any extra funds in my when I get elected?
I don't know that.
Does anybody know that?
From your super
You're
PAC?
probably eligible for the retirement plan after your second term.
I do think I get like one night of my room paid for at the NHC.
Uh-huh.
Okay. If I get that, if that's actually true and not just a rumor,
right,
I will spend that toward getting my tattoo fixed. I'll have it turned the other way.
Can't you just raise the dues of wealthy homebrewers?
I'm glad you asked that. I have been thinking about a bill that I would propose.
Whose bill?
That would make all wealthy homebrewers pay higher dues. Instead of $38, they would pay $38.01.
Well, I think that's extraordinarily fair. I mean, why shouldn't we all pay our fair share?
Right.
What is the single most important thing you have done while on the governing committee, and how do you expect to follow it if you are reelected?
I'm not glad you asked that.
These are hard hitters.
That's just too many things to list in a short amount of time.
Right. I just want the single most important.
Just the one?
Just the one. And how do you top yourself if you are, because I don't want to vote for someone. I don't want to steal a membership from you and then vote for you.
Right.
And only have you not even top yourself.
Yeah, I don't want to vote for anybody that doesn't even remember the question.
And I don't mean top. Yeah. And I don't mean top yourself like shoot yourself in the head. I meant like actually, overachieve.
Let me confer with my lawyer.
All right.
So, Doc, if I didn't do anything in the first term, and the question is what I would do in the second term that was like the first term.
Attend more of the meetings and have input.
Have input.
You should get a new lawyer.
I think I need a new lawyer. Doc, you're fired.
I thought it was pretty...
What's the single most important thing you've done?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
He got up at 8 o'clock in the morning.
These are I didn't know they were going to be. I didn't know they were going to be real hard hitters.
What do you think I am? Just some sort of fucking mung off the street? No.
Okay. All right.
And you can't count offing Drew Beecham because you haven't done that yet.
I haven't. Yeah.
So far, there's a lot of blubber and pork in your bills, and not enough action.
I can't do a future tense answer.
No.
I have
What's
to
the
go
most
back.
important thing
Let's go
you've
back
done?
to the 3 years.
And how will you follow it if you're reelected?
All right. I can answer this.
Can you?
This is easy. This is a softball. I'm not a hard hitter.
Right.
I'll tell you what I do. I represent the membership when I'm in there. I go in there and I think about what the members want.
And then how will you expect to follow that up if you're reelected?
Well, I'm not done with what I did first.
The single most important thing. Stop dodging the question.
I'm trying to answer the question, sir. Barbara Walters.
Baba Wawa.
I'm trying to. I think what I bring to the table is an understanding of what our members want.
And what would that be?
Answers to hard-hitting questions.
I'm having a very difficult time answering you seriously.
Would you like for me to continue with the questioning? We can come back. Would you like to pass?
What was the question?
What is the most important thing that you've done while on the governing committee? And how do you expect to follow it up if you are reelected? And at this point, I would like to stress, Mr. Crossley, if.
What is this?
Because if I have anything to do with it, Mr. Crossley.
It's Barley Wine Gate.
All right. Well, I think what I've done.
You won drunk of the week.
I think I've represented the membership.
It is pretty amusing.
Yeah. What's the next question?
And the next question.
What was that question?
Unanswered. The NHC is, by definition, for Americans. What will you do to curb international entrance?
Well, is it really for Americans? It's not called the...
It's national.
Not
Put on
international.
by the American Homebrewers Association.
Not international.
Yeah, but it doesn't say like American national. It could be any nation.
American
it could
Homebrewing Association.
Sure, but it's only the National Homebrewers Conference.
It's implied.
The American Homebrewers Association could host the Pakistani homebrew
But
conference.
they could be also South American.
Right. So I'm supposed to curb... You know what? I resent that, sir. I think we should encourage international membership and tourism.
Well, then
in Philadelphia.
Membership is fine, but when they are taking up slots that have been earned by proper citizens of this country, they're taking our positions.
I resent the use of the word slots.
The Durka Jabs.
The Durka Dirt.
Next question, sir.
They are consuming, these illegals
Next
are
question.
consuming resources.
Sir, next question.
What is the single most important thing you have done while on the governing committee?
I
and
think
how
I've represented the membership.
That's it. Yeah. That's all I have.
Represent.
Those are all my things.
Those were good questions. Some of those were hard hitting.
Yeah, both of them.
I'm no geek off the street.
All right. You can vote for me over at homebrewersassociation.org. If after that fiasco you don't want to, I wouldn't understand that.
Do it now while you're drunk.
I don't know what happened. I will say I do try my best to contribute to the governing committee. In all honesty, I think I have a good grip on what the membership wants, what homebrewers want, and that's what I bring to the table. I'm not the technical guy. I don't tell them how to fix the website. I do bring the experience of the Brewing Network and mostly our failures, if I'm to be totally honest. We fail a lot at the BN. I don't know if you noticed that. And I bring those failures over to the AHA and say, don't do that. You
don't go into internet radio.
Yeah, there was this one time that we failed really badly. Yeah. You're about to make that same failure in terms of growth and the number of people signing up. Don't do the BN plan.
So you would say that you bring a small business perspective with a homebrewing twist to a larger business.
God damn it, that's exactly what I bring.
Right? Writing your speeches for you.
Thank you.
I should be your speechwriter.
Yeah, I think you've just been hired.
I'll be your James Carney.
If I have to do an acceptance speech, I would like you to write it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
After this interview, I don't think it's going to be a problem.
You're a shoo-in.
I'm pretty sure I I'm pretty sure we're out. I'm pretty sure my political career is over.
No, did I just ruin it with my hard-hitting questions?
Yeah, you were a little too hard. I thought you were going to throw me softballs.
Oh, I thought they will. Yeah, I did warn you they were hard-hitting.
I mean, the one about what I actually did, you could have warned me that you were going to ask me something about what I did for the last 3 years.
You could have given him the questions ahead of time.
You could have done that.
Well, I guess I just wanted to know.
Doc, as my lawyer, you could have demanded that we have the questions ahead of time.
Full disclosure?
Yes.
It's your fault.
I mean,
it's your fault I fucked him over.
You might have just cost me the election. You know.
Really, you're better off.
I can have that one day of the year back.
Yeah, the one day.
Right.
You don't have to wake up at 8.
What I mean is all the days that I do things throughout the year.
Well, there's that.
That we talk about at the one. Anyway, I would love to be your representative once more. You can vote for me. Homebrewersassociation.org. I don't mean to make a mockery of the election.
No, that's my fault.
I don't know how to be serious about being interviewed about my skills and my qualifications.
No,
I'll be honest with you.
How can you?
But like Fred said, I'm surprisingly good at at actually being a representative for you.
So you have a particular set of skill sets.
Yeah, that's the best compliment I've ever gotten.
Surprisingly good.
You're surprised.
Surprisingly.
Yeah.
It turns out you can do things.
Yeah. Not so much stuff, but more things.
When I run for mayor of Martinez, that will be the signs. Justin Crossley. It turns out he does stuff.
He can do it.
I would love to be your representative for 3 more years on the governing committee. Voting ends on the 31st of this month. You get to vote for 2 people. You got to put in 1 ballot, 2 votes. Do it. Vote for me. I'll, I don't know, free 7-Up for everyone.
Sunday.
Can I do that?
Out of the drinking fountains?
Out of the drinking fountains. At the next NHC. If there's not 7-Up at the next NHC, you come talk to me.
Can it be Sierra Mist?
Sierra Mist in the drinking fountain.
Couple tree flavors
at the Marriott and a couple of treat places at the NHC. You talk to me. That's my platform. Okay.
I like how you drew a line.
You know how embarrassing it's going to be if I lose this election?
You're going to blame me for it. You're going to fire me.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not going to blame myself.
Can't blame your lawyer.
I mean, let's face it. Let's be honest. Okay.
I think you'll do great. I'll steal a membership from you and vote for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It could be the one that puts me over. Tasty, you're going to vote for me, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
He's not going to vote for me.
He doesn't even know what you're running for.
No, he doesn't even know my name.
Yeah.
He's like, Fred Bonjour, Martin Short. Who the fuck's Martin Short?
He's an actor, I think.
Yeah. Tall guy.
Andy Dick.
Right.
Ed Grimley, Martin Short.
Doc, can I count on your vote? Even though I fired you as my lawyer.
Yeah, even now.
During this. All right, are we done?
I can't say I'm not going to vote for you.
We are done.
Who's drunk of the week? It's either me or Steve-O.
Steve-O's drunker.
I think Steve-O's drunker.
You're there.
Yeah.
Steve-O's past that point, though.
All right.
Steve-O
I
ran
I didn't picture him being vertical.
Yeah, he's on a cold tile floor. You maintain too well. That's your problem.
It is
you know
my
how
problem.
to maintain.
It is my problem. I'm going to feel it tomorrow. We should judge my drunk of the week by the morning after. We should record that.
That'll be good audio.
Just be me rubbing one out.
Yeah.
Just trying to feel better.
You're not going to want to do that.
All right, Steve-O, you are our drunk of the week.
Yay.
Okay. Next week, we got an interesting show for you.
We do?
Yeah.
Monday, Sunday? Sunday?
It's a Sunday show. Is it a Sunday show?
Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday show. We're going to be talking to B. Crosby Hop Farms. You know, it's rhizome season. And we haven't done we're just going to do like a brief topic about when to plant, how to care for, when to harvest. We're going to do we're going to do the speed version of planting your hops and taking care of them. And you can buy those rhizomes right now through B. Crosby Hop Farm. So go check them out. They're a good sponsor of ours. But they're also, it's like a 5th generation hop farming family. So we thought, let's get this guy on to talk to us about, he's just a farmer. Yeah, I mean, he sells hops to the distributors, Hop Union, this and that. But in terms of getting rid of hops, he's just a farmer. The man's a farmer.
Did he send us some hop rhizomes so we can grow them on the show while we're talking to him?
Yeah, I don't know. Scott, Yeah, sure. Yeah, they're growing right now downstairs.
No, we got to do it while he's talking to us.
Yeah, we're going to watch them grow while he's the guy to tell us how they grow and the whole thing.
Actually, they do grow almost so fast you can almost see them grow.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Inches a day.
Inches. It's amazing.
I should know that from all the time I've killed my hops. Who else is on next week?
Well, we have a special announcement. Let's tease it.
Okay.
Seriously, it's going to be good.
We have an ugly, fat special announcement that won't amount to anything.
Not that kind of special.
Right.
A good special.
No, you said tease it.
All right, that it?
That's it.
All right, we're going to let JP do his thing. We're going to play JP's an Asshole. And at the end of our theme song, we will play you a interview that Moscow did. It's Short and Stout with Ron Pattinson, who does what?
He writes a blog. It's called Shut Up About Barclay Perkins.
There you go.
Lots of folks recommended it. It's a good one.
So you get an extra 25 minutes of show.
Ooh.
Love it.
It's a long show we did.
Yeah.
Complain about that.
I will.
Bitches.
He was complaining halfway through.
I don't mean him, I mean the other people.
Oh, damn.
bitches.
Oh, yeah. Well, we worked extra hard, so can we take off next week?
Yes.
Oh.
No.
Wait, no, we got a Monday. We got a Sunday show.
No.
Well, we have 6 days off.
We don't have any more.
The next show.
Uh-oh.
We don't have any off weeks. No off weeks.
Forever.
We only have on weeks and then a week that we do other things.
Right.
Go, JP, go. Get me out of here. I'm done.
Play my song. You thought you were for a second, weren't you?
Yeah. I was hearing it in my head. JP's an asshole.
Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. Find JP on Twitter at Major Jips. You can hear all about how the world should be. Scott is on Twitter also when he feels like it. Follow him at Moscow Paint. For some good beer insight and homebrew information, follow Nate Smith at Nathan Homebrew and Mike McDowell at Tasty McD. Check out the Brewing Network store for all the latest BN merch, including the new Beersmith 2 software and our new Pale Ale DVD. And be sure to find the Brewing Network on Facebook and Twitter. Can your mom quack like a duck?
Justin's in Moscow and winning the race. JP does great as his charity case.
Now it's Short and Stout with Scott the Jew.
That is correct. And in this episode of Short and Stout, I bring you my conversation with Ron Pattinson. He is the man behind the blog known as Shut Up About Barclay Perkins. Deals with English beer and beer history and a lot of sort of technical aspects of brewing. I tell you, I got more requests to get this guy on than perhaps any other single beer figurehead. Unfortunately, he's out in Amsterdam, and it would be like 2 a.m. for him during the session, so you're going to have to settle for a little pre-recorded action. Anyhow, enjoy.
When I first started writing the blog, I did a lot more stuff about European beer, so I had a whole series on Swedish beer and a lot of stuff on German beer, but I just don't have time to do everything, so I'm just concentrating on British stuff at the moment.
Did you grow up in the UK?
Yeah, I was born in Britain, but I've lived in Holland for 25 years.
Where did you develop your love for beer? At what age?
Well, even before I was of drinking age. Youngest number 3, I've always had a soft spot for that because that was one of the first beers me and my brother homebrewed when I must have only been 16 or 17. So I've always had a soft spot for that beer, just because of that, because we did this, I don't know how accurate clone, but it was fun. It was very popular in Britain, homebrewing in the 70s and early 80s, so it was easy to get equipment. You could get it at the equivalent of a drugstore. You could go and buy homebrewing equipment and malt and whatever you needed.
Has it remained that popular, or did it drop off?
I think it did drop off in Britain. But, I mean, people brewed for different reasons in Britain. People brewed because they didn't want to pay as much money for their beer.
So when you brewed, your thought was financial, we're going to save some money?
Well, partly, but also just for the joy of brewing. And just because it was interesting. It was interesting to try and interesting to see what came out. And we got some pretty reasonable beers, me and my brother. I mean, we brewed on a fair old scale. We bought some, because sadly, this is when John Smith's had discontinued cask beer. And so they were flogging off a load of their old wooden barrels. So we got, I think, 6 wooden Perkins that we had. And so we used to brew and fill those things up. And that was good fun.
How did brewing become writing about beer?
You can blame Michael Jackson, I guess, because I got his World Guide to Beer. That was just about the time when I started to travel around Europe a bit. And so because he got stuff about places that were reasonably accessible, I looked at the places he recommended in Dusseldorf and in Cologne, and when I was there, I went to them. And so I went around quite a few of the places he recommended in various cities, like in Prague as well. And I started to get a bit of an idea about what European beer was like. And I got really interested in it, and in the history. And then when I moved to Europe permanently, and I started reading stuff in different languages, so I'd say Peter Krombeck was very influential as well, and his approach to beer. I think he's much forgotten now, unfortunately, Peter Krombeck, but his books taught me a lot about beer and about the classification of beer and the way of approaching tasting beer that have really stayed with me.
When you started writing, did you set out to accomplish something specific?
No, well, initially I was interested in writing pub guides, and that's what my original website is. It's basically just a whole load of pub guides and stuff about breweries and a little bit of introductory stuff about the beer culture and the styles in each of the different countries. And that was what I was doing, and it was only when Alan of a Good Beer Blog persuaded me to start writing a blog that it changed, really. And then I started getting much more heavily into writing a lot more stuff about history. I mean, it's a very different type of writing. On the pub guides, it's mostly you put something together and then you just have to try keeping it up to date. So there is some creative writing in some of the descriptions, but it's fairly limited, and once you've done it, it's just tinkering with it, really. Whereas the blog's very different, that you have to have a lot of new material all the time. And so I just started writing a lot more history stuff. A few bits of things about history on my European Beer Guide website. But it was only a handful of articles, really. It wasn't a huge amount of stuff. And, yeah, once I started the blog, then it just sort of snowballed.
I know that our audience has had many of their misconceptions about beer changed as a result of your writings. What old theories are you questioning now?
It's not so much I question theories, it's more I look at the evidence and see what it tells me. At the moment, I'm still looking at Scottish beer. I still haven't got my head completely around that. I'm getting there, but I want to research that more. And, yeah, I'm sort of waiting till I start shouting my mouth up about what Scottish beer was until I'm pretty sure that I know myself. I'm always looking at stuff. I keep getting new sets of brewing records. I'm always going through them, and yeah.
Are you advising professional brewers on how to resurrect old beer recipes?
Yeah, people ask me stuff all the time. I mean, it varies. I have different levels of cooperation. So, like with the Pretty Things, I really work with Dan, and we're doing it together, really. And it's the same thing with Fuller's. And then there's other people who just say, they might have found a recipe on the blog and want a bit of advice about it. But a whole lot, I probably can't remember them all. It's I don't have the greatest bit of memory for this sort of thing. But I mean, quite a few. And there's some people I know personally that I work with, like Sebastian of Frygeist. We're going to be doing a triple decoction old-fashioned Salvata in this really old-fashioned brewery sometime soon. That's going to be fun. But that'll take ages because it's a strong lager. That'll need at least 4 or 5 months lagering, I would have thought.
Tell me more about the Pretty Things collaboration. They're out in Massachusetts, and I know they have done several historical beers. How many have you consulted with them on?
I think it's 7. We did the 7th one, well, just last week, because I was over in Boston last week with the family, and I just disappeared off doing beery things the whole time while they sat shivering in the snow. And we went down and we brewed a new one, which is just finished fermenting. Talking of Scottish beer, it's one See, I'm incredibly selfish with these things, because it's basically a beer I want to drink, which is Younger's No. 1, which I've never had, and it's like one of the classic Scotch ales. So I was really keen on getting that brewed. So that was like a dream come true. We brewed that a week ago on Tuesday.
Where did the recipe that you used come from?
Oh, this is from William Younger's records in the Scottish Brewing Archive. What an amazing set they've got. I mean, I went crazy one day and took about, 800 or 900 photographs of their records, and I still didn't get anywhere near all of it. They've got really long runs from both the breweries. Holyrood and the Abbey Brewery. And I only really looked at the Abbey Brewery, which is not the Pale Ale Brewery. The Holyrood Brewery was mostly a Pale Ale specialist brewery, but you still get all the beers in both of them, so it's interesting. They're one of the most fascinating breweries I've looked at, actually, William Younger. They're completely different to all the other Scottish breweries.
Well, how so?
Well, all the other Scottish breweries ended up just having, like, basically one or maybe two recipes, whereas William Younger still had, like, I don't know, 15 different recipes. They brewed all the beers separately. They're all different, whereas most of the other Scottish breweries just party-guile everything together, you know. They just have one recipe, run it off at various different strengths for different beers. But William Younger never did that. They always brewed all of the beers individually and had loads of different ones that did actually have different recipes.
Why do you think they did things so differently?
I've no idea. I'd love to know that. What it is with breweries, you see, is once they start doing something, they get set in their ways often. They'll have just done it because that's the way they always did it, probably.
Well, let's talk about how modern malt has changed from years past. Is, for example, amber or brown mild malt today, is that the same malt as you'd find in 1900?
I think if you're talking about 1900, probably fairly similar. The difference is, of course, that the varieties of barley are all different. The varieties of barley change incredibly quickly. When I did one beer, the first beer I did with Fuller's, they went to a great deal of effort to get hold of Plumage Archer barley, which was the oldest variety of barley they could find that was commercially grown anywhere. It was grown on the Prince of Wales estate, it was organic, cost them a fortune. That variety goes back to about 1900, I think. And most of the other varieties are all post-World War II. I mean, Maris Otter's not that old.
Right.
So you've got a problem with the barley. That you're never going to get the old varieties of barley. And what does that add to it? I think if you taste the really good English barley, English malt, you can tell that the actual grain has an impact. So, I mean, having said that, when we looked at the Plumage Archer and when they brewed with it, I mean, because they had no idea how this was going to brew at Fuller's, because it was a type of malt they'd never had before. And it was pretty much like modern malts, really. They got pretty much the same yields as they get from their standard malt. And so they were quite pleased. They thought it worked really well as a malt. So I don't know why the varieties changed so much. But it seems to be the thing with barley that there's a big turnover, whereas with hops, you know, they hang around for hundreds of years.
Right.
This century, they've probably not changed that much. Crystal malt, they didn't used to give it in different lager bonds, so probably it was just, you know, you knew how dark it was from that particular maltster. This is if you're talking about going back to 1900. And the brown and mild malt, probably not that different. Go back 50 years earlier than that, and I think it's a bit different. And certainly you go back to 1800 and earlier, then the brown and amber malts are completely different, really. Well, I mean, I've been working with a guy who's been trying to recreate some of the old malts, and I've had some beers that he's brewed with stuff where he's trying to recreate 18th century brown malt, so a diastatic one. And he seemed to have done it reasonably well. And he dried it over straw, so it wasn't particularly smoky. And he got a dark brown beer that was 100% brown malt. Tasted pretty nice. So, I mean, I think that's the next step of recreations, is recreating some of the ingredients, and in particular, recreating the old malting techniques, because really you go back before 1850 and the darker malts, they're just not the same. They haven't been made the same way. So you really have to think about getting them malted properly if you really want to recreate certain beers.
Besides drying it over straw, what are some other techniques one could employ to emulate old production techniques?
Well, I mean, the classic one is the hornbeam, which is where at the end of the process you heat it up really quickly. And what you use is these bundles of this hardwood called hornbeam. Burns really hot and with very little smoke. And so this is what they used to use in the 19th century. At a certain point, they'd use this at the end of the kilning process, just so you get this really sudden, intense heat, but without a great deal of smoke. And I've had malt that's been made with that way as well, and that was pretty nice, and it wasn't the same as modern brown malt.
Do you think that modern techniques for creating modern brown malt detract from the quality at all, and it's just for efficiency of the process? In other words, would older stuff be higher quality just because of how it was made?
No, it's just made for different purposes at different times. So at various times that you've had to have it diastatic. So obviously you can't really roast it at a very high temperature for very long if you want to leave any of the enzymes alive. So that makes a difference. Also, some of the old kilning methods seem to have been pretty dangerous and caused a whole load of fires. So you can understand why they might not want to use a method that might burn the whole place down.
Well, if you want to be authentic, you got to take that risk.
Yeah, well, I guess so. But you can understand various reasons why people change production methods.
Let's discuss your partnership with Kristen England.
He's bringing some interesting things. He's bringing a Scottish light ale, which I thought was an interesting choice. So I send him the brewing records, and he comes up with a recipe. And sometimes I say, "Oh, you've got that wrong," and then other times he'll have spotted something that I hadn't seen. And so it's good because he's got pretty good at reading the records, which is a fairly rare skill. And he genuinely spots stuff I haven't noticed, so it's useful having him look over them as well, just through a different eye, but someone who can actually understand them a bit. So it's been fun, yeah, and he's come up with all these recipes, and it's quite nice. He does the recipe, and I do the blurb at the front where I try and put it a bit into context, into history, and explain a bit about, I don't know, other beers of that type, or exactly how that fitted into a brewery's range, all sorts of stuff. Just whatever comes into my head the day the recipe comes in.
So speaking of the records that the two of you look over, do you find that breweries kept good records? Like, are you surprised by how thorough people were, or do you wish they would have done a better job?
Well, they were legally obliged to keep certain records, breweries. And there are all sorts of things that they needed to keep track of for tax and legal reasons. So they really needed to keep pretty decent records. Having said that, some of them are really annoying because the people couldn't be bothered to fill in things a lot of the time. And some of the Lees ones are terrible. They don't even give the volumes or the gravities of anything. They're completely unusable, some of the Lees records. Whereas the London brewers are generally pretty good, and they filled in a whole load of things. But they were brewing on a larger scale. They were big professional organisations. And a lot of it was about control. They wanted to know exactly how they brewed it, so they knew if something went wrong, what they could do the next time. And it's funny when you come across ones where they had gone wrong. There's a really nice one of, in fact, Russian Stout, where they'd made a mistake with the caramel, and they put way too much into the beer. And so this was this ridiculously dark colour. And there's a note on saying, we can't sell it like this. It's way too dark. And, the beer's normally black, and it got like twice the colour value of black. So it got this horrible caramelly taste, so we can't sell it. And that's fun when you see that, when they've cocked it up. But they're quite complete, and so they'll note that, just so they knew what went wrong. And their records are very good. But the provincial brewers are often a bit worse. It varies. Some of the Scottish ones are a bit, not very complete or incredibly confusing.
Can you describe the issues you have with the Oxford Companion to Brewing?
The biggest problem is that what can you trust in it, really? And the only way I can look at it is what are the topics I know something about? And so I looked up the topics I know something about, and there were some pretty big mistakes. Getting the wrong monarch for Russian Stout is pretty bad,
Yeah, where I find that a lot is, someone will interview us about the Brewing Network, about our radio shows, right? And I'll give them the info, this is when we started, this is when whatever. And then I read the article 3 days later when it's published, and I see so many things that they got wrong. But of course, a reader that isn't me isn't going to know that. They're just going to read what they read and believe it to be true. So if you're reading things, and of course you can only judge what you know, right? But you have to assume that if what you know, you're reading a lot of things that are wrong, then how can you trust the rest of it, right?
Exactly. That's the That's exactly the problem. And there is a lot of the entries are correct. But the problem is that there's enough of the ones that I know something about that are wrong. And in particular, some of the stuff about Scottish beer is just so laughably wrong that, you think, well, what is the overall quality? I mean, okay, 80% of it's right, so which is the wrong 20%?
Yeah.
That's what you want to know. And I think it was a case partially of some of the wrong people wrote the articles. There were people who didn't know enough about the topic. And if you see what the payment was for it, because obviously I contributed, so I know what I got paid, it was laughably low, even by the standards of beer writing. So no one could afford to do any research to write it, because they were getting paid so little. So unless they have someone who is already an expert in a subject, the chance of getting someone to actually make a good job of it was pretty small. If you're writing for a mainstream publication and you don't particularly know anything about beer, then it's easy to get confused if someone starts bullshitting onto you about loads of technical things that you don't really know anything about. And I think it's a problem with lots of journalism. There's loads of stuff that's crap in the newspapers.
Going back to brewing, back to English beers, English brewers, they seem to be fond of using sugars, and you cite several companies that supplied preparatory blends or processes, and assuming that this is more for flavor than just boosting gravity, do you see that as a lost art?
Not totally, because I think there's still brewers who use brewing sugars. I think it was on something someone said to me recently about the terrible influence that a couple of, I'm not going to name their names, camera writers had had on British brewing, because they'd written a lot of books that the original lot of home brewers who became the first sort of wave of new breweries in Britain, the books that they looked at. And so they had this big bias against sugar, just because these books did. And so there was a generation of brewers that sort of thought sugar was the work of the devil. And I must admit, I started thinking, sugar, that's just, cheap extract, and they're just doing it for stupid reasons. And I think, and I was surprised to hear how much influence these people had, and it sounds like for the worst. But there are still people who use sugar in Britain. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to demonstrate to people, I think, that if you really want to get certain types of English beer, you have to use the sugars, because that's the way they were brewed. And people can try and brew them all malt, but it's not the same. And yeah, I think it's sad if people are a bit against the use of sugar just for stupid ideological reasons. Because when you look at a beer and you see it's got 4 different types of sugar in it, then you think, well, they're not just doing that for cheap extract. Why would they use 4 different types? Obviously, all of them are bringing something into the equation. It's quite subtle, and it's frustrating with sugars, because on the one hand, it's the thing that's the easiest to reproduce. So if you've got anything that's got number 1, 2, or 3 invert sugar in it, you buy it today, and it'll be very similar to what you would have got 100 years ago if you bought that sugar. On the other hand, you get all these recipes that got all these other sugars in them, which are these proprietary ones, which are the different blends of invert and caramel and God knows what that they had for different purposes. Some for dark beers, some for pale beers, some specifically for priming when they put the beer in the cask. When you want to provide some sugars for a secondary fermentation to give the condition when you're cask conditioning a beer. All these things. I think a lot of them aren't made anymore, and trying to find out exactly what these things were. Bit of a nightmare, really. All I can do when I look at the brewing records is guess what they were by which beers they went in. So if you say, this one they use in quite large quantities in dark beers, but only very small quantities in bitter, well, it's probably something that's dark. But yeah, you can't really. It would be nice. This is another. I've realised there's a whole other level of research that I've looked at the beers, and then you need to look at the ingredients as well. So when I realised I didn't know all that much about hops, and I think, if I started investigating hops, how long would that take? And then if you start investigating malting and investigating sugar making, it starts getting a bit crazy.
Yeah.
One of the best things I ever came across was this, some parliamentary commission, and they were interviewing this publican. This was in the 1850s, during the Crimean War, when the tax on malt had been put up. so that beer had become more expensive to make for brewers, and they'd had to put their prices up to the pubs. And this landlord was saying, right, well, you know, the price of beer's gone up, but the customer still expects to pay the same price. If I actually put my price up, no one will drink my beer. They'll carry on drinking it at the place where it's still the same price, even though I can't sell it honestly for that price, because the retail price is the same as the price I'm paying for it. And so we were saying, well, the only thing I can do is water it down. And he said, well, I only put water in. Some of the other people, they put other stuff in it. I do it the honest way, and I only water it down. And I've seen some analyses from this period where it was great. They'd gone round the brewery and analysed the beer, and then gone and taken samples in the pubs and compared the two, the same beer. And you could see that it was watered, I mean, really heavily watered in some cases. So you got a beer that had a gravity when it left the brewery of like 1056, that by the time it was sold was the equivalent of 1036. So it had a whole lot of water added in between.
Can you give me a brief explanation of the title of the blog, Shut Up About Barclay Perkins?
Oh, right. Oh, that's simple. That's to do with the reason why I write the blog and why I write about all this beer history stuff, because I kept telling my family about all of this, and they got really fed up with it, especially Barclay Perkins. So that's what my kids said to me, shut up about Barclay Perkins. But yeah, just go there and you'll find all the weird, boring stuff I write about. Yeah, I'm not selling that very well, am I? You'll find all the really fascinating stuff. The way I take the past and twist it into.
There you go. I'll edit out the part about you calling it boring.
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's full of fun and occasionally jokes, and lots and lots and lots and lots of numbers, which I like.
What can people look forward to seeing in 2013?
Well, hopefully some more beer collaborations. I'm supposed to be doing another one with Fuller's soon, so that's not what that's going to be is not completely settled. Yeah, a few other things. There's that Salvata that we're going to bring. That should be fun. Hopefully lots more beers.
Yep, that wraps up another installment of Short and Stout. Stay tuned for the next one. You never know what it might bring. Until then, it's Scott the Jew saying, L'chaim.
Nobody has ever said Norway is the last best hope for mankind.